Chapter 1070. The claw was left over from Lin Hao's experiment. Bao Xiaoying gave it to Leng Xiantong when he came back yesterday morning. He put the stone and the claw together and didn't get any reaction, so he put it in a sealed box. Leng Xiantong looked at the claw carefully and realized that a small layer of the skin on the claw had been corroded. That was a huge breakthrough. Joy flashed in his eyes. Then he put on his gloves and goggles. He carefully opened the box and reached in with a pair of tweezers. He gently poked the flesh on the claw. As he poked, the tip of the tweezers pierced into the flesh. It felt like poking into a piece of rotten flesh. It was very soft. Leng Xiantong poked a few more times with the tweezers and poked a few more holes on the flesh of the claw. This stone is useful for these things. He took out the claw excitedly. Then he used his supernatural ability to sense it. Sure enough, the energy contained in the claw had all disappeared. He looked at the stone again and reached in to take it out. He realized that the temperature of the stone seemed to be a little different. After thinking for a while, he took off the glove and held the stone directly with his hand. He realized that the surface of the stone had a warm feeling. Feel it, isn't it a little warm? He handed the stone to Bao Xiaoying with uncertainty. Bao Xiaoying took it and squeezed it in her hand. She nodded and said, "It's a little warm." Leng Xiantong looked at the stone and the beast's claw and said, "It seems that the stone will absorb the energy from the underground creature's body. But it's dead. I don't know if it's useful against a living underground creature." Bao Xiaoying looked at him in confusion. Neither she nor he knew the answer. They could only wait for the leader to bring back a living underground creature to test it out. Meanwhile, in the underground cave, Lin Xiao kept the big mushroom. He quickly left the place with Awang and chased after the tracks left by Dahe. However, at this moment, there was a chasm in the ground. Below it was a pitch-black emptiness. Above them were hard rock walls that had been corroded by various underground gases. This was a very special kind of rock formed by the weathering of soil. There were also many rock cones hanging down from the rock walls. The edge of this spatial fault had become smaller. It was divided into two layers like a wide-open mouth. The angle at the top was uneven and slanted upwards. The angle of the ground below was also uneven and inclined downwards. There were some naturally formed cracks and huge caves, and some of these caves were connected to the underground creature's tunnels. At this time, there were many gigantic gorillas that were 5 to 7 meters tall climbing up the rock wall below the pitch-black fault. Their claws were very hard, directly piercing into the rock-hard rock wall, and then grabbing hold of the point of strength. The claws of its hind limbs could also grab onto the rock walls. One by one, they crawled into the cracks of the fault and walked into the holes. After walking in after a while, they appeared in front of a remote round hole. As soon as they appeared, a few low-level underground creatures that were guarding the round hole immediately crouched down, lowered their heads, and let out strange roars. Roar, 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 roar. Upon hearing the roars of the low-level underground creatures, the tall underground creatures immediately clenched their two forelimbs into fists and smashed the ground. Then, they roared furiously and charged into the holes on the other side. There were already 30 to 40 of them in this new batch. The largest of them were 5-7 meter tall level, 7 underground creatures. Roar, roar, roar. Although these underground creatures were huge, they moved with light footsteps. Besides the roars coming from their mouths, there were no other sounds. Lin Xiao quickly came out of this tunnel and went through another tunnel. After running for more than an hour, he finally captured Dahe's aura. However, Dahe ran quite fast. Fortunately, Dahe was smart. After running for a while, he might have smelled Lin Xiao and Awang's aura, so he turned back. Then, he bumped into the low-level underground creatures that were chasing after him. Roar! Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar. The underground creatures, which were about 2 meters long, were smashed into pieces. Then, Big Black slid back while slapping the wall of the cave with its tail. Not long after it slapped the wall, there was a loud crash from behind. Then Dahe slid in front of Lin Xiao. "Aren't you afraid that the entire underground will collapse? Do you want to bury us alive here?" Lin Xiao looked at its cold eyes. This one's mood was still calm, but the commotion it made wasn't as calm as it was before. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Dahe blinked and tilted its head slightly. Okay, you guys have had enough fun. It's time to go back. Don't get lost. I have to look for you everywhere. Lin Xiao grabbed the fur behind Ah Wang's neck with her left hand and pressed her right hand on Dahe's body. Then, she put the other two into the space and threw them into the forest. Don't kill the living creatures inside. I want the living ones that are useful. After entering the forest, Lin Xiao immediately gave an order to the two beasts so that they wouldn't kill the dozens of underground creatures that she had caught earlier. Then, her efforts would be in vain. At this moment, the middle-level underground creatures that had climbed up from the broken rock stratum outside the space scattered and ran toward the center of the underground cave. Soon, they smelled a strange odor that didn't belong to this place. Moreover, the aura of their low-level underground creatures was chaotic. Roar! At this moment, a level 7 underground gorilla walked out of a dome-shaped cave and let out a long roar to the surrounding caves. After a few minutes, roars could be heard coming from the caves in the distance. Roar! As soon as Lin Xiao came out of the space, she heard the roars. She listened carefully and found that the roars had a strange frequency. Was it transmitting some kind of message? Lin Xiao sensed and suddenly found that there was an aura of a level 6 or level 5 underground creature coming from a direction not far from her. She immediately turned invisible and approached the underground creature quietly like a hunter. Since she had come down, she had to earn some money before going back. Anyway, she couldn't find the nest of the big creature, so she decided to kill the small ones first. Perhaps she would be lucky enough to fall into the big creature's cave. Chapter 1071. Lin Xiao walked towards the hole with the level 6 underground creature's aura. Soon, she encountered the level 6 underground creature. It was followed by a large group of low-level underground creatures. The level 6 underground creature was more than 5 meters tall, but it crouched down and used its 2 forelimbs to support itself as it walked forward. As he walked, he moved his nose forward, sniffing the scents in the cave. Lin Xiao distanced herself from it and shot a black flame at the level 6 underground gorilla. Then, she used her other hand to release a layer of black mist towards the group of underground creatures. Roar! Lin Xiao's sudden appearance stunned all the underworld creatures. Then, they all became vigilant. Very quickly, they sensed Lin Xiao's special ability flame. Apart from the level 6 one, the other low-level ones panicked. All of them wanted to retreat or run away to hide. Roar! The level 6 underground creature turned around and roared at them as though ordering them not to run. Just as it turned its head and opened its mouth, Lin Xiao's black flame entered its mouth. The dark mist covered the entire tunnel and pushed towards the underworld creatures. In less than 2 seconds, the underworld creatures were drowned in the dark mist. Roar! Lin Xiao stood quietly at the side for a few seconds and heard screams coming from the black mist. When there was no more movement, she waved her hand to recall the black mist. Then, she snapped her fingers, and the level 6 underground creature's corpse emitted a black flame that leaped into Lin Xiao's hand. Lin Xiao walked through the pile of dead underground creatures' corpses. She had absorbed the energy, so she didn't care about the corpses. After she left, the underground creatures' corpses didn't stop changing. After Lin Xiao's ability devoured all the energy, the corpses that were devoured by Lin Xiao's ability slowly melted. After an hour, the corpses melted into a pool of liquid. Lin Xiao hunted these underground creatures while observing their nests. After wandering for a few hours and killing many level 5, 6, and even level 7 underground creatures, she entered a tunnel that wasn't dug through. Why didn't she dig through here? Was there a reason? Lin Xiao looked around the cave that had been abandoned halfway through. He reached out to touch the soil on the wall and sniffed it. There was a moist smell coming from the soil, but that didn't seem to be the reason why they stopped digging. Lin Xiao took a few steps back, looked up and down carefully, and then looked down. After looking back and forth a few times, she finally saw something strange. It was something like the root of a plant. However, to be able to extend its roots so deep underground, what kind of plant would be able to do that? Lin Xiao felt that he was at least 200 to 300 meters above the ground. What kind of plant's roots could grow a few hundred meters underground? She curiously moved closer and used her hand to pick at the soil on the roots. These roots looked very thin, as thick as the tip of a chopstick. It appeared on the wall in a net-like manner. He looked left and right, and sure enough, this kind of rhizome was faintly discernible on the walls around the cave. Lin Xiao dug for a while, and found that there were some thumb-sized knots growing on the roots. It was like a fruit, but not like a fruit. It was a kind of rhizome plant. Lin Xiao plucked some of the rhizome, and there were a few knots hanging on it. She brought it to her nose and smelled it. There was no smell. She used her fingernails to pry open the inside. The skin of this thing was very brittle and thin. It was easy to pry it open, and the inside was exposed. As a result, a pungent smell wafted out as soon as it was pinched open. Achoo achoo, Lin Xiao sneezed twice, then immediately pinched her nose and moved the fruit in her hand away. It seemed that the underground creatures had some reaction to this kind of thing. Lin Xiao thought for a while, and immediately put the rhizome and fruit in her hand into the space. Then, she dug out all the rhizome plants in the cave and put them into the space. Then she turned around and continued to walk out. After walking for so long, Lin Xiao was a little confused. Speaking of which, where was this? After walking for a while, she finally walked out of the tunnel. In front of her was a big cave with a round top. There were several caves around it, but there was no tall and big tunnel. This meant that their leader wouldn't come here. Lin Xiao turned around and walked to the other side. She thought it would be better to find 2 underground creatures to test the effects of the rhizome plants. Soon, Lin Xiao followed the smell and found another cave. When he got close to those things, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. She suddenly peeled the fruit in her hand and threw it at the underground creatures. Roar! The pungent smell immediately filled the surrounding space. Lin Xiao quickly retreated tens of meters away before standing still. As expected, the underground creatures reacted violently when they smelled the odor. They immediately rushed around in panic and fell into chaos. Lin Xiao was no longer safe by leaning against the wall. She could only move her legs and push against the walls on both sides to the top of the cave. Looking at the things below rushing forward crazily, Zhang Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Roar! When they finished running, Lin Xiao jumped down and clapped her hands before walking forward. After walking for tens of meters, she saw the underground creatures lying on the ground. There was blood flowing out of their mouths, noses, and ears. The underground creatures had lost their vitality. Dead. They died just like that. Isn't this too fast? Lin Xiao sized up the corpses in surprise and was puzzled. She became happy in the next second. It seemed like the rhizome plants were a powerful weapon against the underground creatures. 3 hours later, Lin Xiao finally arrived at a cave with a special tunnel for the leader of the underground creatures. She stood in the round hole and sniffed left and right before choosing the one with the heaviest level. 8 underground creature smell. The deeper she went, the heavier the smell of the level 8 creature became. Lin Xiao could feel its aura coming from the depths of the cave. As she walked, Lin Xiao's vision widened and she stopped. The ground beneath her feet had become a strange rock, and the ground in front of her was sloping downwards. She looked up and saw the same rocks above her. There was a strong air flow in front of her, which was the wind. A strong gust of wind blew from the side. Lin Xiao walked down carefully, and the further she went, the steeper it became. She looked at both sides and found that there was a space like a fault. She felt an ominous feeling from one side, and the level 8 creature's aura wasn't below. Lin Xiao didn't continue. Instead, he turned around and walked back to the cave entrance from before. Chapter 1072. Walking back, Lin Xiao found that the back looked more like a huge crevice. In the middle of this crevice, other than the hole that she just walked out of, there were several other naturally formed holes that were at least 7 or 8 meters high and 4 or 5 meters wide. The aura of the level 8 underground creature leader came from another hole. She followed its aura and slowly walked in from the wall of the hole. After walking for about 100 meters, a hollow cave suddenly appeared on her left, and the inside of it was sunken. This hole was filled with the aura of the underground creature leader. and there was even the sound of breathing coming from it. Found it. Lin Xiao looked into the hole, and a few meters from the entrance of the hole, there was a sunken hole. There was a big pit below, and the bottom of the pit was a big black lump. Hoo-hoo! Waves of undulating breathing came from this big lump. Needless to say, this was the underground creature. It was sleeping, and its aura and energy were at least 70% weaker than when they fought that night. Its aura was chaotic, and the vitality in its body was very weak. Lin Xiao narrowed her eyes and saw the red energy on this thing. If it was like a big light bulb of 1 kilowatt before, then it was only 100 watts now. And the last bit of energy in this thing's body was repairing the damage inside and outside of its body. It was not a good thing to wake it up rashly. Lin Xiao stepped back a little, and then waved out a cloud of black mist. The black mist entered its body bit by bit along with its breathing. In order to prevent it from waking up, Lin Xiao released very little black mist. It was not a threat to this thing, so it did not have any reaction. After secretly injecting a part of the black mist in, Lin Xiao turned around and retreated. Then, she took out the rhizome fruits that she had just picked from the abandoned hole, threw them in, and waved her claws. Pu. More than a dozen rhizome fruits were cut by Lin Xiao's claws, and a deep pungent smell filled the hole. Lin Xiao retreated far away with a swoosh. Then, she heard an earth-shaking roar coming from behind her. Roar! A loud roar immediately exploded with a vibrating sound wave. Lin Xiao could even feel the rock wall beneath his feet, and his hands shaking. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers. The black mist that she injected into the body of the underground creature immediately exploded and turned into a black flame. Following that, the rest of the black fog gathered towards the flame and began to grow. Roar! The cave was filled with rolling sounds and roars. The huge level 8 underground creature rolled a few times in its cave before propping itself up and shaking its head. The disgusting smell in its nose made the level 8 underground creature very angry. There was also a familiar energy in its body that was absorbing the little energy it had left. Roar! The rank 8 creature roared and charged out of the hole. Its roars spread to the surrounding caves, and after a while, the roars of other underground creatures could be heard. Lin Xiao brandished a few arm-thick black fire snakes and shot them at the level 8 underground creature that had rushed out. Roar! The level 8 underground creature that wanted to run to the fault suddenly smelled Lin Xiao's aura. It immediately understood that she was attacking it, so it turned around and charged in Lin Xiao's direction. Lin Xiao quickly retreated while controlling the black fire that pounced on the underground creature's body into its mouth. At the same time, she controlled the black fire in its body to absorb its energy. Seeing that the big creature was madly charging at her, Lin Xiao immediately turned around and retreated into a smaller cave. But she couldn't be too far away. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to control the ability left in the creature's body. Roar bang! The level 8 underground creature charged into the cave that Lin Xiao retreated to. It opened its mouth wide and revealed a mouthful of sharp white teeth. Saliva flowed out of its mouth and was flung away. Lin Xiao controlled the black fire in its body to absorb its energy, while leading it to run into the cave. The cave was getting smaller and smaller, which was advantageous to Lin Xiao. Bang bang bang! The level 8 underground creature was 10 meters tall and 4 to 5 meters wide. It was very inconvenient for it to run in the cave. Moreover, it ran very violently and violently. It didn't even care about its body bumping left and right on the cave walls. In any case, it was in a frenzied state of wanting to bite Lin Xiao to death. Lin Xiao observed it while retreating, and found that its reaction seemed to have slowed down a lot. The smell of the roots was effective against low-level underground creatures, but it didn't seem to be very effective against this big creature. Or rather, the effect was delayed. Roar! The level 8 underground creature's rampage in the cave was so loud that it spread to the other caves. The underground creatures in the other caves started to gather here. Soon, some level 4 and 5 underground creatures appeared behind Lin Xiao and blocked her escape route. Then they fiercely pounced on her. It was obvious that they were heavily injured by Lin Xiao and the other 3 creatures, so they were a lot more violent now. When they saw Lin Xiao, They immediately bared their teeth and roared at her. Lin Xiao saw that she couldn't retreat, so she cut off the control of the black fire that was absorbing the energy of the level 8 underground creatures. Then, she turned invisible and jumped onto the side of the wall. Then, she leaped into the air, and the level 8 underground creature rushed below her. After landing on the creature's back, Lin Xiao somersaulted down and moved behind the underground creature leader. She ran a few steps back before revealing her figure. Then, she continued to control the abilities that had burrowed into the body of the underground creature leader. Roar! The underground creature leader was stunned when it collided with its own kind. Then, it immediately sensed Lin Xiao's presence and ran behind it. It felt like it was being teased. It immediately turned its head and roared at Lin Xiao before charging forward again. But after taking 2 steps, it suddenly stopped. Roar! Once it stopped, the low-level underground creatures behind it also stopped. The underground creature leader suddenly lowered its head and looked at its chest. Then it patted its chest with its 2 front claws. Then it made a few movements that looked like it was vomiting and coughing. Roar, cough, roar. But this time, it didn't spit out the thing that was absorbing its energy. When Lin Xiao controlled the black fire to burrow into its body, it was able to suppress Lin Xiao's black fire. Then, it coughed a few times to turn the black fire into smoke. But this time, it discovered that it couldn't suppress Lin Xiao's black fire. Pom pom pom. It couldn't help but hit its chest with its claws. The underground creature leader started to feel uncomfortable inside its body. Chapter 1073. On the other side, Xiaolin also felt that the leader of the underground creatures was much weaker than before. It seemed that the heavy injuries from before had not healed much. In addition, his strength had also increased a lot. He had become stronger, but his opponent had become weaker. After this exchange, Lin Xiao's confidence increased by a lot. She had confirmed the strength of the leader of the underground creatures. She suddenly had a premonition that if she absorbed all the energy of this level 8 underground creature, she would not be able to survive. She might break through the shackles of the zombie emperor. Once again, he unleashed a large wave of flames. The thick black flames that covered an area of several meters swept out and surged towards the other side. She was only probing him earlier, so she didn't really make a move. Roar woo! Lin Xiao suddenly threw out a large black flame. The devouring energy of the flame was like a natural enemy to the underworld creatures. They were so frightened that they began to retreat. Roar! Even the leader of the underground creatures let out a fearful roar and retreated quickly. Then he turned around and rushed forward. Trying to run now, Lin Xiao muttered to himself. In a flash, he waved his flames and chased after him. The leader of the underworld creatures wanted to run faster, but its body seemed to have lost its balance. It staggered and couldn't control itself. Therefore, after losing its balance, it ran even slower. The black flames that Lin Xiao waved pounced on it in the blink of an eye and stuck to its body. Roar, roar! The leader of the underground creatures let out panicked roars, but it didn't dare to stop and continued to charge forward. Even if he couldn't run, even if he smashed his head, he had to escape from this place. Only by running to a safe place could he fully suppress the strange energy in his body. Boom boom! Therefore, its huge body and abnormally hard body brought about a huge impact. The walls of the cave could no longer withstand the force of the impact, and began to shake and collapse. Roar, roar! The surrounding underground creatures covered their heads and scurried away, not caring about their boss at all. Survival was more important. Boss or whatever he was, he could just go and die. Lin Xiao chased after him closely. Even though the big guy's body was unbalanced, his speed of escape was not slow. However, it made a lot of noise. Wherever it went, the ground would shake, and the mountains would shake. But the further they went, the narrower the tunnel became. All of a sudden, there was a loud boom in front of them, and it suddenly became quiet. Lin Xiao chased after it, and was amused to see that the huge underworld creature was stuck there. Its body had knocked down a lot of soil, and it was kicking its hind legs vigorously. Its huge upper body was stuck in the entire passageway in front of it. At this moment, it could neither retreat nor enter. Roar! The leader of the underground creatures struggled anxiously, kicking its hind legs with all its might. Feeling Lin Xiao approaching from behind, it roared anxiously. Lin Xiao stood behind it, quietly watching its big butt and thick hind legs. It also felt that the black fire wrapped around its body could not burn its hard skin at all, and the wisp of black fire that had drilled into its body was still in a confrontation with its instinctive protective consciousness energy. Neither side benefited. Lin Xiao couldn't absorb the energy in its body, and the underground creature leader couldn't force the flame out. Roar! The underground creature struggled and kicked its hind legs a few times. Suddenly it made a strange sound. It was low and soft. It was similar to the sound of a puppy being abandoned by its owner, making a pitiful and confused sound. Of course, this creature's voice was much louder. Lin Xiao was stunned when she heard its voice, and then a thought flashed through her mind. It can't be. Woo-woo. The level 8 underground creature suddenly stopped struggling. It lay there quietly and stretched its 2 short legs backward. There were a few strange whimpers coming from its mouth. Lin Xiao thought for a while and said to herself, "Is it really as I thought? You're not fooling me, right?" If she could control this big guy, she wouldn't have to worry about its compatriots attacking her base. Moreover, she hadn't thought about how to guard against these guys. Even if she killed a leader, they might just push out another leader. Then it would still be a threat to the base. Wouldn't it be better to subdue this one? Wouldn't it be better to use it to restrain its compatriots? Then why did she spend so much effort to study them? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately stepped forward and grabbed its big tail, then threw it into the space. Lin Xiao threw the big creature into the forest. Now the big creature had the strength to suppress it in the space. After being flung by Lin Xiao, the big creature lay on the ground and hugged its head with its front paws. Roar? Perhaps they smelled the presence of the leader in the space forest. The dozen creatures that were caught by Lin Xiao rushed over. The underground creature's nose twitched and moved its paw away from its head. Lin Xiao stood on a tree branch and looked at the big creature. She moved her hand and a rhizome appeared in her hand. Then she pinched one and threw it down. Roar! The underground creature quickly dodged the rhizome that Lin Xiao threw down and raised its head to sniff at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao suddenly said to it, "Sit down." This thing didn't have eyes. She didn't know if it could understand human words. It couldn't see and couldn't understand. How was she going to train it? Sure enough, after she said 2 words, the big creature didn't respond at all. Lin Xiao was stunned. She had guessed it right. What should she do? At this moment, a loud bark came from outside the forest. Woof 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 woof. Roar! Hearing Ah Wang's voice, the big creature immediately crouched down and bared its teeth at the direction outside the forest. Lin Xiao was thinking about how to train this guy when she saw it roar at Ah Wang. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind, and she roared at the big guy. Roar! Sit down! Roar roar! Hearing Lin Xiao's roar, the big guy, who was originally aggressive, let out a roar of doubt half a second later. Then it turned its head and looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. Oh, it's useful? Can this guy use its mind to transmit information? Roar, sit down. Otherwise I'll hit you. Lin Xiao suddenly roared at it, and at the same time, a black flame appeared in his hand. Roar woof. Seeing Lin Xiao's flame, the big creature immediately became obedient. It closed its mouth, put its front paws on the ground and squatted down. It really sat on the ground. Lin Xiao. It seemed that this was a spirit again. The higher the level of these mutated beasts, the more intelligent they were. She thought about the normal Ah Wang, Dahe, and the mushroom spirit, who weren't normal, and now there was another big creature. Chapter 1074. Lin Xiao put away the flame in her hand and jumped down from the tree, landing in front of the big monster. This guy was really big. She had to raise her head to see its mouth. Roar. Do you want to follow me? Lin Xiao roared out what she wanted to say. She didn't know why this thing could understand her roar. Or could they actually understand the roar of zombies? Whoosh whoosh. The leader of the underground creatures shifted its buttocks back, and then pressed its head down obediently. A fishy smell came out of its nostrils. Lin Xiao moved back slightly, Roar! The big monster roared at Lin Xiao. But it was trying to express something. Lin Xiao didn't understand. Alright, he could understand her words, but she couldn't. It was like raising a dog that could understand you, but you couldn't understand the dog's language. Lin Xiao looked at it, speechless. Roar, roar. If I said right, you nodded. If I said wrong, you shook your head. She could only communicate with it this way. Woo, the big monster responded quickly and nodded. Lin Xiao said, Roar? Roar, don't want to die? Do you want to follow me? Woo, roar. The big guy nodded his head repeatedly and retreated a few steps. Then he bumped into a tree with a thud. Walala. The leaves on top of his head actually shook from the impact of the collision. One had to know that this tree was very hard. Just a light bump would cause it to shake. This showed how strong this big monster was. The big monster was obviously threatened by Lin Xiao. Its strength was greatly reduced, and it couldn't protect itself. Originally, he planned to hide in the cave and hibernate before recovering on his own. It was injured by the two-legged beast on the ground. It didn't expect the two-legged beast that could devour the energy of its people to come to its cave. It seemed to be full of murderous intent. It could feel the danger of death. As a level 8 underground mutant beast, its perception was very strong. So in order to survive, it immediately surrendered to Lin Xiao. Like she said, it didn't want to die. It was very afraid of death. That's right, it was big but timid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used his life-saving trump card in order to escape from the place where lightning could strike. In order to shoot the light beam, the leader of the underworld creatures had used up all the energy of its berserk state. Therefore, before it recovered, it couldn't enter its berserk state. Otherwise, how could he be chased by Lin Xiao in his own cave? And he even got himself stuck in the hole. However, the reason why it was stuck in the cave was because it was confused by the smell of the rhizomes. That was why Lin Xiao's reaction was a little abnormal. It was a skill that it had obtained after leveling up to level 8. But it also consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, the effect was not small. At the very least, he could transfer his berserk state to his opponent. However, this kind of transference would only transfer this state over. It would not allow the enemy to be like him, who could remain clear-headed even after going berserk. Therefore, the enemies that were shot by it could only fall into a state of irrational madness. Seeing its appearance, Lin Xiao felt that it was a bit different from before. She waved at it. Roar! Come over and lower your head. The big guy hesitated for a second, then slowly came over. It lowered its chin and gently reached out to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao continued to use the zombie roar. Roar! You can follow me, but you have to be obedient. If you don't listen, the thing in your body will eat you. Lin Xiao hadn't communicated in the zombie language for a long time. She felt a little uncomfortable after roaring a few times. However, the big guy in front of her could only understand her zombie language. It couldn't understand human language. Roar! Woo woo! The big guy immediately nodded at her. It knew what she was talking about in its body. It was that flame. Although it had calmed down, it hadn't left its body. It was still a big threat to it. Lin Xiao continued to say, Roar! Don't worry, it won't hurt you now. But if you do something bad, it will swallow your energy. Roar! The big guy nodded. Roar! From now on, you have to get my permission before you do anything. If I say you can't do something, you can't do it. Roar! It continued to nod. Lin Xiao finally nodded and said, Roar! Okay, stand there and don't move. I'll bring you out. As she spoke, she moved in front of its claws and pressed on its claws to bring it out of the space. As soon as she came out, Lin Xiao found herself squashed by the wall in the cave. This was because she was still in the original cave passage, which was already very narrow. But this big guy was too big. It blocked the passage as soon as it came out. Lin Xiao, who was being clamped by the big guy's thick arm, was speechless. Okay, now it was her turn to be clamped. Was it retribution for laughing at this guy just now? Roar! Raise your claws, you're squashing me. Lin Xiao immediately roared at it. The big guy silently moved its claws away. Although it was wondering if it should just squash her to death like this, that didn't seem very possible, and the consequences would be very serious. So it moved its forelimbs a little. Lin Xiao squeezed out and looked left and right. On one side was a collapsed passage, so they could only go back from the other side. Then, when the two of them walked out of the cave, a large group of level 2, 3, 4, and 5 underground creatures in the big cave looked at her blankly, then turned to look at their leader in unison. If they had eyes, they would definitely look like this. But they didn't have eyes, so they could only stare in the direction of the level 8 underground creature and Lin Xiao. Wait, why did their leader stand together with this intruder peacefully? The group of underground gorillas kept moving their noses to sniff the two of them. It was really peaceful. Since this guy said that it wanted to follow her, she had temporarily resolved the threat of these underground creatures to the base. But Lin Xiao was still worried, so she continued to threaten it. Roar, 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 roar. You're not allowed to go above ground. You have to get my permission to go up. If you want to hunt, then I'll bring you to a place with a lot of prey. Do you understand? She roared at the big guy. A place with a lot of prey. Wasn't there a rat nest in the southwest? When the time came, she would lure them over. Once they had something to eat, they wouldn't think about the human flesh in her base anymore. Wasn't it perfect? She could solve the problem of the rat disaster and the base's situation. Whoa! The big guy immediately sat on the ground, tucked its two front legs into its stomach, and nodded obediently. The other underground creatures. Lin Xiao patted its claws happily, then told it that she had to leave first. She told it to rest and recuperate. The big guy felt wronged. I don't know who made my cave like this. I was just resting, okay? Chapter 1075. After Lin Xiao instructed the big guy, she threatened and tempted it. Seeing that it seemed to be obedient, she then started to find a way out. But when she turned around, she suddenly remembered that it didn't have a name. She didn't know what to call it in the future. So she immediately turned around and roared at it. Roar. Oh right, I have to give you a name. The big guy who was about to escape. Lin Xiao looked at its head. Roar? Big guy? Big guy. It shook its head. It shook its head vigorously. Why does this name sound so casual? Seeing that it didn't agree, Lin Xiao thought for a while. Roar. Roar. How about Dazhuang? Big guy. Seeing that it didn't shake its head, Lin Xiao immediately nodded and decided. Roar. Okay, you'll be called Dazhuang from now on. Roar. Since you look so strong, I'll call you Dazhuang. Lin Xiao explained to it. Woo woo. The leader of the underground creatures who had never been in contact with human society didn't know how unsophisticated the name Dazhuang sounded. But it suddenly had a name, and for some reason it was a little happy. Then Lin Xiao left in satisfaction. She didn't know that the moment she left, the big guy immediately howled and ran towards the direction of its cave, as if it was running for its life. After Lin Xiao went through a few tunnels, she realized that she was indeed lost. Previously, they had run through many tunnels, and they had lost track of their directions, Lin Xiao. Then, she could only go back and grab a level 5 underground creature from the cave. She roared at it, roar. Where was the exit above? However, this level 5 underground creature looked as if she was going to eat it. It immediately bared its teeth at her, and stared at her with its whole body on guard. It didn't respond to Lin Xiao's roar at all. Lin Xiao. Did this thing not understand what she meant? Roar. Can you bring me out? She tried to roar at it again. As a result, this level 5 underground creature immediately crouched down and covered its head with its two front paws. It buried its head into the ground and shivered. There were even cries of fear coming from his mouth. Woo woo woo, Lin Xiao. Speaking of which, was she that scary? No, scare them? Well, she had killed many of its kind before. So these things probably already thought that she was an intruder and a demon. It was a pity that this fellow couldn't understand her words. Otherwise it would have been happy. And that big guy was hiding again. After thinking for a while, Lin Xiao could only roar towards the cave. Roar. Dazhuang had come out. Dazhuang, who was squatting in the cave, heard Lin Xiao shout from afar after a long while. Dazhuang. If it was a human, it would have cursed in its heart. Lin Xiao was afraid that Dazhuang could not hear him, so he gathered his qi in his dantian and roared towards the surrounding caves. "Dezhuang! Roar! It's coming! It's coming!" As soon as it responded to Lin Xiao, the underground creatures around the cave shrank in fear and did not dare to move. Lin Xiao waited for a while before he heard Dezhuang's voice coming from one of the caves. After a while he smelled this guy's aura. However, the movement of his footsteps was much quieter. Roar! Dezhuang walked out of the largest cave and roared at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked around and pointed at the top of her head. "Roar, bring me out." "Dezhuang." Did she ask him to lead the way from so far away? Underground creatures relied on their noses to identify directions in caves. They could smell the contents of the soil in the depths and shallower parts of the ground to know where they were. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, did not know about this. Although she could smell it, she could tell. Although she could smell, she had gone to too many places and was confused. She had no idea which tunnel was the one she came from. Woo woo. Dezhuang made two sounds in its throat and turned its head. Then it stopped and turned its head to look at Lin Xiao. After yelling at her again, he continued to walk forward. Was it going to lead her out? Lin Xiao followed it suspiciously. Soon she was brought to a huge round cave. There were 7 to 8 meters tall cave entrances in the front, back, left, and right. Then Dezhuang walked towards one of them. He stopped and looked back at Lin Xiao. Seeing that she was following it, it turned its head and continued forward. As they walked, Lin Xiao realized that the ground beneath her feet was starting to go uphill. She heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this big guy was really bringing her up. With the big guy leading the way, Lin Xiao followed it. She told it some rules. She could not attack or eat creatures that looked like her when she went up to the surface. It even said that the direction it wanted to attack last time was her nest. The next time it dared to go there, it would let the lightning strike it to death. Dezhuang. He had to be threatened while leading the way for her. It was so frustrating. However, she could not resist, which made her even more frustrated. Thus, after 2 hours, there was no movement at the cave where Elmar was. However, she suddenly sensed the aura of the big guy coming from the third cave, which was quite far away from here. What was even more strange was that Lin Xiao's breath was next to it. What's wrong? Seeing Elmar's strange expression, Li Yueshan turned to look at her. He asked, "My leader is out." But Li Yueshan was delighted. Out? But what? Elmar felt the breath of the big guy disappear again, which puzzled her. "But I smelled the breath of the level 8 underground gorilla just now. But now it's gone again." Li Yueshan did not quite understand what she meant. What? Could it be that the level 8 underground gorilla appeared with Miss Lu? But why did it disappear again? Elmar shook her head and said uncertainly, "I don't know. Let's go and see." With that she jumped. Li Yueshan could only follow her. Lin Xiao finally smelled the fresh air on the surface. She immediately waved at Dezhuang. "Roar, go back." Dezhuang turned and disappeared into the cave. Lin Xiao first went into the space to release Big He and Awang. Then, she followed Elmar's breath to the base. She wanted to explain the situation to her. The two of them were only a few kilometers away from each other, so they soon met. As soon as Elmar came out, she sized up Lin Xiao curiously and asked, "Why did I smell the big guy's breath just now? And you guys were very close." Lin Xiao's breath was the breath of the underground creature. Lin Xiao smiled relaxedly. "Oh, I kept it as a pet. If we train it well, it will not harm our base in the future. It can also help protect us." Elmar. Li Yueshan, who had just appeared, was speechless. Chapter 1076. Was there something wrong with his ears just now? Why did he hear something strange? Li Yueshan looked at Elmar with uncertainty. Elmar's expression was the same as his. "Wait a minute. What did you say just now?" Elmar looked at Lin Xiao in a daze, and suddenly raised her hand to stop her. Lin Xiao looked at their expressions with amusement and said, "There's another Dezhuang in my pet camp. It's followed by a bunch of mouths that love to eat everything. I realized that I can't afford to keep them anymore." After Elmar recovered from her shock, she finally understood what Lin Xiao meant. Hearing this, she rolled her dead fish eyes and said, "You make it sound like you often feed them. They find their own food." Li Yueshan opened his mouth, and only reacted after a long time. You subdued that level 8 underground creature? Lin Xiao looked at him and asked. Why are you here? Did Wu Qinghua send you to keep an eye on it? Li Yushan immediately replied. The leader just left here an hour ago. He said that there was important news from Huaxia. He has returned to your base. Lin Xiao was surprised. He's here. The two people nodded. Huaxia? I'm going back too. Oh yes, Meng Meng. Recently, De Zhuang promised me that he wouldn't bring his clansmen here, or that he would report to me before coming up. Pay attention to their movements. Also, I made a rule with De Zhuang that they can only come out from the hole I came out from. Take some people to blow up the other holes and block them all. Lin Xiao thought of the movements in Huaxia, and her eyes flashed. Then she ordered El March. Yes. Elmar immediately nodded. Then, she glanced at the direction where Lin Xiao appeared, and turned to head to the camp. Lin Xiao looked at Li Yushan and asked, Is your task to watch me or to observe the situation in this area? Li Yushan said respectfully, The leader asked me to observe your situation. Lin Xiao nodded and said, Then I'll go back. Li Yushan nodded and said, Yes. Lin Xiao looked at him and asked, Do you have a car? Li Yushan shook his head. Lin Xiao waved his hand and released a car from the space. Li Yueshan consciously climbed into the driver's seat and started the car. He finally couldn't help but ask, Miss Liu, how did you do it? In fact, he wanted to ask her what she had experienced underground. Lin Xiao sat in the back seat, stretched himself and said, This big guy is quite big, but I didn't expect him to be so timid. However, he could be considered smart. He knew how to act according to the situation. If he couldn't win, he would run. If he couldn't run, he would surrender. Anyway, as long as I'm still alive, I'm not afraid of not having firewood. Li Yueshan understood and said, So after being beaten by you it surrendered? Lin Xiao said, It was seriously injured by your clan's leader last time, and it hasn't recovered yet. If it hadn't surrendered, I would have used all the energy in its body to level up. Li Yueshan finally understood everything. It seemed like this level 8 creature was severely injured by their leader's lightning strike, and this female zombie took advantage of it. That was why he had no choice but to acknowledge her as his master. But then again, this female zombie's pets all seemed to have come from this. When she returned to the base, she didn't go to the place where she lived. Instead, she went directly to the office of base number 1. As soon as she entered, she saw the man sitting in front of her desk. Lin Xiao was speechless and said, Has this become your office? Wu Qinghua looked up at her and said with a smile, I thought you didn't mind lending it to me. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with Lin Xiao and her expression was relaxed, Wu Qinghua felt relieved. Although he had received the news in advance, he still felt a little uneasy without seeing the person with his own eyes. Now that he saw that the person was fine, he finally felt relieved. Lin Xiao glanced around the room and suddenly said, That kid isn't here? That's right, he was afraid that I would beat him up so he didn't dare to come back? Where is he now? Wu Qinghua stood up from Lin Xiao's exclusive seat and walked in front of her with a document. He smiled and said, At Lin Feng's house. Lin Xiao sat on the sofa and took the document from him. What is it? Intelligence from China. Wu Qinghua sat down on the sofa beside her. Lin Xiao flipped through the document and frowned. Another experiment? Or a research facility? She'd heard from Qingshan Base's Yi Ingyue that Skyfire Base was capturing adepts to experiment on zombies. Now Wu Qinghua's report said that China was experimenting with a new kind of bioweapon. They'd even set up an underground research facility to study it. She couldn't help but wonder why these two bases liked to cause so much trouble. One didn't focus on how to develop humanity, but instead they were experimenting on zombies, even using living humans for experiments. The other was even worse. Biochemical weapons? Did they think the apocalypse wasn't bad enough? Did they want to cause more damage? Is this Xigongqin out of his mind? Isn't he afraid of extinction? Lin Xiao frowned at the document in her hand. Wu Qinghua looked at her distressed face and laughed. He won't. It looks like he just wants to control all the human bases in the world. Moreover, he has great confidence in their scientific research and technology. He looked at Lin Xiao's face. But in his heart he was thinking of her old face. Recently Xiao Liqing had given him all the information on Lin Xiao. Her real face wasn't as pretty as Lu Tianyu's. But to tell the truth, he thought her original face was quite attractive. Lin Xiao looked at him like he'd met an idiot. Control the world? Why doesn't he get a doctor to look at his brain? He didn't even know if his biochemical weapon experiment would succeed. He couldn't even control the 2 million people in China, much less the major bases in the country. And he was talking about the world, Wu Qinghua said. According to some information I've gathered about Xikong Chen, he secretly sent many special combat personnel to some countries in Asia, Africa, and Europe 2 years ago. Recently, it seems that he's preparing to send people to North and South America. Lin Xiao's expression faded, and she snorted. Fin then? I know. But it's clear that the missions he sent out were either to gather information or to go undercover. But it's not that easy. I'm afraid we've lost contact with some of them. She also knew about the information that Wu Qinghua had told her. Basically all the leaders of the major bases knew about it. It was just that no one took it to heart. It was easier said than done. He wanted to control the world. Did he think he was a god? Could he control the entire earth? What's more, the current human world was no longer an ordinary human world. It was now the world of zombies, mutant beasts, mutant plants, and psychics. Chapter 1077. 2 years ago, the Huaxia base secretly sent out some special forces to leave the territory of Huaxia and went to the surrounding countries. But in the past 2 years, they never saw these people come back. Only a small part of them seemed to be connected. Wu Qinghua looked at her and asked, "Let's not talk about Huaxia first. How is it? Did you find anything underground?" Lin Xiao glanced at him, then stood up and walked to her desk to sit down. She threw the documents he just gave her on the table and glanced at the furnishings on her desk. Her things didn't seem to have been touched. It seemed that Wu Qinghua wasn't interested in her work. "I just went to a lot of caves and killed a lot of low-level underground creatures," she shrugged and said. Wu Qinghua continued to look at her with a faint smile on his face. He stared at her calmly and asked, "Did you encounter anything interesting?" Lin Xiao looked up and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She leaned against the back of the chair and looked at him. "It's so dark inside. What interesting things can I encounter?" "There's nothing in the cave." "Did you find the level 8 leader?" Wu Qinghua asked. Lin Xiao nodded. "I found it. I beat it up. It's probably because it was struck by your lightning and suddenly became very weak." She thought of how the big guy had stuck itself in the cave and couldn't help but laugh. If it had been sober, it would have dug a few walls with its claws and come out. She didn't know what happened to its mental state at that time. "Oh, I also found this thing in their cave." Lin Xiao suddenly took out a small root of the rhizome plant. There were 2 fruits hanging on it. "This plant seems to be their nemesis. It's what we've been looking for." When the fruit was cracked open, it emitted a smell that was like poisonous gas to the creatures of the underground world. They will bleed from their orifices and die after smelling it. Lin Xiao put the plant on the table. Wu Qinghua stood up and walked over. He stood by her table with one hand on the table and slightly bent down to look at the plant on the table. It looked like a rhizome growing in the soil with a layer of mud on it. At this time, footsteps came from outside the door. Duan Wan and Shen Yuzhen appeared at the door. Shen Yuzhen was holding a stack of documents in her hands. Duan Wan raised her hand and knocked on the door. When the 2 leaders at the desk raised their heads and noticed them, they walked in. After coming in, the 2 of them looked at Lin Xiao up and down with a strange expression. They stood to the side without making a sound. Lin Xiao looked at their expressions and guessed that they probably knew that she had kept that big guy as a pet. "What's wrong? Don't tell me I've become another person?" She smiled at the 2 of them. Duan Wan said directly, "I heard you took in that big guy. You went down, and now you have another pet. How did you do it?" Before Lin Xiao could answer, Shen Yuzhen, who was beside him, said, "I told you to go down and catch a few for experiments. Are you going to use the big one for experiments? Something bad will happen." Wu Qinghua looked straight at Lin Xiao when he heard their conversation. His expression was subtle. "Wait, what did he just hear? Didn't this female zombie just say that she beat up that big guy? How did it become a pet again? Wu Qingyue's eyes were filled with question marks. Why did this female zombie have a hobby of taking in pets after she became a zombie? He had never heard of a leader of Pluto King of Hell's base raising pets. Lin Xiao glanced at the two of them and said, I was going to find it. I think the energy in its body is just enough for me to break through. As she said this, she glanced at Wu Qingyue. She felt that he had already seen through this matter. Duan Wan and Xin Yuzhen were stunned when they heard what she said. Then, they looked at her in surprise. So you're going to keep it for when you need to kill it to absorb its energy? Lin Xiao waved her hand at the two of them and said, Not at all. I haven't finished what I wanted to say. It was the one who begged me not to kill it. It was just like a dog, sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail to please me. I thought about it. If it was willing, then I'll ask it to restrict its own kind from attacking our base. That's not a bad idea. We don't need to spend so much effort on this research. There were only a few researchers in her base. They probably didn't even have enough clones. Lung Xiantong probably wished that he had a few more hands, a few more heads, and a few more pairs of eyes. So, you're going to let it be your pet? Wu Qingyue looked at her and asked in surprise. It ran over to her to be its shit-shoveling concubine? Could it be just a pretense? Thinking back to the time when it used a strange beam of light to hit him, it took the opportunity to escape. Wu Qingyue always felt that the big guy's IQ was very cunning. Moreover, it actually had such a skill. It was very dangerous. Wu Qingyue didn't know that the beam of light from the big guy was its life-saving skill. After using it once, it would take a long time for it to recover. Lin Xiao shrugged. It doesn't matter. If it doesn't listen, then please give it a bigger lightning bolt next time. I think it should be quite afraid of you. Wu Qingyue. Oh, so he was going to help her to deter the big guy? But did this mean that she was starting to rely on him? At least she wasn't thinking of settling it by herself. Was she finally willing to include him in her field? Thinking of this, he suddenly laughed. Sure, as long as it dares to come out. After saying that, Lin Xiao also felt that what he said was a little strange. He looked at Duan Wan and Xin Yuzhen again, and saw that they had a mysterious smile on their faces. Lin Xiao. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Duan Wan. They're showing off their affection just because they don't get along. Tisk, I don't want it. Xin Yuzhen. They're already showing off their affection. It seems that Big Leader Wu's days are not too far away. Lin Xiao looked at Xin Yuzhen and pointed at the document in her arms. How long do you plan to hold it for? Don't you need to show it to me? Xin Yuling just remembered that the official document that she originally planned to give to Lin Xiao was still in her hands. She quickly walked over and put the document on the table. Lin Xiao said to her, Go and tell the research department to temporarily stop the research on those underground creatures. But I still have more than 10 living ones in this space. I will raise them first. When it's necessary, I will let them study it. If it's not necessary, don't bother about it. Let him think of a way to extract the energy from the stone. As she said that, she suddenly stopped and said, Also, find 2 people to bring these over to Lung Xiantong to study what kind of plant it is. Then, she threw all the rhizomes out of the space and threw them on the empty space in front of the office desk. Bang! Yes. Xin Yuzhen nodded and turned to leave. After a while, she brought 2 male soldiers in and pointed at the plants on the ground. Xin Yuzhen only left the office after the soldiers moved the things away. Chapter 1078. Wu Qingyue glanced at Duan Wan. She must have something important to discuss with the zombie girl. He left the room. After he left and closed the door behind him, Lin Xiao turned to Duan Wan. Did Xiadong send us some information? For the next 2 days, Xiadong personally went to keep an eye on Skyfire base. Yingyue had brought him information. Li Jingye suspected Lin Xiao's identity, so he'd do something about it. Duan Wan nodded. Yes, Li Jingye was indeed experimenting with the zombie virus on the metahumans that he had secretly captured. The adepts he captured were recently transported out, and they've all turned into zombies. Lin Xiao's eyes grew cold, but she didn't respond. But what was Li Jingye's goal in experimenting like this? To turn people into zombies and then? These corpses must be failed experiments, but I don't know if there were any successful ones. She thought for a moment. Has there been any word from Skyfire about who I am? Duanwan shook her head. So you're saying Li Jingye hasn't done anything yet? Lin Xiao shot to her feet and headed for the door. Bring those documents to Yuan Tianxing. We'll have a meeting in the afternoon. Yes, sir. She had to get to Skyfire base and solve the problem. She couldn't rest easy until she was sure Li Jingye hadn't spread the word. Also, who was the man with the secret? Lin Xiao arrived at the meeting room at 2 in the afternoon. Everyone was already in place. I've checked on the underworld creatures. The level 8 creature leader was seriously injured by Wu Qingyue's lightning attack and needs some time to recuperate. It won't be bringing those things back to Skyfire base in the near future. Besides, if my plan works, we won't have to worry about them anymore. Lin Xiao sat at the head of the table, looking at everyone. Everyone looked at her, waiting for her next words. I'll use this time to go to Skyfire base. There's something I need to figure out and solve as soon as possible. While I'm gone, I'll leave everything to the 2 deputy chiefs. We'll depart tomorrow. Yes, sir. Understood. After the meeting, Lin Xiao appeared in front of Lin Feng's house and said to Tung Tung, who was lying on the sofa in the living room, have you had enough fun these few days? Seeing Lin Xiao appear, Tung Tung immediately crawled up and sat cross-legged. Blinking his eyes, he looked at her and said, enough. Lin Xiao walked in, picked him up, and said to Cheng Wangxue, I'll take him back first. Tomorrow, Wu Qingyue will take him back to High City. Cheng Wangxue stood at the side and smiled. Back to High City again? Actually, it's fine to leave him with us. Besides, Leader Wu is quite busy, right? Besides, Little Tung is very obedient, so it's good to have Little Lu as a companion. Lin Xiao shook her head and smiled at her. That's his father. As long as he doesn't go out of High City, no matter how busy he is, he will take care of him. Cheng Wangxue looked at her speechlessly. You were very reluctant to let the child go there before. You've changed your mind. Lin Xiao just smiled and did not say anything. She carried little Tung Ting back to her residence at the second base. Before she reached the door, she found that the door of her house was already open. Wu Yueling ran out from inside and stood outside the door, looking at her happily. Lin Xiao pursed her lips. She was already used to Wu Chengyue coming to her place without saying goodbye. You're back. I'm making dinner now. Little Ting's porridge still needs a while. Seeing Lin Xiao come in, Wu Qingyue came out of the kitchen. Lin Xiao put Little Tung on the sofa and glanced at him. Then she turned and went into the bathroom. Wu Qingyue came over and sat next to Little Tung Tung. He asked him in a low voice, Did she hit you? Little Tung Tung shook his head. Wu Qingyue glanced in the direction of the bathroom and said, Not angry so soon? You're really her biological son. As he spoke, he looked back at Little Tung Tung. Little Tung Ting looked at him speechlessly and said, Do you want to see her hit me to make you happy? Wu Qingyue smiled and patted his head. No, I just think it's normal for her to at least hit your little but a few times. With that said, he stood up and went into the kitchen again. Wu Yueling went to Little Tung Tung's side and patted his head. Then she smiled at him. Lin Xiao went into the bathroom and soaked in the bathtub with the lake water. She washed away the earthy smell of the cave for the past 2 days, before coming out of the bathroom in a bathrobe. Then she stood by the kitchen door and leaned against it, watching him busy inside. What time are you leaving tomorrow? Wu Qingyue stood beside the stove and stirred the porridge in the clay pot with a spoon. He stared at the pot expressionlessly and asked. 6 o'clock, Lin Xiao replied calmly. Then she said, Are you planning to stay here tonight? Shen Yuzhen told her that Wu Qingyue had been in the underground creatures area for the past 2 days. He had only returned an hour earlier than she had. Seeing that he was familiar with the way to her place, it seemed that he didn't plan to go back to the place he used to stay. Wu Qingyue turned to look at her and asked with a faint smile, Am I not welcome? Previously, when they came, they didn't even stay overnight before leaving. Lin Xiao looked at him deeply for a few seconds before he turned around and said lightly, Whatever. Clean the guest room yourself. After all, he had stayed in his small building several times. Letting him stay here once was not a big deal. Wu Qingyue's eyes lit up, and the smile in his eyes deepened. Can Papa sleep here tonight? Little Tungting looked at Lin Xiao, who was walking to the bedroom, and asked in surprise. He thought that Lin Xiao would chase Wu Qingyue out. When Wu Yueling heard that she could sleep here tonight, she also became happy. He looked at Lin Xiao with shining eyes. Lin Xiao shrugged and said, "If you don't want to, then you can let him go." Little Tungting rolled his eyes and said, "I won't." Lin Xiao went into the bedroom and changed into her home clothes. Then she sat next to Tungting and looked at him. Little Tungting looked up blankly. "What?" Lin Xiao reached out and pulled his ear. "What are you doing? Do you think that I don't want to argue with you about what happened before? Of course I won't argue with you. But come on, you have to tell me why you did that. Let's have a good talk." Little Tung was pulled by her and screamed in pain. But he didn't dare to scream loudly. "Ow, ow, ow. Be gentle, be gentle." Lin Xiao looked at him coldly. "Tell me, what's your purpose of letting him drink your blood that night? Even if he has any hidden danger, he doesn't need your blood. Do you know how dangerous your blood is? What if your blood can't help him but harm him? Have you ever thought that this would happen?" Chapter 1079. Little Tung immediately covered his ears with grievance, looked at her with a pair of big tearful eyes, and said, I know the energy in my blood. It won't hurt Papa." Lin Xiao looked at him with furrowed eyebrows and loosened her hand that was pinching his ears. She said, "So you also know that your blood will make him become that state, right?" Little Tungting nodded, covered his ears and did not dare to move. Lin Xiao's hand was strong, and the pinching just now was really painful. Moreover, he was still a child, and his body was very fragile. Lin Xiao said to him coldly, "But I didn't see any abnormal energy hidden in his body before. Are you fooling me? Do you think I can't notice it? So you dare to mess around?" Little Tung shivered under her gaze, and immediately surrendered. He lay in the corner of the sofa with his head in his hands, raised his little butt, and said, "I just want to help you, because your bodies are different from before. That way, you can recover your strength as soon as possible, and you can break through this upgrade as soon as possible. Moreover, Papa's body still has the physical changes left by that underground creature last time. Maybe one day Papa will go crazy again." Wu Qingyue, who was in the kitchen, stopped what he was doing and looked at the living room. But his body did not move. Little Tung continued, "And I also want to improve the relationship between you two. Mama, you have already begun to care about Papa. Why do you still look like you are running away?" Lin Xiao endured the blue veins on her forehead that were about to appear, gnashed her teeth and stared at him, and said, "We can solve these things without you doing that. You're clearly messing around with me. Don't do this kind of thing next time." Little Tung suddenly sat up again, and then crossed his two little short hands in front of his chest. He also said to Lin Xiao angrily, "Humph! You treat my kindness as malice. Do you think I will harm you? Mama, you don't know that when Papa and you had sex in the lake for the first time, his body had already been modified like yours. Now no zombie virus can hurt him, and at most, he will have some reaction in a short time. And your body needs Papa's help to recover. I did it for you." After saying that, he stared at Lin Xiao with dissatisfaction. He felt a little wronged and angry. Wu Yueling looked at the two of them worriedly, when she saw that the two of them were talking too loudly. Seeing that little Tungting was still angry with Lin Xiao, he immediately moved closer to him. She reached out and tugged at his clothes. "It's wrong to quarrel with adults." Lin Xiao took a deep breath. It seemed that this kid was in the right. Even if it's for my own good, or for his own good, he couldn't just do it without saying anything in advance. Even if your judgment is correct, you still have to get our approval. Do you know that there is another word called accident? Besides, shouldn't you respect our wishes? He would do what he thought was right, but it might not necessarily be right for others. They thought that just because they knew everything, they could do anything. If he were to intervene just to help others, he would have to see if the other party needed his help or not. She was so dictatorial at home now. What if she developed this habit when she grew up? He only knows how to cause trouble everywhere. This would not do. Little Tung was speechless. He could only look at her with red eyes. His little mouth was pressed into a straight line, and his two little cheeks puffed up. Wu Yueling couldn't help but poke his face with her finger. Okay. In the future, if there is anything you want to do, tell us first. Talk to us first, then do it. You attacked without saying anything. If we don't know the inside story, we will be very worried. At this time, Wu Qingyue walked out and picked him up with a smile. Then he sat down and put him on his lap. He actually spoke up for her. As expected, he didn't want a son after having a wife. Little Tung glared at Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue smiled and poked his face like Wu Yueling. Okay, don't be angry. Look at you. Your little face is about to turn into a pufferfish. Humph. Little Tung twisted his face and snorted. He pointed the back of his head at him. When Wu Qingyue described him to be like a pufferfish, Lin Xiao's mind flashed with the image of a pufferfish swelling up like a balloon after being frightened. The expression on his face almost broke. He still dared to be angry? TSK. He was so young, but his temper was not small. She rolled her eyes and looked at Wu Qingyue. Is the meal ready? Wu Qingyue looked at her and nodded. Then he said to little Tung, okay, let's eat first. Then he took the two little ones to the dining table and sat down. He fed little Tung porridge and put food into Wu Yueling's bowl. Wu Yueling could use chopsticks now, so Wu Qingyue didn't need to worry much. Lin Xiao watched Wu Qingyue feed little Tung and put food into Wu Yueling's bowl. She didn't even have time to eat, but seeing how angry little Tung was just now, he probably didn't want her to feed him. After thinking about it, she couldn't be bothered to care about the three of them. She went back to her bedroom and took out some official documents from the office to read. As they watched time passed, Lin Xiao only came back to her senses when Wu Qingyue opened her bedroom door and walked in. She looked at the time. It was past 11 o'clock. Seeing Wu Qingyue walk in alone, Lin Xiao subconsciously asked, "Where's little Tung?" Wu Qingyue walked over and took the documents from her hand. "He's sleeping with Lingling." Lin Xiao was stunned. "You're letting them sleep with you? Aren't you going to sleep?" Wu Qingyue put her documents on the table and pulled a chair close to her to sit down. "Let's talk, shall we?" Lin Xiao looked at him. Her eyes dimmed, and she didn't say anything. "If you don't want to live in High City, I can live here. Anyway, old Zhou and Yunlong are handling most of the things in High City. It doesn't matter if I'm here or not," Wu Qingyue said. Lin Xiao pursed her lips. She knew what he meant. He planned to live with her, but not let her live in High City. Was he going to let her decide? He knew that she couldn't leave the base for the time being, so he made this plan. "What do you think? As a reward for my retreat, it should be fine for me to live here, right?" Wu Qingyue stared into her eyes with a smile. Then he couldn't help but reach out to brush the hair hanging down her cheek. Lin Xiao tilted her head slightly and avoided his hand. She had been alone for a long time and was not used to this kind of intimacy. "Up to you," she said lightly. "But if you leave the affairs of High City alone, aren't you afraid that they will curse you?" When Wu Qingyue heard her agree, he was a little stunned. He didn't expect her to really agree. After a few seconds, he recovered his expression. He looked at her deeply and said with a smile, "If they curse me, so be it. It won't happen to me anyway." Chapter 1080. Lin Xiao saw his reaction and thought it was interesting. He seemed to think that she would reject him. Otherwise, why would he be so stunned? In fact, you don't have to be so strict with Xiao Tung. He knows his limits. Moreover, he has good intentions. You can easily hurt his young heart by doing this. Wu Qingyue smiled and mentioned what happened before dinner. "Lin Xiao, you want to speak up for him? Or do you think his behavior can be encouraged?" She didn't expect Wu Qingyue to spoil the kid so much. Or was his point of view on education different from her? That's not it either. He did make a mistake in this matter. But if you are so strict, I'm afraid it will have the opposite effect. We need to be more patient with kids. Go talk to them. Seeing her raised eyebrows, Wu Qingyue smiled and waved his hand. "You are gentle, you go." Lin Xiao glanced at him indifferently. This man hasn't experienced the depth of the little devil's ability to cause trouble. In that case, he would let this little demon stay with him for a while longer. At that time, He would see if he could be a little more patient with him. Wu Qinghua looked at her with a funny smile, then stood up and moved the chair back. I'm going to take a shower. Lin Xiao? ? Take a shower then take a shower. Why are you telling me? After a while, she knew why he said it. So you let the two little ones sleep next door. In fact, you want to invade my place? Lin Xiao sat on the sofa with her arms crossed, watching the man in pajamas climb into her bed, and then pull her quilt over him. Wu Qinghua looked at her with a smile. Don't worry, I won't do anything tonight. Just sleep. Lin Xiao looked at him expressionlessly. Then you sleep. I don't need to sleep anyway. It's okay to lend the bed to you tonight. She really didn't want to sleep. Because she was a zombie, she couldn't sleep. The only 2 times she had fallen asleep were when she had sex with him. She had fallen asleep because she was too tired. But that state should be a special case. Wu Qinghua looked at her curiously. You zombies don't need to sleep. But you are still so energetic. Oh right, wait for me. After thinking about it, he suddenly turned over and got out of bed. Then he walked out and went to the next room for some unknown reason. But soon he came back. He held a sealed bag in his hand, and inside the bag were a few corpse cores and energy cores. But your mental and physical strength are replenished by energy. I don't know how useful these will be to you. Lin Xiao looked at the energy cores. There was one level 7, 2 level 6, and the rest were also level 6 or 7. These level 6 and 7 zombie cores and energy cores could be exchanged for several lifetimes worth of resources in the current base. For Arcanists, it was also an opportunity to upgrade their Arcana level. But he just gave it to her, like it was a matter of course. You're giving it to me again? This was not the first time he had given her a corpse core. During the 2 months when they were bound to each other, he would occasionally give it to her. But Lin Xiao didn't accept it. This is all I have. You seem to be about to break through. I don't know if this is enough. In any case, if you can break through to the 8th level in this mission, it will be more beneficial to you. Wu Qinghua walked in front of her, took her hand, and placed the crystal core pouch in her palm. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed, unable to refute. He was right. Right now she really needed to break through her own strength. Only strength was the safest guarantee. And recently, she really didn't have any more crystal cores on hand. She had already absorbed all the zombie cores, mutant beasts and mutant plants energy cores. She planned to go out this time and investigate while hunting. Moreover, she didn't plan to let go of Li Jingye's crystal core. Looking at the somewhat heavy crystal core pouch in her hand, she nodded. Okay then. Thank you. Wu Qinghua saw that she accepted it and let out a sigh of relief. He smiled and turned back to lie on her bed. Just think of it as my rent for staying here. Lin Xiao looked at the various crystal cores in her hand. This rent was really too much. But this time, she didn't feel any resistance, even if he said that these were all the crystal cores he had saved. However, there was still a warm feeling in his heart. It was a little full. Wu Qinghua didn't immediately fall asleep. Instead, he flipped through the row of books on Lin Xiao's bedside table and picked out a book that interested him. Lin Xiao tidied up the official documents in her hand and put them into her bag. Then, she brought the crystal core that Wu Qinghua gave her into her space. The energy in the energy core of a plant was the purest and the easiest to absorb. If she absorbed it outside like usual, it would be very slow. Moreover, it wouldn't be possible to absorb it to the point where she needed to break through in one night. So, Lin Xiao could only enter her space and go to the bottom of the lake to absorb it. And she had to use some special methods. After entering the lake, Lin Xiao created a black fog barrier around the lake. Then, she took off her clothes and went into the water with the crystal cores. When she was in the lake, Lin Xiao had a thought. The energy in the lake immediately gathered towards her, sinking her to the bottom of the lake. It had been a long time since she went to the bottom of the lake. Lin Xiao looked at the dark bottom of the lake and saw the green energy surrounding her. Her long hair fluttered in the water like water plants. Strands of black hair gently floated behind her. Lin Xiao lightly scattered the dozens of energy cores in her hand. These energy cores were wrapped up by the green energy in the lake and floated half a meter away from her, forming a circle around her. Within the green energy in the lake, they emitted their own light. She stretched out her hands and began to control the energy in the lake to enter her body. At the same time, she waved out a black flame and began to connect the cores together, forming a circle. This black flame would not be extinguished in the water. It was even very active. The energy at the bottom of the lake seemed to be afraid of Lin Xiao's dark flame, but because it was controlled by Lin Xiao, it did not quickly escape. Black flame connected more than a dozen crystal nuclei together and began to rapidly absorb the energy in these crystal nuclei. Then, it transferred the energy back into Lin Xiao's body and into the zombie core in her head. When the energy in the lake was absorbed by Lin Xiao, the pressure on the surface of the lake immediately disappeared. The zombies in the space and the mutant beasts on the lawn could all feel it. Mo Yen stood outside the balcony, his eyes looking deeply at the lake. Just now when Lin Xiao came in, they all felt it. What was the female zombie doing at the bottom of the lake? After an hour, the white fog at the edge of the space began to spread. The white fog on top of the forest also gradually rose, revealing more of the treetops. Until 2 hours later, the female zombie in the white dress gently pulled on Mo Yan's clothes and pointed above her head. Mo Yan looked up and saw that the white fog had become higher. A bright white light shone through the white fog above his head. In an instant, the light in the originally dark space rose by several levels. Chapter 1081. In Lin Xiao's space, the light was always gray, like the sky that was about to turn dark after the sun went down. But as zombies, they weren't very sensitive to light, so they were used to staying in Lin Xiao's space. But the female zombie was very sensitive to the changes in the surroundings, so when the light slowly brightened, she immediately noticed it. Mo Yen looked up at the small sky above his head. There was nothing but a thick layer of white fog before. Now the white fog was higher, and there was light coming down from the top. What a magical space. What did she do at the bottom of the lake? Wu Chengyue was still awake in the bedroom. The female zombie had entered the space. He was a bit worried that she wouldn't be able to come out before tomorrow morning. After all, it was only 5 or 6 hours. But they were about to set off, so they couldn't absorb the cores on the way. If they didn't attack fiercely at once, there was a possibility of failure. So she could only absorb all the cores at once to have the highest chance of breaking through. Although it seemed a bit impulsive for her to absorb the energy now, she thought that strength was the biggest guarantee, so she could only do this. At around 2 o'clock in the morning, Wu Chengyue went to the room next door to check on the sleeping posture of the 2 kids. Seeing that they didn't kick off the blanket, he went back to the bedroom. In Lin Xiao's space, in a place that Mo Yen and the other zombies couldn't see, there was a rapid change. At that moment, her body had also changed. The black nether fire that was originally circling around her body had now enveloped Lin Xiao from head to toe. The black fire in the water looked a bit strange, flickering and swaying. But the energy of the dozens of cores had already filled up the black fire, and Lin Xiao's whole body was wrapped up in the center. Her head was like a big hole, continuously absorbing the energy of the black fire. It was unknown when black flame-like patterns had appeared on Lin Xiao's heart, but they had already spread to her entire chest and back. Even her arms were covered in black flame-like patterns. Only the lower abdomen and the upper part of her neck were still spreading. Every time her head absorbed more energy, the flame pattern on her body would spread more. Gradually it covered her whole body. The pattern that extended from her neck to her face was similar to the pattern on Mo Yan's face. However, there were 2 different colors. Mo Yan's was like a lightning pattern that had split apart and exploded, while Lin Xiao's was like an extension of flames. The appearance of these veined patterns immediately caused the energy of the dozens of cores to be instantly absorbed into every corner of her body. Then, the energy quickly flowed along her meridians towards her head. After the hellfire's energy entered Lin Xiao's body, it immediately retreated into Lin Xiao's mind. Her hair, however, continued to float like black seaweed, and it had grown a lot longer, almost reaching the middle of her thigh. Just as the tattoos covered her entire body and stopped growing, the tattoos on her body stopped growing. A terrifying and oppressive aura erupted from her body, but it was quickly blocked by the outermost energy ball at the bottom of the lake. Even so, the other zombies and mutant beasts on the surface of the lake were still affected by the strong aura. Roar! Woo-woo! The mutated sheep and roe deer on the other side of the lawn were like frightened birds, all fleeing away from the lake. On the other hand, the few level 4 zombies on the other side of the field were in a bad situation. They were directly suppressed by the aura and couldn't move. Even Lin Xiao's mother was the same. She had a frightened expression on her face. However, she wasn't too afraid. The only one who didn't move was Mo Yen. He looked towards the bottom of the lake. So this female zombie went down to level up. It seems like she has already broken through to the zombie emperor stage. The aura and pressure from this aura was not inferior to his own level, although it was still slightly weaker. At least it was on the same level. However, even though the aura was weaker, the opponent's current strength could still crush him deep into the ground. Instinctively sensing that Lin Xiao's aura could completely threaten him, Mo Yen felt an inexplicable sense of suppression. At the same time, his body automatically entered a state of alertness. The zombies in Lin Xiao's space were facing the pressure from her breakthrough, but at the same time, the pressure passed through her space and appeared in the outside world. Wu Qingyue was the first to be affected. Fortunately, he adjusted his aura in time to avoid Lin Xiao's aura that was blocked twice. The second to feel it was not the other level 7 paranormals or zombies in the base, but Tung Tung. Tung Tung felt the aura almost at the same time as Wu Qingyue. He instantly opened his eyes. The reason in his eyes wasn't clear, but his instincts were. His eyes coldly looked at the ceiling. After 2 seconds, his eyes gradually became clear. Huh? Tung Tung got up from the bed in a daze, then touched his smooth little head to carefully feel Lin Xiao's aura. Huh? Level 8. After carefully sensing it, his eyes lit up. Then he looked around and felt the temperature outside the window. It was almost dawn. Why did Mama suddenly level up? Huh? Mama is not in the bedroom. After sensing again, Tung Tung found that the aura in the bedroom only belonged to his father, not his mother. At this time, the aura that had made him suddenly sober had already left the bedroom, because it had spread. At this time, everyone in the base was awakened by this aura, apart from Tung Tung and Wu Qingyue. The third batch of people who sensed it the most clearly were Qiu Lili and Lin Kuei, the 2 level 7 zombies. The aura of the emperor made them want to surrender. Fortunately, this aura had been blocked, so it didn't affect them much. As for the other zombie kings, they all felt their bodies tremble. Then they didn't feel anything. Only those below level 5 stiffened for a few seconds before returning to normal. Although their reactions were different, they could all tell who the zombie emperor's aura belonged to at the same time. Wow! Xiao Xiao broke through. She is the zombie emperor. Qiu Lili hugged the head of the big black panther next to her on the roof and shouted excitedly, almost jumping up. It was as if she was the one who leveled up. Lin Kuei struggled to save his head, flicked his ears, looked at her, and didn't say anything. The last to sense the change in Lin Xiao's aura were Lin Feng and Yuan Tianxing. Other than the nearby level 7 human paranormals, who could sense this aura, the others couldn't feel it. But there was still a little instinctive reaction, such as a palpitation, a sense of danger in their hearts, and so on. Chapter 1082. At that moment, other than the high-level zombies in Universal Base, who clearly noticed it, no one else was able to sense it. Although the others felt it, it was very vague. At the bottom of Lin Xiao's space lake, Lin Xiao's whole body was filled with a chaotic and deep energy, which was absorbed by her black lines. The energy at the bottom of the lake was quickly stripping away the excess impurities in the energy, and the pure energy was absorbed into her brain. When it was almost dawn, Wu Qingyue looked at the time. It was almost 6 o'clock in a few minutes. He got up and tidied up Lin Xiao's bedroom. The quilt was neatly folded, and the bed was flattened. Then he turned around and went to the kitchen to make breakfast for the 2 children. Duan Wan stood at the door in a military uniform waiting. Shen Yuzhen, Alu, and Ajio stood next to her in business attire. Alu stood expressionlessly by the wall, motionless like the background. But Ajio stared straight at Duanwan. His feet moved out, then retracted, moved out, then retracted. Duanwan looked at him coldly and didn't respond. After a while, Duanwan looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock. But there seemed to be no movement in the house. Usually, before Lin Xiao left, she would prepare to go out a little earlier. Just as she and Shen Yuzhen looked at each other and were about to knock on the door, there was suddenly the sound of footsteps coming towards the door. Duanwan's hand stopped and then retracted. Soon the door opened. But it wasn't her boss who opened the door, but her boss's man. Come in and take a seat. Something might have happened to her. Wu Qingyue opened the door and said, then turned around and went back to the kitchen, leaving the 4 stunned people at the door. Duanwan. Situation? No way. Even the body of a zombie couldn't handle it? Thinking of this, and knowing that this man stayed at Lin Xiao's house last night, Duanwan immediately thought of some indescribable scenes, which caused Lin Xiao to be unable to get up today. Shen Yuzhen and Alu had already smelled Wu Qingyue and Wu Yueling's breath in the house, so they weren't too surprised. Besides, Wu Qingyue didn't have their leader's breath on him, so he didn't think like Duanwan, but wondered what Wu Qingyue was talking about. Because their leader's aura wasn't in this room. The leader is in the space, he suddenly said and walked in. Duanwan glanced at him and followed him in. If that was the case, then it shouldn't be, because he was driving with great leader Wu in the space. Then what's the situation now? No matter what the situation was, they could only wait. Ajio was the last to enter. He looked left and right, looked at the kitchen, and then looked at the guest room. He recognized Wu Qingyue's aura in the kitchen. It was too strong. However, there was a very fragrant and tempting smell in the guest room. Could he eat it? At that moment, the lines all over Lin Xiao's body were becoming thicker and larger. Moreover, they fused into large patches of black on Lin Xiao's body. The crystal nucleus in her brain was also enlarging, and its color was beginning to change. When she absorbed her original black core, her corpse core did not turn black. Instead, it was a kind of dull black without much light. It was as if all the light in the surroundings had been sucked in, and then passed through a layer of shell. The corpse core of a rank 1 monarch after rank 7 had already changed color, according to the attribute of the Esper ability, emitting a beautiful radiance. However, Lin Xiao seemed to be wrapped up by something. At that moment, she entered the zombie emperor stage. Only then did the layer of darkness in her corpse core disappear. It revealed the dark but dazzling light inside, which was refracted from the surface of the corpse core. When the lines all over Lin Xiao's body enlarged, and her entire skin turned black, the energy in her corpse core was revealed. Only then did the energy in her crystal core suddenly swell up, and then quickly shrink. In the end, as if a special switch had been pressed, all the energy drilled from Lin Xiao's forehead into the corpse core in her brain. At that moment, the black color on her body quickly disappeared, and her original lustrous skin was restored. Lin Xiao opened her eyes. Her eyes were as black as ink, flowing as if they were about to overflow from the corners of her eyes. This was because the pupil in the middle of her eyes had turned black, due to the attribute of the Esper ability. Therefore, it was as if there were no eyeballs in her eyes. It was a strange pitch-black color like 2 black holes. She blinked her eyes, and the black color in her eyes quickly receded. Then, she revealed a pair of clear black and white eyes. He looked around, and the green energy around him immediately dispersed, filling up every corner of the lake. Lin Xiao's legs moved slightly, and her whole body instantly appeared on the surface of the water. She lightly stepped on the surface of the water, and her body was surrounded by a layer of black flames. Step by step, she walked towards the shore. After she appeared on the surface of the lake, she didn't notice that the soil at the bottom of the lake had begun to sprout different kinds of plants. Lin Xiao went to the shore and put on her clothes. She looked at the time. She found that it was already 6:30 in the morning, more than half an hour from the designated time. She looked at the row of zombies standing in front of the building, as well as Mo Yen and the female zombie in the white dress on the balcony. She nodded her head as a greeting. In the next second, she turned around and disappeared into the space. Mo Yen looked at the place where she disappeared, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into an evil smile. Then he turned around and walked back into the house. After Lin Xiao appeared in the living room, she took out a field military uniform from the space and put it on. She tied her overly long hair to the back of her head, then picked up the briefcase on the sofa and walked out of the room. Congratulations, looks like it went well. Wu Qingyue was putting breakfast on the table. After seeing Lin Xiao come out, he finally felt relieved, and the smile on his face deepened. Congratulations, leader, for successfully leveling up. After Lin Xiao came out, Duan Wan, Shen Yuzhen, and Alu all stood up from the sofa at the same time. They congratulated Lin Xiao in unison. Duan Wan's expression was a little excited. After all, this was the first level 8 leader of their base. Although it was the identity of the zombie emperor, no matter what, it was still stronger. Duan Wan was sincerely happy for Lin Xiao that their leader, and comrade had become stronger. As for Shen Yuzhen, she was also very happy that Lin Xiao had reached level 8. Although the pressure on her was much greater, standing next to a strong person, she was also safe. Alu didn't have deep feelings for Lin Xiao, but in this year, he was a lot more at ease following Lin Xiao. Therefore, the congratulations were also sincere. Only Ajio looked at Lin Xiao with some depression. Then he silently took a few steps away from her and stood in the corner, trying to erase his existence. Thank you. Because of me, it has been more than half an hour since we left. I'm very sorry. Let's go now. Lin Xiao smiled at Duan Wan and Alu, then looked at Wu Qingyue. Without saying anything, she turned around and walked to the guest room where little Tungting and Wu Yueling were sleeping. She walked to the bedside and touched Wu Yueling's head, who was sleeping outside. Then, she bent over and kissed little Tingting's head. Then, she turned around and left the room, nodding to Duan Wan and Alu. Let's go. Saying that, she handed the briefcase to Shen Yuzhen, then walked out of her house with her head held high. Before leaving, she turned her head to look at Wu Qingyue, then turned around and left. Chapter 1083. The others did not quite understand why Lin Xiao looked at Wu Qingyue before she left. They only saw that after she looked at him, Wu Qingyue was smiling so much that his eyes were almost squinting into a line. Other than Shen Yuzhen, who had a man, and Ajio, who only thought about food, the other two felt as if they had been stuffed with dog food. It was like the wife going out to do something big, and the husband staying at home to do the housework. After Lin Xiao left, Tungting sat up. He rubbed his eyes and glanced at the door doubtfully. He seemed to have sensed his mother's aura just now. Why was it gone now? She turned around and shook Wu Yueling up. Lingling, get up, get up. It's time for breakfast. Wu Yueling was shaken awake by him. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, looking at him blankly. Tungting immediately pushed her with his small hand. Go down and get dressed. Let's go out. Wu Yueling was pushed out of bed by him in a daze. She obediently put on her shoes and found her clothes to put on. When Wu Qingyue came in, he saw that the two little ones were already dressed. You're awake. Go wash your face, and we can eat breakfast. He walked over and picked up Tungting, then said to Lingling. Then, he took the two little ones to the sink to brush their teeth and wash their faces. Where's Mama? Did Mama go out? Little Tungting suddenly asked. Yes, she just left. He had gone out to handle some matters, and it might take more than 10 days. Let's go back to High City after we finish eating. I'll bring you back when she's back. Wu Qingyue smiled and nodded at him. He used the hot towel he had prepared in the basin to wipe his face and rinse his mouth. He handed the toothbrush with toothpaste to Wu Yueling and told her to brush her teeth. I think I sensed her aura last night. Has Mama leveled up? Little Tungtung hugged his neck and asked. Wu Qingyue nodded. That's right. You can even sense that. Last night, I could sense her breath, but it was very weak. Tungting used his small hands to wipe his face with the hot towel. He wiped his face left and right a few times and rubbed his eyes. He put down the towel and replied, Oh, because I have a special connection with Mama. I can feel it. Even if she's in space, I'll know. And it's so close. Even if Lin Xiao was thousands of miles away from him, he would still be able to sense her. It was not that he was boasting, because he could indeed sense it. Wu Qingyue smiled at him. Is it because you are mother and son? Then how much can you sense me? Little Tingting looked at him and rolled his bright eyes, saying, at least 70% weaker than Mama. It seems that my importance to you is very light. Wu Qingyue sighed and said with a sad look. Tingting rolled his eyes at him and said, Papa, don't pretend. You are much more important to me than you are to Mama. Wu Qingyue smiled mysteriously at him and handed him a cup. That's not necessarily true. Maybe it's the same. Little Tung Tung stuck out his tongue and said, You are very confident. After saying that, he lowered his head and drank some water, rolled it in his mouth, tilted his head, and spat it out in the sink beside him. After vomiting, he licked his itchy gums and suddenly said, Papa's nest seems to be growing teeth. Wu Qingyue looked at him in surprise. So fast. This kid had only been a month and a few days, and he was already growing teeth? Little Tung Ting nodded and said, It's itchy, and I've been drooling a little these 2 days. Wu Qingyue was speechless. At this time, Little Lingling also spat out a mouthful of water, and then looked at Little Tung Tung happily. At this time, Little Tung Ting suddenly thought of something and looked at Wu Qingyue. Well, I remember that Mama seems to have run out of stock. Where did she get the energy to advance to the 8th level? Did Papa give her an energy crystal core? Wu Qingyue smiled and said, You know this too. Little Tung Tung looked at Wu Qingyue again and suddenly said, Mama should need a lot of energy this time. At least the energy of 3 level 7 corpse cores. How much did you give her? Did you give her all of your family's wealth? Oh, Mama actually accepted it. I suddenly realized that the amount of information is a little too much. Let me think about it. After saying that, he began to stare at Wu Qingyue up and down again. Wu Qingyue. My son's reaction is so strange. At this time, shouldn't this kid only care about being happy? Why is he thinking so much? Why is a kid thinking so much? It's time to eat. Wu Qingyue rubbed his round head and smiled as he carried him out. Don't rub my head all the time. What if I can't grow hair in the future? Do you want me to become a bald son? After being rubbed, Little Tung Tung immediately angrily slapped his hand away. Hee. Okay, I won't rub anymore. Wu Qingyue couldn't help but laugh. In fact, he rarely laughed out loud, although he always had a smile on his face. After Lin Xiao left the community, Shen Yuzhen separated from her. Instead of following her to the gate of the base, she took Lin Xiao's briefcase to Yuan Tianxing's office. When they arrived at the gate, Qiu Lily and Lin Kuei were already waiting by the door. You really don't want me to go? It's so boring staying in the base. Qiu Lily stood beside Lin Kuei, looked at Lin Xiao, and said coquettishly. Lin Xiao smiled and said to her, You still have to stay in the base. You should go too. What if something happens in the base? In the entire base, besides me, your special ability is the strongest. Qiu Lily lowered her head and kicked the stones under her feet. At this time, Lin Kuei raised his hand and touched her long ponytail, helping her to put it behind her back. He said, Don't worry, we will be back soon. He knew that this girl wanted to go not because she was bored in the base. She just wanted to stick to him. Lin Xiao looked at his small movements, and then looked at the distance between them. Then her eyes flashed and she smiled. Yes, we will be back soon anyway. It's just to deal with Li Zhengye. It's not a problem. The problem was the man with the secret. It's because you are strong now. I don't know when I can feel the opportunity to break through. Qiu Lily looked up at him, and then lowered her head in disappointment. Thinking back to the first time she met Lin Xiao, she was weaker than her. Now only a year had passed, and she was already 1 level higher than her. This wasn't just a higher level of strength, it was an entire level higher. Now if Lin Xiao locked onto her, Qiu Lily could only tremble in fear. Just like when Mo Yen first appeared, he did not directly lock onto her. But when he got close, he gave her a strong sense of oppression, completely suppressing her in El March. This was the difference between a zombie emperor and a level 2 king. Now standing beside Lin Xiao, although Lin Xiao concealed his aura, he was very peaceful to them. But that kind of oppression still appeared in her and Lin Kuei's hearts. Don't worry, it will come when it's time. When I come back, I will let you two go hunting. Saying this, She looked at Chiu Lily meaningfully, and then looked at Lin Kuei. Then she smiled quietly. Chapter 1084. Lin Xiao was wearing a field uniform, but she wasn't wearing a hat. Her long hair hung past her hips to her thighs, swaying as she walked. She climbed into her modified off-road vehicle. Her driver was still Duan Wan. There were 3 off-road vehicles behind them. In addition to the level 7 Lin Kuei, there were level 6 Mo, Yi Qingxian, Xia Tian, Nanjin and Alu. There were also level 5 Jing Yan, Yin Xiao Lu Mingsong, Wan Lizhong, Zhong, and more than a dozen people who were selected from the zombie army. Lin Xiao didn't plan on bringing the zombie horde with her, but the level 5 and 6 leaders and king zombies were enough to give Skyfire Base a hard time. Chiu Lily leapt to the top of the wall and watched as Lin Xiao's convoy left the safe zone. She turned and made her way back to Wu Shan's plantation. She soon appeared in front of a row of wooden huts. Lu Jun, who was weeding in the field, stood up when he sensed her presence. She stood up and brushed the mud from her hands. "What's wrong? Why are you here?" The leader left. Chiu Lily found a small wooden stool and sat down. She didn't care about her long hair dragging on the ground. She walked over and washed her hands in a bucket by the wall. When she was dry, she picked up her hair and placed it in front of her. The girl looked lost. She didn't even remember her usual obsession with cleanliness. She just left. "Tell me, how did she level up so fast? You're also very fast. You're already at the 5th level now." Chiu Lily looked up at her with a hint of melancholy. Lu Jun smiled. "She's different from us. It's like her fate was arranged by the world. We came back to life as zombies, but her method is different. From the lake in her space, I can feel that she's not only the savior of us zombies with memories, but also the hope of humanity." She then found a chair to sit down and continued. She spent a year to level up from a normal zombie to a zombie emperor. She even built this base. With her current strength, no one can threaten her, us or this base. Fortunately, her hatred did not overwhelm her rationality. Fortunately, she still has her family, so she can maintain a clear mind to face this world and her own identity. If Lin Xiao had not appeared, Lu Juanjin did not dare to imagine what would have happened to her and her son. Lu Jun's words touched Chiu Lily's heart. Her eyes slightly darkened as she nodded and said, "Yeah, I've always been alone before I met her. It was so lonely and boring." Sometimes he was confused as to why he still retained his human memories after becoming a zombie. "I can't break through the bottom line of being a human to do what normal zombies like to do. And I can't live like a normal human." At that time, she often wondered why she had to live like this. What should she do? Was there anything she wanted to do? No one spoke, no one listened. She was actually a girl who liked to live in groups. She liked to rely on others. No, she didn't know what to do. "Because you're too naive. Look at Mo Yen. Wasn't he the same? He also came here alone. But the hatred in his heart had already surpassed the bottom line of human nature. That's why he became like this." Lu Jun rubbed her head and said, "Speaking of Mo Yen," Chiu Lily's face puffed up. "That bastard. He has already assimilated himself with zombies. That's why he eats living human hearts." Lu Jun shook his head. "He probably eats human hearts to get energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to maintain his appearance so well." Mo Yan's appearance was different from normal zombies. He only ate human hearts and nothing else. Right? He doesn't seem to be dead. Where do you think he went? Chiu Lily suddenly thought of a problem. After Lin Xiao and the others returned from China, there was no news of Mo Yen. Lu Jun shrugged. "How would I know? Maybe you should ask the leader, she might know." Chiu Lily sighed. "Xiao Xiao is gone." "Do you think that bastard is dead?" Lu Jun shook his head. "It's hard to be sure. After all, he is a zombie emperor. If he could die so easily, he would be too weak." Chiu Lily thought about it and nodded. That's true. The two of them didn't know that the person they were talking about was currently recovering in Lin Xiao's space. "Right, what's going on with you and Lin Kuei? You guys have been very close recently?" Lu Jun suddenly thought of something and teased Chiu Lily. Chiu Lily's face turned red, and her gaze shifted to the side, not daring to look at Lu Jun. "What do you mean?" I just like his leopard look. I'm a big cat lover. Lu Jun smiled meaningfully and nodded deliberately. Oh, I'm a big cat lover. If it's that simple, why don't you dare to look at me? You're just shy, right? Ahem, what do you mean by smiling like that? I didn't say anything wrong. Xiao Lily couldn't stand Lu Jun's gaze and immediately turned her head to glare at Lu Jun, fuming. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'm going down to work. Do you want to come down and play? Lu Jun stood up and smiled. No, it's so dirty. Xiao Lily turned her head and snorted. On the other side, Shen Yuzhen sent the documents that Lin Xiao read last night to Yuan Tianxing. She took a detour and went to Chen Yuding's office. She walked to the door of Chen Yuding's office with a heavy heart. Chen Yuding's guard at the door saluted her. Sister-in-law is here. He was about to knock on the door, but Shen Yuzhen raised her hand to stop him. Let me do it. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. Please come in. Chen Yuding's voice came from the door. Shen Yuzhen opened the door and walked in. Chen Yuding, who was sitting at the desk, was surprised to see his lover. Xiaozhen? Why are you here? Has the leader left? Shen Yuzhen closed the door, walked to the sofa in his office, and sat down. She nodded. Yes, he just left. I remember that you seem to be busy today, so I came to see if you need help. The leader was not in the base, and a lot of work was handed over to Deputy Leader Yuan Tianxing. She had nothing to do. Chen Yuding smiled and said, I'm not busy, but I'm going to the second base to look at the construction site. Do you want to go? Yes. Chen Yuding tidied up for a while, then got up and walked out of the office with Shen Yuzhen. But when he walked to the door, he suddenly stopped and looked at Shen Yuzhen with concern. Xiaozhen, is there something on your mind? Chapter 1085. Shen Yuzhen, who was behind him, was stunned and looked up at him. Ah! Chen Yuding saw that she was a little absent-minded, so he turned around and looked at her seriously. He asked, Is there something on your mind? Only then did Shen Yuzhen react. She looked at him with concern. She couldn't help but lower her head and avoid his eyes. No, nothing. Aren't you going to the construction site? Let's go. Chen Yuding stared at her for a few seconds before he sighed. All right. But promise me, when you want to talk about it, you must tell me, okay? He knew that Shen Yuzhen's work with the leader wasn't bad. In fact, the work that the leader assigned to her was very simple, and after so long, she was already used to it. For her to show such a preoccupied expression in front of him, it meant that it might be something about her, or something between the two of them. But she didn't want to talk about it now, and he didn't want to force her. I'm fine. Let's go. Shen Yuzhen's lowered eyes flashed with sadness. Then she looked up at him with a smile and shook her head. Chen Yuding could only open the door and walk out. On the other side, Long Qingying and Lin Wenwen didn't directly go back to the base, because they didn't have anything to do these days. Instead, they went to hunt zombies. They brought a team of 10 soldiers with them, as well as Asi and Lao San, who were sent by Lin Xiao to protect her. 2 level 1 king level warriors followed their team. I heard that you chased our leader from High City to the south. It's a miracle that you are still alive. Lin Wenwen looked at the zombie uncle and said with a smile. It was because of him that her sister picked up Xiedong. Therefore, Xiedong once told Lu Jun about it, and Lu Jun then told Chen Wangxue about it. Then Lin Wenwen and the others found out. This ice-type uncle was the one who had chased her big sister all over the place. Lao San. A real man doesn't mention his past achievements. He was just an ordinary zombie at that time, so he couldn't be blamed for acting on instinct. Now that most of his memory had been restored, he remembered the time when the leader ordered them to take off their clothes and jump into the bucket. The middle-aged man in his 40s who had regained his human memories really wanted to die. But at that time, the leader had just become a zombie not long ago. You guys really don't get to know each other without fighting. Lin Wenwen sat on the chair and looked at the uncle. At this time, they were in a cafe in a building of a shopping mall. Everyone found a place to sit down and rest. The 10 soldiers sat in 2 groups at the 2 doors on the first floor, resting and guarding. Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying sat on the sofa on the second floor, with Asi and Lao San sitting next to them. Asi was even engrossed in reading a Year 1 physics textbook, completely unconcerned about his surroundings. Whenever he saw something he didn't understand, he would quietly approach Lin Wenwen and ask for advice. The uncle shrugged and said, "She was the one who stole my food. There's nothing wrong with me chasing her. If it wasn't for her, Xiadong, that brat, would have been eaten by him." In the end, not only was he not eaten, his zombie level was almost the same as his. The number one subordinate of the leader was indeed treated differently. That's true. Lin Wenwen nodded and looked at Asi, who had brought the textbook closer. Naturally, she helped him explain the question. After she was done, she suddenly stared at Asi's bandaged chin. "Asi, how's your chin now? Can you open it for us to see?" This child had been wrapping the lower half of his face with bandages, like a Japanese ninja all day long. Only a pair of black eyes with red light in the middle could be seen. According to the healing power of her sister's lake water, this child's chin should have recovered a lot. Asi was stunned for a moment, thought for a moment, then put the book on the table, and began to lift his hand to untie his bandages. After untying, the other three people stared at him. They saw that his chin had already closed, but from both sides of the mouth to his ears, there were 2 deep tear marks on his face. "Hey, the chin has closed. I heard that when you first came, your chin was hanging down. Fortunately, we have seen many kinds of zombies now. Otherwise, it would be really scary." Lin Wenwen couldn't help but sigh in relief. Then she said, "As expected, zombies have a better recovery rate. If a human is like this, it hurt. Asi, were you in pain?" As he spoke, Lin Wenwen looked at Asi with deep sympathy in his eyes. Such a big wound, it must have been very painful. Asi thought for a moment. His memory before death was a bit blurry. He couldn't remember it very clearly, but he still remembered the pain. He nodded. Lin Wenwen looked at his eyes, and suddenly his vision blurred. The scene in front of him changed. The 10-year-old zombie child suddenly became a handsome young man with facial paralysis. He looked 17 or 18 years old, and looked similar to Asi now, but his face was much more mature. The coldness in his eyes was still the same. The important thing was, his face was smooth and complete, without any scars. He looked quite cute, a little fresh meat. The scene quickly changed again, and then it changed back to the little boy in front of him. Asi had already started to wrap the bandages on himself. Seeing that he had seen it, he immediately wrapped it back. After all, he also knew that his appearance was very scary. Lin Wenwen suddenly reached out to touch his head. "I see. Not only will your face get better in the future, it will also grow bigger." Asi paused and looked at her blankly. Long Qingying and Lao Sen also glanced at Lin Wenwen in confusion. At this moment, Lin Wenwen suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head, and her expression changed. She suddenly lowered her head and covered her head with her hands, letting out a soft cry of pain. "Ah, Wenwen! Miss Lin!" Long Qingying and Lao San were both startled and shouted at the same time. Asi was startled, and his hand that was wrapping the bandages stopped. He loosened the bandages and reached out to hold Lin Wenwen's shoulder. "What's wrong, Wenwen?" Long Qingying flashed to Lin Wenwen's side, gently holding her shoulder, and asked her anxiously. Lin Wenwen frowned. The pain in her head had disappeared, but there was still some lingering pain in her head. She heaved a sigh of relief, raised her hand and said, "It's okay. It's just a sudden headache." At this moment, footsteps came from the stairs. "What's wrong?" The squad leader who was guarding downstairs ran up, because he suddenly heard Lin Wenwen's voice. "Oh, I'm fine." Lin Wenwen waved to the squad leader with a weak expression. She glanced at Lao San and Asi, who had covered their eyes with sunglasses, and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the human soldiers below didn't know their identities. Chapter 1086. The team leader looked at Lin Wenwen hesitantly and asked, "Are you sure?" Lin Wenwen recovered a little and nodded at him with a smile. "I'm fine now, but we have to return to the base early." The team leader was a man in his 30s, a level 5 natural wit ability user. Hearing Lin Wenwen's words, he nodded and said, No problem. Then he turned around and went down. Long Qingying stared at Lin Wenwen and asked, "What happened to you?" Lin Wenwen rubbed her temples and frowned. "I don't know. I just felt a sudden pain in my head, as if something had burrowed into it. I need to get Lin Hao to check it out." Long Qingying looked at her and asked, "Is this your first time having a headache?" Lin Wenwen nodded. Long Qingying and OL3 looked at each other. "Then let's go back and get Dr. Lin to take a look. Don't let anything happen to her," OL3 immediately said. Lin Wenwen was one of the few spatial ability users in the base, and she was also the family of Deputy Leader Lin and Dr. Lin. Although he didn't know why the leader valued Lin Wenwen so much, from the last time he sent Lin Kuei, Emo, and Yi Qingxian, and this time he and Asi to protect her, Old Third really didn't dare to let his guard down and let anything happen to her. "Since that's the case, let's go back now." Long Qingying agreed and got up to leave. We're not waiting for them to come back." Lin Wenwen was startled and quickly asked, "We're not waiting. Your situation is more important." Long Qingying expressionlessly pulled her down the stairs. Then get someone to wait here. At least tell them that we're back. Otherwise, if Kong Qingming comes back and sees that we're missing, he'll be worried to death." Lin Wenwen looked at Long Qingying's long ponytail and said, "You decide." Long Qingying replied in a straightforward manner. The four of them went down the stairs, and Lin Wenwen called out to the team leader, "Leader Huang, leave 2 people here to wait for Kong Qingming and the rest. Tell them about our situation, so that they won't be worried when they come back and don't see us." Understood. So, when Kong Qingming led a team to hunt a level 6 mutant plant and retrieved its energy core, Long Qingying and the rest were no longer there. "You said Lin Wenwen suddenly had a headache? What's going on?" Kong Qingming looked at the 2 soldiers who were left behind to inform them. "I don't know. That's the situation." The 2 soldiers shook their heads. Kong Qingming frowned and said, "Then let's also go to the Universal Base. We'll meet up with Chief Wu on the way." They weren't far from the base, so it only took Long Qingying and the others about an hour to get back. Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying immediately went to the medical department to find Lin Hao. But Lin Hao was performing an operation. They had to wait in his office. "Is she going to Skyfire Base? How many people did she bring?" When he returned to the base, he heard the news that the leader had set off again early in the morning. They were headed in the direction of Skyfire Base. It looked like they were going to deal with Li Jingya. Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying sat in Lin Hao's office and chatted. "They're all from the second base, about a dozen of them," Long Qingying said. Lin Wenwen nodded and said, "But isn't it too hasty? Did Big Sis deal with the underground creatures? She's not here. What if they come out again?" Long Qingying said, "I heard it's done for now. Otherwise the leader wouldn't have left the base." Lin Xiao wasn't the kind of person to leave without solving a problem nearby. "I heard Big Sis made the level 8 creature her pet. That's why she's not worried about them." The door opened and Lin Hao walked in. He answered Lin Wenwen's question. Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying were speechless. "Wait a minute. Pet?" It took 3 seconds for the 2 of them to react. Lin Wenwen looked at Lin Hao like he'd heard something unbelievable. He looked like he was saying, "What did I just hear?" Long Qingying's expression wasn't that obvious, but her eyes were wide. 2 seconds later, however, she relaxed. It made sense. Their leader couldn't be described as a normal person anymore. Building a zombie army wasn't a big deal, but now she was building a pet army. Each one was scarier than the last. "That's the leader for you." Long Qingying sighed. Lin Wenwen closed his mouth and said with a speechless expression, "How did she do it? I heard that she couldn't do anything to that big guy a few days ago. How did it become her pet in just a few days?" Lin Hao shrugged, sat down on his seat and said, "How would I know? You have to ask her." "Okay, let's talk about your situation. Are you hurt?" As soon as he came out of the operating room, a nurse came to say that Lin Wenwen was waiting for him in his office. She wouldn't come here if there wasn't something wrong with her body. Just as he was wondering if this guy was injured outside, he overheard them talking about their leader. "I have a headache. I don't know what's going on. I suddenly felt a sharp pain. Help me check it." Lin Wenwen immediately stood up. and sat down in front of his desk. Then she reached out and put her hand on his. Lin Hao looked at her in confusion, then raised his hand to press down on her hand. He used his ability to sense the situation in her body. His ability was of the natural wood attribute, but his wood attribute had a special sense. He could sense the health of a human body, and whether the energy in the body was abnormal, because he had some special abilities, and he was originally a medical student. That was why he took the position of a doctor and managed the hospital. Lin Hao held Lin Wenwen's hand for a while, and his expression began to become serious. Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying's hearts sank when they saw his expression. But before he retracted his hand, the two of them cooperated and didn't make a sound. After a while, Lin Hao retracted his hand and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Your expression tells me that the situation isn't good." Lin Wenwen looked at him and frowned. Lin Hao put his elbows on the table and put his fingers under his nose. After a moment of silence, he said, "The problem isn't big, but it's not small either. It seems that your mutated ability is about to upgrade. Are there two kinds of energy in your body?" Lin Wenwen nodded. "There are two kinds, but they were not related to each other before." "You mean my headache is because my second ability is about to upgrade, which led to the problem of these two kinds of energy?" Lin Hao nodded. "Well, although the energy of your space ability is very strong compared to the energy of your second ability, the energy of your second ability is very domineering. However, the energy attribute of your second ability is very domineering. Because you're preparing to enter level 2, the energy feels like it's going to go berserk." Chapter 1087. "You're saying, my two abilities are conflicting?" Lin Wenwen asked, puzzled. Dual abilities weren't common, but it wasn't unheard of. Why was it that everyone's dual abilities could level up smoothly, but when it came to her, there was a problem? But everyone else's dual abilities were awakened at the same time. Only hers was awakened one after the other. Was it because of this that she was different from others? "Your situation seems a bit special." Lin Hao leaned back and crossed his arms in front of his chest. After thinking about it, he organized his words and explained, "I feel that your second ability is like a violent tiger with a strong sense of territory. Usually because this energy is too weak, it doesn't dare to compete with your space ability, so it hides. Now it's ready to level up, but your space ability makes it feel a sense of crisis, so it's a bit violent. Because of this, you have a headache." When Lin Wenwen heard him say this, he understood. She asked, "So you're saying, before it successfully level up, I'll often have a headache?" Thinking about it, Lin Wenwen suddenly felt a sense of suffocation. Would she have to feel pain every time she leveled up? Like a woman on her period? Would she have to feel pain every time she came? Lin Hao frowned at her and said, "I just said, your situation is a bit special. If you can't level up successfully, I don't know what will happen to you. The energy inside the crystal core in your brain is giving me a feeling that it won't be easy to deal with." His tone was a bit heavy. Lin Wenwen looked at him blankly. "Wenwen, don't you have any premonition?" At this time, Long Qingying suddenly asked her. Lin Wenwen shook her head. "I don't have any premonition. Other than the headache in the morning, there's nothing unusual." Lin Hao and Long Qingying's expressions didn't look too good. "Right, did you drink the lake water from Big Sister to suppress it?" Lin Hao suddenly asked her a question regarding Lin Xiao's all-purpose lake water. Lin Hao knew that it had the effect of suppressing the awakening of abilities, but he didn't know what effect it had on Lin Wenwen's situation. Lin Wenwen shook her head and said, "No, Big Sister's lake water will suppress the awakening of energy. I'm afraid it will suppress the development of advancement, so I didn't dare to drink it." What if she couldn't level up after drinking it, or if it suppressed too much and had the opposite effect? Lin Hao thought about it and was not too sure. But we still have to give it a try. Judging from the current situation, if you want to advance your second ability, you'll have to completely suppress your spatial ability, or exhaust it completely. Otherwise, it will affect the advancement process of your second ability." Lin Hao said. Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying looked at each other, both thinking about Lin Hao's words. Long Qingying spoke first. Since the leader's energy water can't be used, then let's try the second method you mentioned. Let's use up the space arcana energy. Lin Hao also nodded and said, this can be considered a little safer. Moreover, he had used up all the energy in the space element, and then absorbed it. With the dominance of your second ability, you will definitely try to absorb the energy first. This way, your second ability should be able to level up smoothly. How was he going to exhaust the space element's energy? This was another difficult problem, because the current space ability users had never encountered a situation where their energy was exhausted. If he wasn't a combat type, how was he supposed to expend energy? Just putting things into the pocket dimension didn't require any energy at all. Just as the three of them were trying to come up with a way to exhaust Lin Wenwen's energy, a young nurse ran over to find Lin Hao. A patient's condition had taken a turn for the worse, and she wanted him to go see her. That's all for today. You'll have to think of a way to exhaust the space discipline. Only the person in question knew how to do it. Lin Hao told Lin Wenwen to think of a way himself, and hurried off with the nurse to see the patient. Lin Xiao's convoy hadn't driven far from the base when it came to a stop. Lin Xiao stood on top of a tall building and pointed at a few directions to Lin Kuei, Mo, and the others, ordering them to attack. Those directions were where Starfire Base had sent their men. Xie Dong had reported that while Li Jingye had been capturing adepts from the base, he'd also sent his men out to capture other adepts who were his allies. Therefore, the people who were sent to the Universal Base happened to bump into Qiao Lin. There's a lot of them over there, but their auras aren't strong. The strongest is only a 5th level adept. Mo, you go. Don't miss a single one. Mo was tall, her features handsome, but she wore a poker face. Yes, sir. Yi Qing Xian Alu. You two go over there, I'll leave the other 2 waves to you. Don't let any of them go. Lin Xiao continued to point in a direction, and ordered Yi Qingxian and Alu. Yi Qingxian, who looked like a 20-year-old boy, and Alu, who had a steady air about him, stepped forward at the same time. Understood. Nanjing, the wave at 9 o'clock. Xiatian, the one at 11. Yes, don't let a single one go. Nanjing and Xiatian answered in unison. Just like the few people before him, he disappeared from the rooftop in a flash. Lin Xiao sent each of the 6th level 1st level kings to deal with the remaining 3 waves. Lin Xiao split up the rest of the 1st level kings into groups of 2 to deal with them. Each group has 200 people, and the leader is only a 5th level adept. Do you think this Li Jingye thinks too highly of us? Or is he underestimating us? Lin Xiao stood on the rooftop with her arms folded in front of her chest. She looked in the direction of Skyfire Base, and asked the other 2. Duanwan said, each wave has about 2 companies, but there are less than 20 adepts. In terms of numbers, he's overestimating us. But in terms of strength, he seems to be underestimating us. Lin Kuei stood to the side silent, but nodded in agreement with Duanwan's words. Lin Xiao snorted derisively. This Li Jingye won't listen no matter how many times he's been beaten. Every time he comes, he never returns, and he still sends people. His spirit is commendable. Every time she'd sent someone, they'd all been wiped out by her. And he still sent more. She didn't know if Li Jingye's brain was broken, or if he wanted to fight her to the bitter end. It wasn't long before Lin Xiao smelled the scent of blood, coming from the direction she'd pointed out. There was the faint sound of gunfire and cannon fire in the distance. But it didn't take long for things to calm down. Half an hour later, the 5 rank first kings and the 6 zombie leaders came back with the smell of blood and smoke on their bodies. Mission accomplished, sir. Mission accomplished, sir. Mission. Continued to Skyfire Base. Lin Xiao turned and waved her hand. She leaped off the rooftop once more. She didn't allow him to touch her too intimately, not even to kiss her. Now she had a gloomy expression in her eyes. Could it be that she didn't want to be with him anymore? Or did she feel that she was giving him too much of a burden? Did she want to give up on him? Thinking of this possibility, his eyes widened. He became anxious and immediately shouted at her. No! Impossible, I won't agree. Shen Yuzhen was stunned by his shout, but when she heard what he said, her eyes couldn't help but widen. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. You knew? Could it be that he knew what she was thinking? So he didn't agree with her, and didn't want her to try? Or he didn't want a child who might have health problems? Thinking of this, Shen Yuzhen's heart immediately felt like it was blocked by a sharp and hard stone. It was so uncomfortable that she almost wanted to cry. But zombies didn't have tears. Chen Yuding pressed his hands on her shoulders and held her tightly. He stared at her and said, "Little Zhen, no matter what, I won't let go of you. Don't think about abandoning me." Saying this, he suddenly hugged Shen Yuzhen and held her in his arms. Shen Yuzhen was startled by his tight hug, but when she heard his words, her expression immediately froze. "Wait, abandon him? What did you say?" she said with some astonishment. Chen Yuding held her in his arms and pressed her tightly against his chest. He buried his face in her neck and smelled her breath. "I said I won't let go of you, so don't break up with me." Shen Yuzhen's expression instantly turned dead fish eyes, and then said with black lines on her face, "You shut up. When did I say I want to break up with you? What nonsense are you thinking?" Chen Yuding was stunned, and then immediately used his hands to pull her shoulders away from his chest. Looking at her eyes, he asked in surprise, "Aren't you going to push me away? You don't let me touch you, don't let me kiss you, and don't let me do that. Isn't it because you are afraid of infecting me and turning me into a zombie? So you want to leave me?" Shen Yuzhen looked at him indifferently and said with some anger, "I am indeed afraid of infecting you, but I never thought of separating from you." This man dared to misunderstand her. She really wanted to hit him. "Ah, isn't it? Then, what is it?" Finding that he seemed to have misunderstood something, Chen Yuding's tough face was a little red, and he could only look at her awkwardly. She was originally in a very hesitant mood, but now she was misunderstood by him. Shen Yuzhen was suddenly not so worried. "I think I want to have a child with you that belongs to us. Whether it's a zombie or a human. As long as it's our child, that's enough." She looked straight into his eyes and said firmly, "Child." Chen Yuding was stunned and subconsciously looked at her belly, but soon he thought of a question. "But you are a zombie. Can you give birth? Child. A child that belongs to them." Chapter 1089. Shen Yuzhen stared at him coldly. "Which eye of yours saw that I wanted to break up with you? How dare you shout at me? Chen Yuding saw that she was angry and immediately smiled apologetically. No. I was wrong. Forgive me, Xiaozhen. So you have a lot on your mind today, because you want to have a child? But you are a zombie, right? After all, you are different from the leader." After knowing what Shen Yuzhen was thinking, Chen Yuding immediately knew the source of her thoughts. But the leader was special and different from Shen Yuzhen. Fortunately, Xiaozhen didn't want to break up with him. But children, if it was possible, of course, he would be willing. Nowadays, there was no man who didn't want their own children. After all, it was very difficult to have children now. But in order not to have no descendants, there would be people who would fight for it no matter how difficult it was. "I want to ask the leader for help, maybe she has a way." Shen Yuzhen looked at him. Although she said that, she wasn't too sure. "But, you never let me touch you, how do you want to conceive?" Chen Yuding suddenly thought of her attitude and asked in confusion. Shen Yuzhen looked at him blankly. You agreed? Aren't you afraid that I won't give birth to a human? Or a half-zombie, half-human monster?" Chen Yuding shook his head. "Why wouldn't I agree? So what if it's a zombie? I don't even care about a big zombie like you. Do you think I would care about a child becoming a zombie? As long as it's between you and me, I don't care if it's a human or a zombie. Besides, the children of the leader's family were pretty good. Maybe if we work hard, we can also have a child like that." Chen Yuding had never seen Tung Tung before, but he had heard from Lin Feng that this child was very lively. He was so energetic. It would be nice if he could have a child like that. Originally, after Shen Yuzhen became a zombie, he had already given up on this idea. But now that Shen Yuzhen herself wanted it, how could he not agree? But the possibility was too low. Shen Yuzhen looked at him, and then looked at his hand that was still on her shoulder. Then she raised her hand and took his hand away. Let's go ask Dr. Lin. Maybe he knows something. Since the leader often visited Dr. Lin when she was pregnant, he must be very familiar with the leader's condition. Maybe there was a way to help her and Chen Yuding. Chen Yuding could only go along with her. After all, he had angered her just now. He definitely couldn't play sarcastic words with her. All right. No problem, let's go now. He immediately stood up, pulled Shen Yuzhen's hand and walked out. Now. Can you send someone to make an appointment with Dr. Lin? They are all off work now. And they are usually very busy. Shen Yuzhen looked at him with black lines on her forehead again. Then send someone to talk to him first. Chen Yuding thought about it and agreed with her. He nodded in agreement. All right, let me go. You should hurry back to base number 1. Shen Yuzhen breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that he was still holding her hand, she wanted to pull it back. But surprisingly, Chen Yuding didn't let go. All right, I'll go back first today. But Chen Yuding didn't let go of her, but pulled her in front of him. He held her face in his hands and kissed her smooth cheeks. Then he let go of her and stepped aside. Then I'll go back. After Lin Hao received Chen Yuding's message, he arranged to meet them the next day. After hearing the thoughts of the man and the corpse, he looked at the two of them with a bit of surprise. You guys want a child? He sat on his seat, then looked at the two of them while rubbing his chin. His eyes were shining. It seemed like he was thinking about something, but he also seemed to be a bit excited. We want one, but I don't know if it will succeed. What do you think, Dr. Lin? Chen Yuding looked at him and nodded firmly. Lin Hao looked at the two of them in silence. After a few seconds he said, I don't know if it will succeed or not. After all, you can't be as strong as Leader Wu. Your first problem is how to solve the zombie virus infection. If you don't solve this problem, you can't touch her. If you can't touch her, you can't enter her body. If you can't enter her body, you can't get pregnant. He also wanted to know, other than his sister, that weird zombie, could other zombies get pregnant like her? Because Lin Xiao could no longer be used as a test subject, Lin Hao became more interested in the research of children conceived by zombies. Perhaps his sister and old Wu could have a second child? Not only could he do his research to satisfy his thirst for knowledge, but he could also help the two people in front of him. Lin Hao was quite willing to help. Are you too sure you want to try it? If something happens, I can't be sure. He looked at the two of them and asked again. Chen Yuding nodded and said, I don't care. The worst case scenario is that I'll become a zombie like Xiaozhen. In order to have his own child, the child of him and Xiaozhen, he was willing to give it his all. Shen Yuzhen looked at him with a complicated look. Seeing him like this, she felt a bit regretful. But when she thought of the child, her heart couldn't help but move. Then, is there any way to solve the problem of the virus? Shen Yuzhen thought about it and looked at Lin Hao. Lin Hao said, there is a way, but I can't guarantee that it will work. Previously, he also learned from Lin Xiao what happened when the two of them did it for the first time. Because of this, his big sister zombie almost used the pen in her hand to stab him to death. Really? What way? It doesn't matter, we can bear the consequences. Shen Yuzhen and Chen Yuding's eyes immediately lit up and asked him impatiently, if you have time tonight, go to Minister Chen's house. I will prepare something for you. With it, you may not have to worry about Minister Chen being infected by the virus. Lin Hao said to the two of them. Okay, no problem. On the other side, Lin Wenwen fell into a strange situation at this time. At this time, she was standing in her living room, moving all the things out of her space. Then he put it back, then moved it out, then put it back, moved it out, 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 put it back. Long Qingying, who was watching from the side, felt a little dizzy. She asked, it's been the whole afternoon. How much space energy have you consumed? Lin Wenwen, do you think I want to? I'm not an attack type, so I can't do anything about it. It would only consume a bit of energy when taking things in and out. Now, 15% of it has been consumed. Long Qingying, I've only played for an entire afternoon, and I've already used up 15% of my stamina. That's 85% left. Good luck, I'm going back to sleep. Lin Wenwen. So bitter. Chapter 1090. She spent another night going in and out of the operating space, and it was 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. Lin Wenwen was so tired that she fell asleep on the sofa, but she was woken up by a headache after sleeping for less than 2 hours. Ah, fuck. I wonder if I'm lucky or unlucky to have such an ability. Lin Wenwen hugged her head and rolled from the sofa to the ground. She curled up into a ball for a minute or two before she had the strength to get up. She lay on the sofa and complained with a gloomy expression. Second ability. It's my fault. Long Qingying happened to bring her breakfast early in the morning. As soon as she opened the door, she saw her sitting on the sofa, without a care for her image. Her short hair was messy like straw, and her face looked as if she had been abused for a whole night. How pitiful! Kong Qingming, who was standing behind Long Qingying, immediately laughed out loud when he saw her appearance. Long Qingying turned her head and glanced at him coldly, and Kong Qingming immediately shut up. Lin Wenwen raised her hand to greet the two weakly. Morning. She had no energy to argue with Kong Qingming. After greeting them, she got up and collapsed on the sofa. Have breakfast first. There's something I don't know if you're interested in. Long Qingying took the breakfast from the base's canteen and put it on the table in front of her, then sat on the side and said expressionlessly, I'm going to wash my face. She saw the breakfast or smelled the food. Lin Wenwen immediately stood up and went to wash her face. How are you? You look like you've been abused for a whole night. The effect shouldn't be too bad, right? Long Qingying followed her and leaned against the kitchen door to ask her. I didn't sleep for a whole night. I think I'm going crazy. Lin Wenwen said while brushing her teeth. Then she asked, what did you say just now? Long Qingying saw her talking while brushing her teeth and couldn't help saying, can you finish brushing your teeth before talking? Be careful and swallow the foam. Lin Wenwen. It's disgusting to imagine it. Goyalu. She quickly cleared the foam in her mouth and rinsed her mouth before saying, what on earth made you so excited so early in the morning? Long Qingying wasn't a talkative person to begin with, so it was already strange that she brought it up first. Last night, I heard that Shen Yuzhen and Chen Yuding went to find your brother. They said they wanted Lin, how to help them find a way to do that. Long Qingying said. That? Did they not do it after that? Kong Qingming leaned over and asked in surprise. He thought the two of them would have solved the problem a long time ago like Sister Zombie and OL Wu. Long Qingying glanced at him coldly, then left her original position and walked to the side, distancing herself from him. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, he said, I'm not sure. Maybe they're afraid. Not everyone is as special as the leader. After all, she has the space and the space lake. Lin Wenwen wiped his face and walked out. He looked more energetic and asked, hey? Is that it? You said it was last night. What's the result now? Speaking of which, how did you know about my affairs? It was rare to see a gossipy Long Qingying. I met Lu Jun this morning. She told me about it, said Long Qingying. Lin Wenwen shrugged and said, and then? Did you do it? Kong Qingming walked over and squeezed into Long Qingying's seat. Before she could react, he held her waist domineeringly. Long Qingying was ready to stand up and avoid him when he came over and sat down. However, the man's movements were much faster than hers. He instantly hugged her waist and pulled her back. Let go. I'm not letting go. You've been avoiding me since last night. How long do you want to hide? Lin Wenwen looked at the two of them stuck together speechlessly. He rolled his eyes and said to them, you two are giving me dog food so early in the morning. Can't you consider my feelings? Kong Qingming smiled brightly at her. His handsome face looked like an angel. You can find one too. I heard that you've always liked Deputy Leader Yuan. Why do I feel like you're not as passionate as before? Go chase other men. Don't always fight with him for Qingqing, okay? Lin Wenwen's delicate eyebrows twitched. He smiled at him strangely and said, oh, so jealous. Qingqing, do you think he's annoying? Long Qingying immediately said in annoyance, I'm so annoying. Kong Qingming felt like he was stabbed by a knife. He wanted to vomit blood. Women were really insidious. Brother Tianqing just let go of my sister some time ago. I don't want to take advantage of this. Because I don't want to be treated as a substitute. Lin Wenwen poured herself a glass of water and sat on the sofa. Because the two of them were squeezing in the single sofa, she occupied the double sofa. Speaking of Yuan Tianqing, Lin Wenwen's eyes warmed. Strong emotions surged through her. However, she quickly suppressed it and took a sip of the water. Although Yuan Tianqing's heart was hurt, if she attacked him at this time, he would be easily treated as a substitute. It would be easy to be loved as a substitute, and Lin Wenwen didn't want that to happen. Long Qingying pulled Kong Qingming's sticky hands and said, I guess Deputy Leader Yuan won't accept anyone now. Lin Wenwen took a bite of the pancake Long Qingying brought and said, By the way, what happened to Xin Yuzhen and the other two? Did they do it? Long Qingying said, I don't know. I'll ask your brother when I see him. Are you done? Kong Qingming let go. Lin Wenwen was already used to the subtle way the two of them interacted with each other, even though he was always stuffed with dog food. But Long Qingying's attitude didn't seem to be that resistant. I won't let go unless you agree to my feelings. Otherwise, I won't let go. Kong Qingming's hands tightened. He moved his face closer to her and sniffed at her neck. Maybe you'll stick to her even more if you agree, Lin Wenwen said lightly. Long Qingying paused and immediately used her special ability to turn her hands into steel to pry Kong Qingming's hands away. Ow 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 ow. Ouch ouch ouch. Kong Qingming immediately cried out in pain and quickly let go. He then turned his head and glared at Lin Wenwen. It's not wrong for me to stick to my wife. Lin Wenwen shrugged and said, Well, you're right. Long Qingying. She felt like Lin Wenwen had pushed her into a pit. So how much energy do you have left? She suddenly remembered that Lin Wenwen hadn't told her about her current situation. Lin Wenwen's mouth was full of food when he heard her question. He quickly chewed and drank a mouthful of water before answering. I have 40% left. I'm exhausted. Although my energy hasn't been depleted, I feel like my body has. Long Qingying and Long Qingying thought about how this woman really looked like that when they first entered the room. Chapter 1091. While Lin Wenwen was being fed dog food by Long Qingying and Kong Qingming in Chen Yuding's house, Lin Hao was also leaning on the sofa in Chen Yuding's house. He was regretting that he was curious about their process, so he stayed to observe. In the end, he was treated as a single dog for the whole night. He listened to moans and water vibrations for the whole night. He felt like his brain was broken. But didn't Xin Yuzhen become a zombie? Why did she have such a big reaction? Could it be that her body could still feel? A zombie's body was dead, how could it feel? Speaking of which, when his sister and old Wu did it, there was quite a lot of movement moreover. Chen Yuding was doing quite well. He didn't stop for the whole night. Oh, he stopped a few times. But he quickly started again, as if he couldn't use up all his energy. Although he was complaining in his heart, Lin Hao still stood up from the sofa. Then he walked to the bathroom door, raised his hand, and knocked on the door. I say, are you two done? Can you come out? Don't just focus on enjoying yourself. At least let me see how you guys end up, okay? Come out. After a while, the bathroom door was opened. A strong smell rushed out from inside. Chen Yuding looked at Lin Hao with a happy smile on his face. Actually, you could have gone back last night, but you insisted on staying here to blame us. Chen Yuding only had a bath towel around his lower body, looked at Lin Hao and smiled. Lin Hao walked back to the living room and sat down, glanced at him. I'm leaving. If something happened to you, I would still have to rush over. These two people were still very restrained at the beginning, but in the second half of the night, they let go of themselves. Unfortunately, the bathroom door was not very soundproof, so Lin Hao ended up listening to H for the whole night. Shen Yuzhen hid behind Chen Yuding, wrapped in a bathrobe. Then she stuck out half of her head from behind Chen Yuding and said to Lin Hao with a very embarrassed face, Thank you, Dr. Lin. We are all fine. What she meant by fine was that there was no accident during the process. Nonsense, if something happened. Would you be able to wait until dawn? Lin Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes again. I think you're quite busy. You didn't respond at all after listening to the corner of the wall all night. Don't tell me you're not interested in women. At this time, Chen Yuding thoughtfully glanced at a certain part of Lin Hao's body. Pa, what nonsense are you talking about? Shen Yuzhen didn't wait for him to finish and slapped him on the back. Lin Hao. For some reason he felt like hitting someone. Was he biting the hand that fed him? Shen Yuzhen only understood the meaning of Chen Yuding's words. Actually, Chen Yuding's words implied that Lin Hao might like men, but he was secretly teasing him about whether he couldn't do it down there. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and said to him with a sinister smile, Do you believe that I can make you lose interest in women? Pooh. I'm not interested in other women. I'm only interested in my little Zhen. As a result, Chen Yuding, who was still light as a feather, retorted fearlessly. Lin Hao. Seeing that Lin Hao's anger was rising, Shen Yuzhen immediately pushed her man towards the bedroom. Enough! Hurry up and get dressed. Don't talk nonsense. After waiting for the two pink bubbles to enter the bedroom, Lin Hao then stepped into the bathroom. The bathtub that was originally full of energy lake water was only half left, and the water in the spare bucket next to it was also empty. Obviously it was used up. He squatted down and put his hand into the water in the bathtub to feel it. He found that the energy inside had already disappeared, and now there was only pure water left. There wasn't a trace of energy inside. It seemed that the energy was completely absorbed by the two people. And just now, Chen Yuding's face was rosy, and his eyes were full of vigor. There was nothing wrong with it at all. It seemed that his method could be preliminarily judged to be successful. However, he still needed to do a few more days of examination and observation. After turning around and coming out, Lin Hao walked to the living room and leaned against the window to wait for Chen Yuding to come out. After Chen Yuding got dressed, he walked out with a faint smile on his face. I'll give you a checkup first, and then pay attention to the condition of your body for the next few days. Lin Hao walked in front of him, then raised his hand and pressed on his skin. He transferred his ability in. Relax, don't resist my ability energy. Oh. Chen Yuding relaxed and allowed Lin Hao's ability energy to flow through his body. After 2 minutes, Lin Hao retracted the energy and let go of his hand. He nodded to him. And it seems that the virus in her body didn't infect your body. My method can be considered effective. But if you want to spend the night next time, you can only use the same method. After thinking for a while, he suddenly looked at Chen Yuding and said, Oh, there isn't much water left by the leader at my place. I can't give it to you anymore. If you want it, you have to endure until the leader comes back. I have to wait until the leader comes back? Did that mean that before the leader came back, he couldn't touch his Xiaozhen again? He couldn't help but look in the direction of the bathroom. Chen Yuding asked, Then can the remaining water still be used? Lin Hao coldly glanced at him and said, Didn't you notice that there's no energy left in the water? Oh, Chen Yuding, who was in high spirits just a second ago. Once he heard this result, his shoulders drooped, and he became depressed again. This was obviously not good news. He had just liberated his little brother, and now he was being imprisoned again. For Chen Yuding, being disappointed was normal. At this time Shen Yuzhen walked out. She also heard the conversation between the two of them. She smiled and hugged Chen Yuding's arm. Her expression was very satisfied as she said to Lin Hao, It's okay. Knowing this method is already a great help to us. This is our thanks. As she said that, she stretched out her palm. There were 3 corpse cores lying on her palm. 1 level 6 and 2 level 5. Lin Hao didn't argue with her, but he reached out and only took the level 6 core. He left the 2 level 5 cores in Shen Yuzhen's hand and said, This one is enough for me. Chen Yuding looked at him in surprise. You're going to level up soon, right? Lin Hao put the corpse core in his pocket and nodded. Soon. Before leaving, Lin Hao said to the two of them meaningfully, Remember, you have to hold back and don't mess around. Chen Yuding. But it was just last night. It's not that easy to get Xiaozhen pregnant. So we'll just wait, Lin Hao laughed at him. This guy made him listen to her moaning for the whole night. Humph. He still dared to look down on his ability below. So even if he had extra energy lake water, he wouldn't give it to him. Chen Yuding. Chapter 1092. About 10 kilometers outside of Skyfire Base, in an old secluded residential area, 4 lightly modified SUVs were parked in a secluded spot. Lin Xiao stood on the roof of a building, looking in the direction of Skyfire Base. Behind her stood Xie Dong and Duan Wan. When he sensed Lin Xiao's presence, Xie Dong had hurried over to meet up with her. I've sent people to follow every squad that's come out of Skyfire Base, but I didn't hear anything about your identity. It looks like Skyfire's leader hasn't spread the word about you. Xie Dong reported the information he'd gathered over the last few days. Whenever a squad came out of Skyfire Base, Xie Dong would send his men to follow them and eavesdrop on their conversations. If they encountered a team with a level 6 Arcanist, Xie Dong would also go and investigate on his own when the strength of his subordinates was not easily exposed. However, the squad he'd been following, as well as the squad he'd been following, hadn't heard anything about their leader. I've heard that more and more people are going missing, and they're all adepts from Hidden Cloud City and Earth Dragon. The hunters in Skyfire are now divided into 2 factions. One is made up of the original survivors, and the other is made up of those who joined last year and this year. Xie Dong continued to report. But from the looks of it, the survivors of Skyfire seem to know something. The ones from Hidden Cloud City and Earth Dragon seem to be in a state of panic. But they haven't been able to find out what's going on. It looks like all the clues have been suppressed. But the disappearance of adepts has never stopped. Lin Xiao crossed her arms in front of her chest, using her forearms to support her ample breasts. When she heard Xie Dong's words, she connected the dots between Xie Dong's situation and Yingyue's. Didn't you say Li Zhengye hid the corpses from the failed experiments? Why didn't the restless adepts find out? Nope. This information was only known to the original members of Skyfire Base, and not many knew of it. It looks like they've been ordered to keep it a secret. Xie Dong shook his head. Duan Wan thought for a moment. Then why did Li Zhengye keep the corpses? Since they had failed, why didn't they just burn it? Wouldn't it be easy for others to find out? Xie Dong thought about it and nodded. Yeah, I also think it's strange. That's why I've been trying to find out more about this place. But I haven't received any good news yet. Lin Xiao thought about it and said it from another angle. If he was Li Zhengye, it was reasonable to say that he wouldn't leave behind any clues or evidence that could be discovered. So why did he do it? This didn't make sense either. Moreover, with Li Zhengye's way of doing things and his personality, he definitely wouldn't leave a corpse behind. If it wasn't him, then, could it be someone else? If his subordinates were disloyal, they might hide the corpses behind his back and do something else. Didn't you sneak into the base to investigate? Lin Xiao asked Xie Dong. Although the base's defense system was very strong, if Xie Dong really wanted to go in, this wasn't a problem. After all, he was a level 6 zombie king, and his strength wasn't weak. I did, but as soon as I started investigating you came. Xie Dong shrugged helplessly. Before he'd sensed Lin Xiao's presence, he'd already snuck into the base. But before he could find Li Zhengye's location, he felt Lin Xiao's presence approach. You didn't find Li Zhengye's secret location? Lin Xiao looked at him and knew what he was thinking. Yes. Not yet. Xie Dong nodded. Bring me the map of Skyfire Base. Lin Xiao said to Duan Wan after a moment's thought. Duan Wan pulled out the map from her backpack and spread it out on the edge of the roof. Xie Dong looked down to find a few pieces of cement to hold down the 4 corners of the map, to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. Lin Xiao studied the area and buildings on the map. She pointed to the outer perimeter of the base. How about this? Lin Kuei will stay behind. I'll bring the others in to investigate. I'll give you a signal at night, so listen for it and gather the zombies. Surround the area 10 kilometers from the base. As she spoke, she used her finger to circle the perimeter of Skyfire Base. It'll take some time to surround it, so I'll give you 1 night to gather the zombies. Tomorrow morning, listen to my orders and pay attention to the zombies. Don't let them find you. Take control of any humans that get close to it. Understood. Lin Xiao nodded. After we kill Li Zhengye, we need to lure that mysterious man out. I'd like to see how he'll react when he finds out Skyfire Base is under siege. Lin Xiao turned to gather the zombies around her. Ink and Qingxian stay behind to help Lin Kuei. Everyone else line up. Everyone except Lin Kuei, Ink and Yi Qingxian. The rest of the zombies moved in front of Lin Xiao and formed a line. Duan Wan and Xie Dong were among them. Lin Xiao waved a hand and tossed out a hemp rope. The zombies grabbed it in unison. In the next second, Lin Xiao pulled them into the space. Stay here and wait for my orders. Lin Xiao disappeared in a flash after giving them instructions. The zombies looked at each other, then at each other. They all made their way to the stairs in front of the building and sat down in a row. As soon as Lin Xiao emerged, she turned invisible and flew towards Skyfire Base. A dozen kilometers was a matter of seconds for Lin Xiao, who was now a zombie king. She landed on the 20-meter-high wall and peered into Skyfire Base. She sniffed Li Zhengye's scent and followed his scent to escape. Since Li Zhengye was attacking his own people, she would help him and expose his secrets. She wanted to see how the survivors would react. Li Zhengye's betrayal was good for Lin Xiao. Experimenting on the survivors of the base was the most taboo thing in all the bases. Li Zhengye, however, had dared to do it. It was a suicidal move. It was daytime, and there was a lot of noise coming from the base. Lin Xiao's translucent form flickered several times before she arrived at Li Zhengye's building. She landed on the balcony of Li Zhengye's house. She looked at the house expressionless. The leader of the base hadn't woken up yet. Chapter 1093. Looking at the time, Lin Xiao turned around and jumped onto the balcony railing. Then she leaped up and grabbed the edge of the roof. Because Li Zhengye's house was on the top floor, Lin Xiao was able to reach the roof in one jump. As soon as she entered the space, everyone sitting on the stairs in front of the small building immediately stood up. After you get out, spread out to the civilian area and find the location of the metahumans in Hidden Cloud City or Ground Dragon Base. Anonymously leak the news of Li Zhengye capturing metahumans to experiment on zombies to them. The rest follow my orders. Roar. Yes. Other than the level 6 metahumans who could speak, the other level 5 metahumans couldn't. However, after this mission, their merits would be enough for Lin Xiao to help them restore their voices. She pulled the rope and brought them out, but when she got out she turned around. One was missing. Lin Xiao looked at Old Six. Old Six looked around and found that Agio, who was beside him just now, had disappeared. A vein appeared on Old Six's forehead. He expressionlessly raised his hand and pressed the vein on his forehead back. Lin Xiao immediately gestured to Old Six. Go find him. Old Six straightened his back. Yes. Then, he quickly disappeared on the spot. Lin Xiao then gestured to the others. A few silhouettes quickly disappeared from the roof before they were discovered. The rest also found cover in the surroundings. Lin Xiao gestured to the people around her, telling them to follow her secretly, pay attention to concealment, and wait for her signal. Then, she turned invisible again and jumped down from the roof, landing on the balcony of Li Zhengye's house. As the leader's assistant, driver, secretary, guard, and so on, Cheng Tianan stood in front of Li Zhengye's door as usual, waiting for his boss to wake up. In Li Zhengye's bedroom, a man and a woman were lying on the bed. When Li Zhengye opened his eyes, he lifted the quilt and sat up with sleepy eyes. He walked into the bathroom in the bedroom to wash up naked. When he came out, he had already put on a nightgown. Get up, get out. After Li Zhengye washed up, he walked to the bed and pulled the quilt, revealing the woman's body under the quilt. The woman felt a chill and woke up. With a flustered expression, she got off the bed with disheveled hair and found her own clothes to put on. He didn't dare to say anything more. He quickly put on his clothes and left the bedroom while trembling. She opened the door and saw a man in a military uniform standing outside. The woman paused for a moment. Here. When Chung Tianan saw the woman, he habitually raised his hand and handed her a bag of food. In fact, it was just a takeaway from the canteen. It was a reward for this woman for accompanying the leader last night. The woman lowered her head and took the food. She shrunk her shoulders and quickly left. After walking out of the building, there was a car waiting for her downstairs. Seeing her come out, the soldier standing next to the car said to her expressionlessly, "Get in. I'll send you back." The woman got into the car without saying a word. She tidied up her clothes and clutched the food in her hand tightly. Under the messy hair was a young and beautiful face, but its expression was gloomy and its eyes were numb. Lin Xiao stood on the balcony and watched the woman's car leave before turning back to look at the house. Just now, after the woman woke up, her mood was very gloomy. She was afraid, resentful and helpless. This was the leader of the base. Even if she didn't like him, she couldn't resist. Moreover, she felt remorse and apology for another person. This young woman actually had her own lover. Although she was living a difficult life, she was still happy. However, ever since Li Jingye saw her face, her life suddenly fell into darkness. As long as her husband went out to the base with the team for a mission, she would be brought here every night to sleep with him. She couldn't resist. If she dared to spread this, her husband and family would be punished or die quietly. This kind of life had been going on for half a year. In order to survive, she had become numb. This was the general idea that Lin Xiao sensed from her mind. This was the situation when the former and the latter were connected. She silently watched Li Jingye put on the leader's regular military uniform and walked out of the bedroom. She watched him walk to the window and open the door to the balcony to let in some fresh air. Li Jingye tidied up his clothes and walked out of his house. After a minute, he went downstairs from the elevator and got into his car. Lin Xiao immediately jumped down from the balcony and landed silently on the roof of his car. On the other side, the young woman who came out from Li Jingye's place was sent by the car for more than 10 minutes before she arrived at her place. This was a civilian district, and most of the people here were metahumans. It was considered a high-class area in the civilian area. The woman was put down at the intersection, and the car quickly left. She held the food in her hand and walked in the direction of her home with a numb expression. Her footsteps were weak, as if she was floating. "Hey, isn't this Captain Li's wife? Why did you come in at this time? You went to work last night." "Not bad. You can get food just by lying down." "How nice." At this time, a man's voice suddenly came from the side. It was strange. The woman knew whose voice it was, but she didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he walked on his own path. "Hey, don't just walk. Come. I haven't vented for many days. Today I need your help. You don't want your Captain Li to know about this, right?" Seeing that the woman didn't respond, a tall man immediately appeared in front of her. Then, without saying anything, he grabbed the woman's arm and pulled her to the side where there was no one. "You, let go." The woman reacted and immediately struggled in panic, but she didn't dare to shout too loudly. "TSK, what are you shouting for? Don't you obediently do it with me every time? Still struggling? Do you want everyone in this area to know that as long as your husband isn't here, you have to go out and sleep with other men?" The man said to her with a face full of bad intentions, but the strength in his hand wasn't weak at all. When the woman heard this, she only felt panic in her heart. She immediately gave up struggling and was quickly pulled behind a hidden wall by the man. When there was no one around, the man immediately pressed the woman against the wall and kissed her delicate face. Then his hands groped her body. At this time, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed silently behind the man. The woman turned her head with a face full of disgust and humiliation. In the end, she accidentally opened her eyes and saw the figure behind the man. Her eyes suddenly widened. From her glass eyes, a young man with a face full of curiosity, but a pair of black eyes without the scara was reflected. Chapter 1094. Even if the woman didn't go out of the base, she knew that the dark eyes without white were a pair of zombie eyes. And this young-looking male zombie was staring at her, and the man on top of her, with a thoughtful look on his face. The woman was scared stiff. This was a zombie that would immediately rush up to bite and eat people. At this time, after the zombie looked at the two of them, he stretched out his nose and sniffed their scent. Then he slowly raised his hands, revealing 10 sharp fingernails. Just when the woman thought that he was about to rush over, she couldn't help but want to scream and struggle. When the man in front of her thought that she was about to scream, he immediately moved over and covered her mouth. Woo-woo, woo-woo. The woman's body started to struggle and slap the man. And at this time, she saw the opposite zombie was slowly, with a sneaky look, slowly approaching the man's back. And he opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. The woman finally broke down and used all her strength to push away the man's hand that blocked her mouth. Ah! A scream rose from the ground. Roar! As a result, the male zombie screamed with her. As if frightened, he turned around and ran. But as soon as he turned around, his feet twisted, and his body tilted. Crack! He fell down with a thud. Hearing a zombie's roar, the man also turned his head to look back. As a result, he saw a man in camouflage uniform behind him, and he was lying on the ground. Fuck! Who are you? The man was shocked, feeling that someone had disturbed his good time. He immediately scolded. But at this time, the man on the ground suddenly turned around, and a pair of dark zombies looked at him. When the man saw this zombie, he was shocked, and before he could react, he was suddenly pushed away by the woman in his arms. After the young woman pushed the man away, she turned around and wanted to escape. But at this time, a figure suddenly fell from above her head, and a knife chopped her neck. The woman's eyes turned over, and she fainted on the ground. And the man reacted at this time, and fiercely pointed at the zombie that was climbing up from the ground, trembling and retreating. Ah! Don't come over. Old Six quickly pulled out Agio, who was hiding behind him, pointed at the man and said, "Bite him to death. Don't you like to bite people? Go." As he spoke, he raised his foot and kicked Agio's butt, sending him in front of the man. Roar! After being kicked by him, Agio immediately followed the force and pounced towards the man. Grabbed the man and gnaw on him. Aha! Ah! The man and woman's cries quickly attracted the attention of the people around them. Some people poked their heads out from the nearby buildings to look, while those on the ground came over. Okay, I've bitten enough, but don't give it to me. When Old Six felt someone coming over, he immediately pulled Agio up. After Agio was pulled up, he was still chewing on a piece of human skin, and his mouth was full of blood. Let's go. Old Six glanced at him, and turned around to pick up the woman's body. When he came back, he grabbed Old Six's collar and jumped, disappearing on the spot. The man's body was left lying on the ground. Before Agio jumped down, Old Six had already noticed the situation of the two people. That was why he ordered Agio to kill the man, while he only knocked the woman out. When they reached the roof, Old Six placed the woman under the wall of the stairwell. Then, he carried Agio and left the place, sneaking towards the other side where there were ability users. Hide here and don't run around. If you dare run, I'll call the leader to deal with you. After threatening Agio, Old Six turned around and sneaked into a house. This was the target he determined when he was on the roof, concentrating on listening to the voices of the surrounding households. He easily entered the family's bedroom through the open window. He didn't look for a place to hide. Instead, he leaned against the door and listened to the conversation of the people outside the living room. How is it? Still haven't found him? Where did Achung go? A woman's voice sounded very anxious and melancholy. It sounded like she was suffering in her heart. We've asked all the connections we can, and the zombie cores have been used up, but we haven't heard any useful information. But I haven't heard any useful information. This is too strange. Another man's voice was also anxious and helpless. I feel that those people are hiding something. A third voice said, but recently, so many people have disappeared. The result given by the base is that they have been investigating. But there is no clue at all. What the hell are they doing? The woman angrily complained. Hearing this, Old Six turned around and found a pen and paper in the bedroom, and then wrote a paragraph. The missing people can't come back. If they haven't become zombies, then they are already dead. All of this is just Li Jingye's experiment. After writing, he put down the pen and spread out the words on the notebook in a conspicuous place. Then, he turned around and quietly left through the window, continuing to sneak into the next house. There were others doing the same thing as him. Lin Xiao stood on Li Jingye's car, listening to the conversation between him and the assistant next to him. That bastard from the lab dared to hide the body behind me. I think he's tired of living. If it weren't for the fact that he still has some use, I would have killed him. Leader, why didn't you find someone else to replace him? Anyway, the research method is in your hands. It doesn't matter who the researcher is, right? Cheng Tianan asked in confusion. This kind of thing, the less people know the better. If too many people know and I leak it out, wouldn't that bring me unnecessary trouble? Li Jingye sat in the back seat, looking out the window and said coldly. Cheng Tianan nodded in understanding. Oh, but fortunately, we found the body in time and destroyed it. Otherwise, if it was exposed, it would be troublesome. Li Jingye snorted coldly. Send someone to watch that bastard's family. Don't let the chip that restrains him escape. Otherwise, he will bite back at me. Yes. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed. It seemed that the person he found to help him with the research wasn't under his control. When she arrived at Li Jingye's office, while he was dealing with official business, Lin Xiao looked around in his office, but didn't find any clues about his secret research base. Since there was nothing, she didn't want to waste any more time with him. It seemed that other than him, the assistant also knew about it. Lin Xiao walked to Li Jingye's side and expressionlessly reached out to the side of his neck. Then, with a fierce pinch, she brought him into the space before he could react. After entering the space, Li Jingye's body shook violently. A cold energy surged out of his body and quickly spread towards Lin Xiao's hand. Snow element? Sorry, it's useless against me. Lin Xiao didn't care at all. His fingers suddenly clenched and twisted. Crack, a crisp sound rang out. Li Jingye opened his mouth wide and stared with his head tilted to one side. He stopped moving. If it was the ice element, the damage value might be higher. As for the snow element, it was weaker. Chapter 1095. He cleanly took care of Li Jingye and collected a level 7 metahuman's corpse core. Lin Xiao came out of the space, turned around and walked towards the door. Cheng Tian, Anne's working position was opposite the corridor outside Li Jingye's office. Because Li Jingye's office door was usually open, he could hear any sound that came in. There were 2 soldiers standing guard at the door, preventing unauthorized people from entering the leader's office. Lin Xiao walked out of the door. If he wanted to take away the people in the secretary's office without making a sound, he had to first get rid of the 2 guards facing the secretary's office. But he couldn't make them disappear. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao stood by the wall behind the door, focused his mind and released 2 wisps of black smoke. The hair-thin black smoke was like 2 black lines, slipping towards the ears of the 2 soldiers outside the door. Then it quickly drilled into their ear holes. After the black smoke drilled into their ears, the 2 soldiers who were standing guard suddenly trembled. Then their whole body froze. The light in their eyes under the military cap disappeared. Lin Xiao walked out and looked at the 2 standing corpses. Then he walked into the opposite secretary's office and looked at Cheng Tian, and who was sitting in front of the desk. Cheng Tian and was reviewing some documents that the leader needed to look over, completely unaware of the abnormality of the 2 guards outside the door. He also didn't notice that a zombie had entered his office until he was suddenly pulled by the back of his collar, and the scene in front of him changed. He didn't even have time to react. He was just sitting in the office. How did it suddenly become a lake in front of him? Come back. With your reaction, I don't know how you became the leader's personal guard. A woman's voice came from behind him. Chung Tianan was startled. He reflexively turned around and took a few steps back at the same time. He cautiously looked in the direction of the person. He saw a woman with her hair tied behind her head, a delicate face, wearing a field camouflage uniform standing behind him and smiling at him. Who are you? Lin Xiao looked at him and said, You don't need to know who I am. You just need to tell me the place where Li Jingye did his experiments on zombies. Chung Tian's eyes narrowed and said, I don't know what you are talking about. Who are you? Where did you come from? Or, are you a family member of the missing survivors? How did this woman know about the zombie experiment? She was such a beautiful woman. He had hidden it so deeply in the base that he didn't even know about it. Normally, there would be such a beautiful woman in the base. Just like the woman who walked out of Li Zhengye's room in the morning. Even if others didn't know, Chung Tianan still knew, because he needed to find these women for Li Zhengye to sleep with. Therefore, it was impossible for him not to know that there was such a beauty in the base. Stop pretending. There's no point in hiding it. Soon, everyone will know about this. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it. Someone will make you talk. Lin Xiao sneered at his act. Then, he turned his head and shouted towards the small building behind him. Junemo, come here. How? What's going on? A head with vegetable juice, hanging from the corner of its mouth, poked out from the wall beside the small building. It looked over suspiciously. Just come when I tell you to. How dare you ask? Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows. Because Junemo appeared a little far away, Chung Tianan couldn't see it clearly. But from the roar of Junemo, he could tell that it was a zombie's cry. He looked at Lin Xiao fiercely, his eyes widening. As if he had thought of something, his expression suddenly froze. You are the female leader of the base. He remembered that Li Jingye once said that the person brought back this information. But Li Jingye didn't care much about it at that time. His mind was focused on the zombie experiment method and the benefits that the person brought. He didn't care about the information that the man brought to him at all. Not to mention Li Jingye. Even he didn't believe it. It was one thing for a female zombie to be the leader of a human base, but she was the one who built this base. How could there be zombies who would do such a thing? Zombies only knew how to eat people. They thought of all kinds of ways to attack the human base and eat people. And that female leader clearly looked like a human, and she could even speak. How could she be a zombie? But now he saw this beautiful woman call a zombie that only had one eye that was pitch black and had no whites to her side. More importantly, this zombie was obediently standing behind her and staring straight at him. A beautiful woman, and the person who came was obviously hostile. She could actually order zombies around. Could it be that the information that the man brought back was true? Could it be that this woman was the leader of the base? And this zombie was holding a vegetable leaf in his hand to eat. What was going on? Are you really a zombie? If it wasn't for those eyes that only zombies had, Chung Tianan really wouldn't believe that the woman in front of him, who was moving around with a suspicious green juice hanging from the corner of his mouth and holding a vegetable leaf in his hand, was a zombie. Can you be a little more professional as a zombie? Who has ever seen a zombie eat a vegetable leaf? Lin Xiao looked at him and laughed. Seems like you guys know quite a lot. I want to see how much that man knows. Junemo, hurry up and finish your vegetable leaf for me. Then control him. After saying that, she glared at Junemo, who had lost face at the side. Junemo quickly stuffed the vegetable leaf in his hand into his mouth, and then chewed on it with a crisp sound. What made him speechless was that saliva and vegetable juice were spurting out of his mouth. Lin Xiao couldn't bear to look at it, and turned her head to the other side, not wanting to look at him. Chung Tianan. Although he knew that his current situation was bad, seeing this scene, he couldn't help but want to laugh. After being stunned for a few seconds, seeing that the zombie still hadn't made a move, he didn't know how to control himself. Chung Tianan couldn't help but weakly say, How about I take the initiative to cooperate with your questions? Can you give me a way out? Cheng Tianan already knew that he had no way out. Not to mention that the beautiful woman in front of him gave him an oppressive aura. This zombie didn't look like a normal zombie. The surrounding environment also made him realize that this place might be an independent space. A second ago, he was still in his office. The next second, he was here, and in the process he was pulled by the back of his collar. He wasn't stupid, and at this moment he had already reacted. After hearing his words, Lin Xiao put down the hand that was covering her face, and her eyes flashed. She then turned her head and looked at him meaningfully with a smile, saying, "Oh, can I believe your words?" Chapter 1096. Cheng Tian and looked at her carefully. "If you don't believe me, then you can let him control me after I answer your question. If I'm not wrong, he's a spiritual type zombie, right?" Lin Xiao looked at him. Even without control, she could tell if he was telling the truth. But she only smiled at Cheng Tian quietly. She called Jungler over not to control the person in front of her, but to stop this idiot from stealing vegetables to eat. Although it didn't matter if he ate a lot of the vegetables, she couldn't bear to see his sneaky behavior. Don't think she didn't know that he had secretly picked the vegetables and leaves that hadn't matured yet. He even hid them behind the wall to eat slowly. She didn't let Lu Tianyi in these few days, so there was no one to control this idiot. Lin Xiao laughed for a while until Cheng Tianan's heart beat faster and faster. Then she said calmly, "You already know my secret, do you think I'll let you live?" After she said that, Cheng Tianan's body trembled and his heart jumped. He didn't feel good. I'll follow you from now on," he quickly said. Lin Xiao looked at him and sneered. "You betrayed Li Jingye so easily now. Who knows, you might betray me easily in the future. How would I dare to let someone like you stay by my side?" Cheng Tianan's body trembled, and he suddenly knelt down and shouted, "No, no, no. I will never betray you in the future. I swear. I really won't. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me." Lin Xiao looked at him kneeling down, then looked down at him and asked, "Then where do you think Li Jingye's zombie research base is? And who is the man who brought the news to Li Jingye? Did Li Jingye send people to investigate my identity?" Cheng Tian was already scared to the point of panic. Hearing Lin Xiao's question, he immediately replied, "I know the location of the research base. I can bring you there. And Li Jingye didn't send people to investigate if you are a zombie, because he doesn't believe that man's words. I don't know who that man is either. I only know that he is a bandit who cooperates with Li Jingye. He doesn't often appear in the base. Every time, he would only come in because he had something important to discuss with Li Jingye. I'm telling the truth. Please don't kill me." After saying that, Cheng Tianan curled up on the ground, his whole body trembling. "You don't even know the man's name?" Lin Xiao frowned and asked unhappily when he didn't hear the answer he wanted. I don't know. I only know that Li Jingye calls him long hair. Li Jingye didn't allow anyone to ask about long hair, so I only knew that he was called long hair and nothing else. I'm not lying to you." Cheng Tianan replied nervously. Lin Xiao sensed that he wasn't lying. He really didn't know much about that man. But when this man said that he wanted to follow her, he was hesitant. It seemed like it was a lie to say that he wouldn't betray her. He could change his mind at any time in the future. However, since he was willing to bring her to the research base, she didn't mind letting him live for a few more minutes. "Then take me to that place," she said to him. Yes. Cheng Tianan was relieved. He thought that Lin Xiao would not kill him for the time being. He could think of a way to escape later. Lin Xiao sensed his thoughts and laughed coldly in her heart. She said, "Since that's the case, when you get out later, just walk straight to that place. Don't worry about anything else. Don't even think about escaping. You can't escape anyway." After saying that, she walked forward, bent over, grabbed the clothes on Cheng Tianan's back, and brought him out of the space. Pesticide, who was left to the side, looked at the place where Lin Xiao disappeared. He didn't know if he could say motherfucker. What the hell did she call him here for? After exiting the space, Chung Tianan raised his head and saw that he was back in his office. He quickly turned his head to look left and right, but he didn't see the woman's figure. Just as he was wondering if she was still in the space, he saw the documents on his desk suddenly fall to the ground with a crash. Chung Tianan was shocked, and he was on tenterhooks again. He hurriedly walked out of the room and saw the two soldiers standing there in a daze. He wanted to wink at them as a signal, but he was worried that the woman would see it. He could only walk stiffly toward the corridor. Lin Xiao followed behind him. He thought about how even the people who followed Li Jingye didn't know anything about that man. It seemed that the other party really hid it well. It was actually a robber from the apocalypse. No wonder he wanted to use humans for zombie experiments. It seemed that the man really wasn't a good person. Chung Tianan walked out of the office building with a stiff expression and got into the car. On one hand, he was thinking about driving away, but on the other hand, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape. His movements when driving were not as natural. Lin Xiao jumped onto the roof of the car and followed him out. After turning left and right, they drove to a remote place far away. There was an abandoned building there, but there were many soldiers secretly guarding it. After arriving there, Lin Xiao sniffed the surrounding air. Other than the air of the human soldiers hiding in the dark, there was no other air in the building. Li Jingye's experiments couldn't be seen, so it was definitely the safest to build it underground. After Chung Tianan drove the car in, he stopped. Soon, armed personnel wearing black combat uniforms and holding guns appeared. They blocked in front of Chung Tianan. Assistant Ching? Is the leader here? As he said that, he looked at the car behind Chung Tianan. It seemed that he thought there was someone else in the car, because every time Chung Tianan appeared, Li Jingye would also appear. Chung Tianan's forehead had some sweat, and his eyeballs kept moving. He slightly lowered his head and looked around. Then, he raised his head and winked at the soldier. Ha! The leader isn't in the car? However, the soldier didn't receive his signal. Instead, he focused on the car. After waiting for a few seconds, he didn't see the leader get out of the car. He was a bit confused and walked over to Chung Tianan. He bent down and looked inside the car. In the end, there was no one inside. Sweat flowed down Chung Tianan's forehead, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. The leader sent me to deliver something to Professor Wang. He didn't come. He could only find an excuse to fool the soldier, and then walked toward the entrance of the experimental base. However, he didn't know that when he was thinking about winking at the soldier, Lin Xiao already knew where the entrance of the base was. Lin Xiao already knew where the entrance to the base was. She secretly waved her hand and released more than 20 thin black smoke into the surroundings. 2 of them quickly flew into the nostrils of Chung Tianan and the soldier behind him. Then, she raised her hand and grasped the air. Chung Tianan, the soldier beside him, and more than 20 people hiding in the surroundings. All of them froze at the same time, maintaining different stiff postures. Their pupils dilated and the light disappeared. Chapter 1097. Seeing that Chung Tianan and the soldiers' bodies gradually disappeared, Lin Xiao walked out. Anyway, she didn't promise Chung Tianan not to kill him, since she was already here. Then she wouldn't need him. There was a mechanism at the entrance. Lin Xiao stood in the middle of the building and looked left and right. Then she walked to the wall next to her and pressed a switch that looked like a light switch. Because there was only a human's breath coming from this switch, it told her that someone often touched this place. Pa! As soon as she pressed it, she saw that the middle of the floor suddenly sank, and then the sunken floor slid to the side. A staircase appeared, and at the bottom of the staircase was an elevator door. After Lin Xiao walked down, she looked at the button on the elevator door and pressed it. The elevator quickly opened, and Lin Xiao quickly hid herself and walked into the elevator. The elevator only had a button for the next floor. After going down, the door opened. In front of Lin Xiao was a 200 square meter research room, made of matte metal glass. There were people walking in the room. Seeing the elevator door open, the people in the research room and the surrounding soldiers all looked over. In the end, everyone only saw that the elevator was empty, and there was no one in it. They immediately showed a puzzled expression. After Lin Xiao walked out, she looked at the corridor on both sides and walked towards one of them. She looked through the glass window on the row of doors. Behind the door was a sealed room less than 20 square meters. Inside, there was a person standing on the wall behind him. His hands, feet, neck, and torso were all tied up. It seemed to be to prevent him from struggling to escape. The person's head was hanging down, and from the exposed skin, it had already turned green. The breath coming from the crack of the door had also become the breath of a zombie. As a zombie emperor, Lin Xiao definitely wouldn't be wrong. She turned around and looked through the door on the other side. She looked at the scene in the 2 rows of closed rooms on both sides of the corridor, and they were all the same. The difference was that the people in the door near the research room had already died and turned into zombies. Moreover, they were zombies that were not dead yet. They couldn't wake up, but they weren't completely dead. As for the people in the corridor, although the virus had broken out, they were not dead yet. Lin Xiao sniffed the corridor on the other side of the research room, and the breath in those doors was similar to the one here. She turned around and walked to the door of the research room. She looked at the researchers inside. Then she sensed the thoughts of these people, and from their thoughts, she also found out their positions. So she immediately knew who was in charge of this place. Interestingly, the person in charge was a man in his 40s. While he was thinking about the progress of the experiment, he was also thinking about the corpses. Just like what she heard from Li Jingye before, the person in charge of the research had secretly hidden the corpse as evidence, but Li Jingye had discovered it. However, Li Jingye did not kill him. Instead, he threatened him with the lives of his family members. At that time, as punishment, he seemed to have chopped off someone's arm for him to see. However, Li Jingye had only thought about it for a moment. Lin Xiao did not know the details. Now, standing here and sensing the thoughts of the person in charge of the research, he finally understood. It was his son's hand. At this time, although the middle-aged man looked at the direction of the elevator in confusion, his mind was thinking about how to leak the matter here, without Li Jingye knowing. Why isn't anyone coming down? The elevator can't move by itself. The middle-aged man looked at the elevator for a long time, and finally could not help but say vigilantly, "Yes, why is there no one?" The others had the same thought. The soldier closest to the elevator was now standing at the door of the elevator, looking up, down, left and right. After looking for a while, he turned around and looked at everyone in confusion. There is really no one. There is nothing unusual inside. Everyone looked at each other. However, at this moment, the soldiers here suddenly fell to the ground in unison. None of them woke up. The people in the research room were shocked and all retreated. What happened to them? The research assistant nervously clung to the door and looked outside in fear. Except for the person in charge who was relatively calm, everyone else picked up the things that could protect themselves in the research room and held them in front of their hands. With a little sense of security, they calmed down. The person in charge did not move. He just stared at the soldiers on the ground and looked at the empty corridor on both sides. He suddenly raised his voice and said, "Since you are here, come out and meet me if it is convenient. Maybe we can talk." Hearing his words, Lin Xiao did not pretend to hide anymore. She directly showed herself and stood in the middle of the corridor with her hands in her pockets. "Seems like your experiment did not succeed." Lin Xiao smiled at the middle-aged man. The man looked at her calmly and seemed very calm about her appearance. The others, on the other hand, looked at Lin Xiao in surprise or were stunned by her face. Lin Xiao glanced at a young man who was too obvious and said with a smile, "Watch out or your eyes will fall out." The man was shocked and then reacted. He subconsciously retracted his stunned expression and quickly apologized. Sorry. After saying that, he blushed in embarrassment and raised his hand to scratch the back of his head with a silly smile. The middle-aged man looked at her. When he heard her first sentence, his eyes darkened. He said, "How did you know?" Lin Xiao shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Oh, I guessed." Although the two of them spoke in riddles, the others showed surprised expressions. At this moment, Lin Xiao turned to look at the last door behind her and said to the middle-aged man, "What you did is too obvious. Aren't you afraid that Li Jingye will kill him if he finds out?" The person in that room was not infected by the zombie virus at all. It was just another type of toxin that showed similar symptoms to the zombie virus. After hearing her words, the middle-aged man's pupils shrank and his face tensed up. He stared at her cautiously but did not say anything. "Don't be nervous. How about we make a deal?" Lin Xiao waved her hand and asked with a smile, "What deal?" The middle-aged man was silent for more than 10 seconds and asked after weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Since the strange woman could find this place, sneak in without anyone noticing, and kill all the soldiers here in an instant, it was quite strange that she was able to find this place. No matter what, she was not a simple person. Since she proposed a deal, it meant that she was still useful. Only useful people were valuable. Valuable people wouldn't die so quickly. Chapter 1098. I don't know if you know who did this experiment you're doing right now. If you can tell me about him, I'll help you get rid of Li Jingye, his army, and that person. This base won't be under Li Jingye's control anymore. What do you think? Lin Xiao asked. Since Li Jingye was already dead, her next goal was to figure out who the secret man was and how powerful he was. Since the other party already knew about her, she couldn't just leave him alone. You mean long hair? I don't know anything about him, but I know someone who knows about him. But how are you going to deal with Li Jingye and his army? And my family is still in his hands. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao shrugged and said, I don't care about your family. I'm only going to help you get rid of Li Jingye. Without Li Jingye's orders, his army wouldn't have reacted so quickly. And I have other ways to keep the army busy. The middle-aged man looked at her suspiciously. What way? Who are you? Why should I believe you? Lin Xiao looked at him and shook her head with a smile. A smart person wouldn't ask such a question. You'll know how to deal with the army when the time comes. The middle-aged man had no other choice but to believe her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lived until now. Hearing Lin Xiao say this, the middle-aged man was silent for a few seconds before nodding. Okay, since you said this, I'll believe you no matter who you are. That's right. I've already cleaned up the soldiers here for you. So you can do whatever you want now. Tonight, you'll know what I'm talking about. Then, can you tell me about the man called Long Hair? Lin Xiao saw that the man was sensible and asked him happily. The middle-aged man looked at her and said skeptically, In that case, after I see the situation tonight, I'll tell you who the person is. Then I'll tell you who knows about Long Hair. He also needed to keep a trump card. Lin Xiao looked at him and said with a faint smile, No need, I already know who he is. You just need to wait for the results tonight. With that, she turned and walked to the elevator, then calmly walked in and closed the elevator door. Just like that, she left in front of their eyes. Section Chief, who is she? Do you really believe her? After Lin Xiao left, the middle-aged man's assistant immediately asked the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at him calmly and said, Look at those soldiers outside. Do you think they are still alive? After that, he looked at the soldiers lying on both sides of the corridor outside the research room. The others looked at each other. They carefully walked out and checked the soldiers before standing up and letting out a sigh of relief. All dead. The other one suddenly thought, Wait a minute, what about the one below? I'll go take a look. The other one also thought of this. He turned around and ran down the stairs next to the elevator. After 2 minutes, he quickly ran back up. Chief, all the people down there are dead too. The section chief nodded. My guess is correct. I'm afraid the ones on the ground have been cleared as well. Section Chief, do you know who she is? Since she was so beautiful and could find this place, it meant that her strength was not bad. She shouldn't be a beauty from our base, right? Someone asked curiously. The middle-aged section chief shook his head. She's definitely not from our base. She's here to deal with Li Jingya. If she's not from Hidden Cloud City, she must be from Ground Dragon. Maybe she's from the Living Beings base. Isn't that Pluto's new base? The assistant guessed curiously. No matter who she is, she's against Li Jingya. That means she's in a position to cooperate with us. Moreover, she wants to deal with Longhair, but Longhair isn't that easy to deal with. The section chief didn't think as much as they did. Now he just wanted to verify if what this strange woman said was true. If it was true, he might be able to take down Li Jingya. Moreover, he still had to save his family. All right, since the soldiers here have all been cleared, quickly transfer our men over secretly. Take control of this place, and stop all the experiments. Send the corpses back to their families. The section chief immediately started making arrangements. Send them back secretly or? The assistant asked. Definitely secretly. Do you want us to be exposed? We are the people who directly conduct the research. Even if we were threatened by Li Jingya, we would still be the ones who caused their deaths. He's also the one who caused their deaths. The section chief glanced at him coldly. Oh, I see. So they couldn't be exposed. After giving the order, the section chief immediately ran to the last room in the corridor and released the person who wasn't infected by the zombie virus. Then he took out the antidote he had prepared and fed it to the person. On the other side, after Lin Xiao left the research base, he quickly found a tall building and jumped up. Then he raised his head and roared at the sky. Roar dash suddenly. There were a few zombie roars coming from other directions in the base. The people in the base all stopped moving. What's going on? What's that sound? This is a zombie's roar? How could it be? How could it be? So close. Oh no, did a high-level zombie sneak into the base? Alert! Alert! The people at home were all curious and guessing. Many members of the zombie hunters who often went out of the base to do tasks were shocked. The military immediately passed down the order to be alert. The first thing they did was to check the situation of the wall and the gate. A dozen kilometers away, Lin Kuei and the rest of the zombie horde heard Lin Xiao's roar. It was as if a switch had been flipped on. Slowly, unsteadily, he made his way to Skyfire's base. Lin Kuei stood on top of a tall building, baring his teeth and roaring in the same direction as Lin Xiao. Roar dash. When he was done, he left the building and circled the perimeter of the base. Every so often, he'd roar and gather all the zombies within a 30-kilometer radius. Slowly, they formed a horde of zombies that surged towards Skyfire base. Skyfire base, on the other hand, was still unaware of the danger. The soldiers were frantically searching for Lin Xiao and the other zombies. He reported to Li Jingya, but he couldn't find Li Jingya. Where's the chief? The commander of the 1st Division rushed into the office, but there was no one there. He ran out to ask the 2 soldiers standing guard at the door. However, the 2 soldiers did not respond to his question at all. It was as if they did not see or hear him, and they stood there in a daze. Chapter 1099. Xiao Guofeng, commander of 1st Division, stood in front of Li Jingya's office door. He looked curiously at the 2 soldiers beside him, as still as logs. When he saw their eyes, his heart skipped a beat. He raised a hand to touch them. Sure enough, he did. The soldier fell to the floor. Xiao Guofeng looked at the other soldier, his eyes just as dark. He suddenly realized something. He quickly turned around and ran into the leader's office. He looked at the situation on the leader's desk. The documents on the table were still open, and the pens were thrown to the side in a messy manner. Someone had obviously been working there. but they'd left so abruptly that they didn't even have time to tidy up the desk. It looked like their leader had been ambushed. Why else would there be no signs of a fight? Thinking of this, Xiao Guofeng immediately turned around and left. Men, quick! Send someone to find the leader. He's gone. Keep it a secret. Also call Cui Tingguang and the other corps commanders over. Xiao Guofeng walked down the corridor while calling for his men to go look for them. Yes, sir. It wasn't long before Cui Tingguang, commander of 2nd Division, arrived with his men. Skyfire Base had about 300,000 soldiers, divided into 7 divisions. Xiao Guofeng and Cui Tingguang were the other commanders, all of them 6th-level adepts. Xiao Guofeng, on the other hand, was a level 7 fire ability user. He was the second in command after Li Jingye. What's wrong, old Xiao? Why did you call us to the leader's office? Where's the leader? Cui Tingguang asked, puzzled. The others noticed the 2 guards at the door. What's going on? Xiao Guofeng was a man in his 40s, but he had a strong body and looked very tough. His facial features were also very firm, giving people a feeling that he was a superior commander with a very heavy aura. His face was dark. When I arrived, they were both standing dead. The leader and Cheng Tianan were gone. That's why I called you here. What? The leader's gone? Did you send someone to look for him? Everyone was taken aback. Of course we did, but I don't think it's that simple. We need to be prepared if the leader isn't here. Xiao Guofeng glanced at the man, then looked meaningfully at Li Jingye's desk. The others immediately understood his gaze, and tacitly agreed with his words. Someone asked, what was that roar from the zombies just now? Did a high-level zombie sneak in? Xiao Guofeng walked into the office and sat down on the sofa. He straightened his back and rested his hands on his knees, his expression deep in thought. He did not say anything. The others looked at each other. They were all silent. After a while, Xiao Guoli said, we haven't found the leader's whereabouts, and we haven't found the source of the zombie roar. But now we have to be prepared for both sides, one good and the other bad. Regardless of whether the leader would appear or not, we had to temporarily focus on the zombie roars that had appeared out of nowhere in the base. Also, send someone to pay attention to the situation outside the base wall, and report back immediately if there's anything unusual. Leader Feng, I'll leave the perimeter of the wall to you. Understood. A shorter and slightly younger man in military uniform nodded in response. Then, he immediately turned around and went out to deploy the mission. Commander Liu, bring some people to check out the situation at that base, Xiao Guofeng said to another person. That base? You mean? The person who was called was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Yes, we can't be found there. If there's chaos in the base, we have to at least make sure that it's still under our control. Xiao Guofeng nodded and glanced at him. Yes, I'll go now. Commander Liu quickly left. While Xiao Guofeng was still planning for both sides, Lin Xiao had already gathered his people. Lin Xiao glanced at Audiobook and asked Old Six, you let him eat people again? Old Six looked at the sky with some guilt and said, cough, he only ate 1 bite. Lin Xiao looked at him coldly. You can spoil him. When he wakes up, see if he will thank you. Old Six silently turned his head and looked at Audiobook. If this brat regained his memory and humanity, he would remember that he had eaten human flesh. He would probably vomit in his heart. The military leaders in this base have already gathered. They might have found out about Li Jingye's disappearance. Also, they heard our voice just now and definitely won't ignore it. They'll probably focus on searching the interior of the base. You guys hide yourselves. Then we'll wait for the survivors to react. Lin Xiao scanned Li Jingye's office building for signs of life. She glared at Audiobook and warned, don't eat people. Got it. Audiobook shrank back in fear from the zombie emperor she'd released, and hid behind Old Six. Lin Xiao waved a hand. Disperse. I'll go find someone. With that, the zombies disappeared in a flash. Lin Xiao's figure flickered and disappeared as well. The person she was looking for was, of course, the person who had the information on long hair. In a basement in the outskirts of Skyfire Base, a man with an unkempt beard and unkempt hair sat in front of a table, sorting through a stack of documents. He stood up, took the organized documents, turned around, opened the bookcase behind him, and placed the documents in one of the compartments. The basement was small, only 3 or 4 square meters. The bed, table, and bookcase took up all the space. He placed the documents into the shelf, closed the door, and turned back to continue sorting. The bell hanging by the door suddenly rang. The man paused, his eyes beneath his bangs staring sharply at the door. Just then, someone knocked on the door. A sharp glint flashed across the man's eyes, for a few seconds before disappearing. He spoke softly. "Who is it?" He looked unkempt, but his voice was pleasing to the ear. It was as clear as spring water, making people feel very comfortable and pleasant to listen to. "Do you want to do business?" A woman's voice called out. "A woman?" The man frowned. There weren't many people here who knew about him, and women were even less likely. Besides, he only knew 1 or 2 female adepts in Skyfire Base who knew about him. But he'd never heard the voice outside the door before, which meant it wasn't someone he knew. But if it was business, there was no reason for him to refuse. Most importantly, they'd come looking for him. It wouldn't be easy to refuse. The man thought for a moment, then slipped out from his desk and walked to the door. Chapter 1100. Lin Xiao looked at the man with a strange expression on her face. Logically speaking, a man with this kind of image would always give off a strange feeling. Besides, living in a basement with no ventilation, the smell wouldn't be able to disperse. But this man in front of her had a beard, a head of straw, and bangs that covered his eyes. However, there was a refreshing smell on his body. "Fresh? Please come in." When the man saw Lin Xiao, he looked surprised and confused. Still, he courteously invited her in. When Lin Xiao walked in, she couldn't help but say, "So small." The man looked around to make sure there were no suspicious people before closing the door. "Can't help it," he said helplessly. "It's small, but it's discreet enough." Fortunately, there was a single bed in the room. Otherwise, there would be no room for the 2 of them. There was also a 2-seater sofa in the room. Lin Xiao stood face to face with him, looking him up and down. She couldn't help but say, "So short." The 1.68-meter man looked at the 1.7-meter-tall Lin Xiao, his face expressionless. "Angry, angry, angry, angry. I have to endure. Please sit. Can I ask a question first?" The man took a deep breath and gestured to the sofa. He walked to the corner to get a glass and a kettle, pouring a glass of water. "Go ahead." Lin Xiao nodded. She took the glass and held it in her hand. She knew what he was going to ask, because his thoughts were completely exposed to her. After the man passed the water to her, he sat back in his seat. Leaning back, he asked, "Who told you about this place?" He looked Lin Xiao up and down. She was dressed in a field uniform, her face beautiful, her body perfect. The light in her eyes was calm, but there was a hidden sharpness to them. She must have been consciously hiding her presence. From what he could gather, this woman wasn't from Skyfire. Lin Xiao leaned back on the sofa, her legs crossed. She smiled at him calmly. "Is that important to you? You don't care where your customers come from, do you?" "I have to decide if you're a customer or not." The man looked at her calmly. His eyes were cold beneath his bangs. Lin Xiao's smile didn't waver. "You'll starve to death if you do business like this." The man looked at her without saying a word. "Since you're an independent intelligence agent, and you're hiding in a place that even Li Jingye and the army don't know about, why are you here? Then you should know about his zombie experiments, right?" Lin Xiao asked again when he didn't answer. The man continued to look at her, but there was a flash of light in his eyes. He was sure that this woman was not a psychic, because her gaze was too calm. The gazes of spiritual-type espers were illusory and bottomless, which was different from hers. However, the woman's words carried a hint of temptation in them, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Could it be that she wanted to know about the zombie experiment? From her words, it was obvious that she was targeting Li Jingya. You want to know the location of the experiment? The man finally asked her. The fact that he asked this meant that he had accepted Lin Xiao's existence. Lin Xiao shook his head. Oh no, what I want to know is long hair's information. Do you have one? The man's eyes narrowed, and his whole body tensed up. He looked at her warily. How do you know this person? Lin Xiao looked him up and down, and was a little surprised by the thoughts in his mind. She said, Why are you so nervous? You're the only one who knows about him. After all, you've known him before. The man shot to his feet, and stared at Lin Xiao. How do you know? It was impossible for anyone in this base to know about this. No, it should be said that no one in this world could know about this. Who are you? Lin Xiao's lips curled into a smile as she looked at him calmly. She couldn't help but curse the relationship between these two. Yes, this was a pair of brothers who used to be good friends. Then in the early days of the apocalypse, you betrayed me. I took my revenge. Then they fell in love and killed each other. One of them became a bandit during the apocalypse, while the other became an information peddler, who could not see the light of day. Longhair wanted to kill him. That's why he worked with Li Jingya. Even so, he hadn't been able to find him in Skyfire. The hairy man in front of him, on the other hand, was trying to find a way to hide from him while collecting information on him. He waited patiently for the chance to stab him in the back. These two were interesting. I told you not to be so nervous. Of course I know about this. Because you were the one who told me. I'm not a psychic adept, but I have a special ability that allows me to hear your thoughts. Lin Xiao smiled at him. You. The man froze when he heard Lin Xiao's words. He clenched his fists until the veins on his knuckles were about to pop. Only then did he suppress the urge to attack. What? That's not the right reaction. Aren't you two enemies? Even if I wanted to harm him, I should be on your side. Lin Xiao continued to provoke him. The man clenched his jaw, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He took a deep breath. He won't be killed that easily. I'm the only one who can kill him. I'm the only one who can stab him in the heart. No one is allowed to touch him. Lin Xiao looked at him meaningfully and said, Your hatred for him is quite extreme. Is it because he betrayed you? The man stared at Lin Xiao without another word. Instead, he tried to block out the thoughts in his mind. He didn't forget what this woman had said about her special ability to hear his thoughts. It was better to believe it than not. Lin Xiao looked at the stubborn look in his eyes and shrugged. Okay. I won't kill him. But I need to find out where he is, because he provoked me first. If I don't get rid of him, I'll be in trouble. Since you want to kill him yourself, why don't we work together for the time being? You provide information, and I'll subdue him. How about it? She could feel that the man in front of her wasn't tall, but his eyes were very sharp. He had an unusual feeling for that long-haired man. Hatred? Unwillingness? The reason why this man was still alive now might be because of the hatred of being betrayed. You'll help. How are you going to deal with him? He has his own underground research base, and his own bandit army. He doesn't lack weapons and his strength is already at the peak of the 7th rank. He's about to break through to the 8th rank. How are you going to deal with him alone? The man forced himself to calm down and said coldly. Chapter 1101. Lin Xiao looked at him. It's fine if you don't believe me, but I've already gotten the information from your brain. In return, I'll hand him over to you when I catch him. Don't worry, I won't kill him. From his words just now, Lin Xiao had already gathered information about Longhair from his mind. His name was Yan Huiguang, and he used to be a doctor. After awakening his discipline after the apocalypse, some of his thoughts had begun to deviate from the norm. When the man heard her, he froze. You really want to deal with him? Are you sure? Lin Xiao nodded. He knows too much. Only a dead man can keep his mouth shut. As for confidence, you'll have to wait and see. She stood up and placed the glass of water she hadn't drunk yet on his desk. At the same time, she took out a level 6 corpse core and placed it on his table. Then she turned around and left. After all, she had obtained the information directly from his thoughts without his consent. Moreover, this Yin Huiguang had a special meaning to him. So giving him a level 6 corpse core could be considered as compensation. The man watched silently as Lin Xiao left, then closed the door behind her. Then he turned his attention to the zombie core. Lin Xiao walked out of the basement and up the stairs. Above them was an abandoned warehouse. The warehouse building had already collapsed. However, the entrance to the basement had been cleaned up and concealed. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't have noticed it. He looked up at the sky, and it was getting dark. Lin Xiao leapt onto a nearby electric pole. She closed her eyes and listened to the sounds coming from the base. Then she sensed the number of zombies outside the base. There weren't any, but they were starting to appear a few kilometers away. The closest was the direction they'd come from, where a large number of zombies had already gathered. The zombies in the opposite direction had only just begun to show signs of movement. It looked like Lin Kuei had run a full circle around Skyfire's base. By this time, the base was in a state of chaos. Inside the underground research facility, a group of survivors were facing off against the commander of the base. There were hundreds of soldiers from the army, all armed with live ammunition, pointing their guns at the entrance of the underground experimental base. At the same time, at the entrance of the underground laboratory, there were also 200 to 300 survivors holding their weapons and aiming at the army. Lu Hanqing, you idiot! How much longer are you going to remain muddle-headed? Li Jingye carried out these harmful experiments behind the back of everyone in the base, and even secretly captured the metahumans in the base. Today, we will not let this matter rest. If you have the ability, then shoot and kill us. The leader of the survivors stared angrily at the opposing army, as he scolded Commander Lu in a threatening manner. Lu Hanqing frowned and looked at them silently, but he couldn't really order them to open fire and start a fight. But since this place had been exposed, they had to find some scapegoats. What happened here has nothing to do with the leader. The leader doesn't know about this. The real mastermind must be the person in charge here. Don't listen to other people's rumors and accuse and suspect good people. Get out of the way. We need to collect evidence. Don't hinder us from carrying out our mission. Lu Hanqing thought for a moment and said loudly to the other side, "Bullshit. What do you mean it has nothing to do with Li Jingye? What did it mean to believe the rumors of others? Li Jingye was not a qualified leader at all. If it wasn't him, who would have the ability to build such a large secret laboratory in the base? Do you think we are all idiots?" The leader of the survivors said angrily to Lu Hanqing. The two sides were in a deadlock. On the other side of the base, a large number of soldiers were searching for suspicious zombies, until they received the news that the woman who came out from Li Jingye's house was in a residential area. A man's corpse was found in the morning. His neck was bitten off, and his body was infected with the zombie virus. But who fired the bullet in his forehead? Cui Tingguang, who received the news, immediately rushed over and looked at the corpse in front of him in confusion. "I don't know, the people nearby have asked. I didn't see what happened, but I heard people screaming and screaming." The bullet was fired by the security guard in this residential area. In the morning, he was afraid that he would turn into a zombie, so he fired first. Cui Tingguang's adjutant reported to him with the information he had collected. It seems like zombies really did sneak into the base. But this whole day, only this one person was bitten? Very strange. Cui Tingguang still couldn't understand. At this time, a soldier hurriedly ran over and saluted to him. He reported, "Sir, there is news from the wall. A large number of zombies were found 5 kilometers away from the south gate. It has formed a small zombie tide, and they are approaching our base." Cui Tingguang was shocked. "What? Zombie tide? Do you know how many there are?" The soldier said, "The estimated number is about 10,000, and they are continuously gathering. The wall has been put on a level 2 alert." Cui Tingguang's eyes flashed and murmured, Sure enough, those outside were summoned by the high-level zombies hidden in the base. Sir, what should we do now? Chui Tingguang's adjutant asked. Let's go and have a look first. Increase the manpower to search every corner of the base. Yes. When Chui Tingguang brought people to the south gate of the base, the woman who came out from Li Jingye's house in the morning was hiding in her own house. She was walking back and forth in her bedroom with a frightened expression. In the afternoon, when the base's army came to inquire about the man who died in the corner, she was afraid and lied, saying that she didn't know anything. She didn't want to be caught and investigated, because if she said it, people wouldn't believe her. She was obviously with that man, but he died and she was fine. Now her own man was out of the base on a mission, and there was only her and her parents at home. She didn't know what to do, and she didn't dare to tell her parents what she knew. That zombie, and the man who wore sunglasses with the zombie. The other side sneaked in with zombies. There must be some unspeakable secret. It was scary thinking about it. But they let her go. Why? Weren't they afraid that after she woke up, she would say that she saw them? She walked to the window and looked outside. There were soldiers running around from time to time. It seemed that they were searching for something in a large area. There were even gunshots coming from outside. Why were there gunshots? Did they find something? The woman was puzzled. Chapter 1102. They had to search for the hidden zombies in the base, suppress the rioting survivors, and deal with the sudden appearance of the zombie tide. Skyfire Base's army was mobilized. Most of their forces were focused on the excited survivors. Now that they knew there was a zombie tide outside the base, they immediately moved their forces to the wall. Is that what she meant by the solution? Did she know there would be a zombie tide at night? That woman? Hiding in the dark, the section chief had been paying attention to the situation outside. He heard that Xiao Guofeng had sent a large number of troops to the wall. Then he remembered what Lin Xiao had told him. That's possible. She was so confident. She must have known about the zombie tide. Now that the zombie tide has broken out, Xiao Guofeng won't have the energy to deal with the people in the base. The assistant next to him thought about it and nodded. Section chief, what should we do next? The zombie tide isn't just a problem for the base's army. If the army can't stop the zombie tide, we'll be in trouble. The others were worried about this problem. Yes, if the base can't stop the zombie tide, it won't do us any good if the base is breached. The section chief's expression wasn't relaxed either. He looked at the person in charge of receiving intelligence and asked, "Do you know the scale and situation of the zombie tide?" The man answered, "I heard the tide is at the south gate, and it's still a few kilometers away from the safe zone. I don't know the number, but it should be a lot." Then watch Xiao Guofeng's reaction, and see what he does. The section chief thought about it and said, "Yes." At this time, Lin Xiao looked up at the sky. It was getting dark. She glanced at the direction outside the base, then turned around and jumped from the high-voltage pole. She headed towards Xiao Guofeng's position. Li Jingye was dead, so it was his loyal subordinate's turn. Xiao Guofeng was the first. At this time, Xiao Guofeng was staying in his office, keeping an eye on the movements of all sides with the others. Someone deliberately exposed the experiment. Is it Dongfang Yang's doing? Why else would he hide? Xiao Guofeng gritted his teeth and looked at the table. He secretly hid the experiment corpse last time. If it wasn't discovered by the leader, it would have been leaked. It has to be him. Another army group commander sitting next to him agreed. He was coerced, and the hostage is still in the hands of the leader. I don't think he would disregard the safety of his family to do this. Someone maintained a skeptical attitude. The leader of the hostages didn't even let us know where he is hiding. And Dongfang Yang must be thinking of ways to save people. Xiao Guofeng said. Lin Xiao stood by the door. The office door wasn't closed, but the number of soldiers guarding the door had increased. She glanced at Xiao Guofeng calmly. However, killing intent surged in his heart. When this bastard attacked the Netherworld King's base last year, he also did a lot of good things. Without stopping, she walked directly towards Xiao Guofeng. Then, he reached out and grabbed the other party's neck, revealing his figure. Bang! Xiao Guofeng's throat was suddenly strangled, and he was so frightened that he suddenly struggled. Overreacting, he kicked the coffee table in front of him. Who? The others all stood up in an instant, and at the same time, they stepped back and stared at Lin Xiao, who suddenly appeared. Cough cough, you, let go let go. Xiao Guofeng couldn't breathe because of Lin Xiao's hand, even if he was a strong man and a level 7 paranormal. But in the other party's hand, he couldn't move at all. Moreover, he suddenly couldn't use his superpower. He could only use one hand to break the hand strangling his neck, and the other hand to touch the gun at his waist. It was reasonable to say that with their strength, they didn't need to carry a gun. But Xiao Guofeng liked to have a gun with him. Lin Xiao didn't give him time to take out the gun at all. After strangling him, she wiped his face with the other hand. A black flame crawled into his nostrils. Ah, woo cough woo, Xiao Guofeng's eyes widened, and his eyes almost popped out. His whole face turned blue, and he desperately opened his mouth wide. His whole facial features began to distort. His body was also struggling and kicking randomly. Stop! At this time, the others reacted and shouted at Lin Xiao. Then a few superpower attacks attacked Lin Xiao together. They were only rank 6 metahumans. Lin Xiao simply waved his hand and created a black flame wall when the metahuman attacks came over. Then she swallowed them all. Hellfire! This is hellfire! Are you Lin Xiao? You're not dead. Seeing her black wall of fire, everyone present was shocked. Then, his expression changed drastically as he pointed at her and exclaimed in shock. When the others heard what he said, they subconsciously took a step back. But after a closer look they said, "No, you don't look like Lin Xiao. Who are you? What does Lin Xiao have to do with you?" Lin Xiao held Xiao Guofeng still and turned to look at them. She smiled and said, "Guess? If you guess correctly, there's a prize." After saying that, she suddenly twisted her hand. Crack! Xiao Luofeng's body stiffened, and then he softly fell to the ground. You killed him." He could only watch helplessly as a level 7 paranormal was strangled to death by such a strange woman before his eyes without being able to fight back. Everyone's body went cold, and they fell into a state of paralysis. They even forgot to run away, and just stared at Lin Xiao blankly. Lin Xiao let go of Xiao Guofeng's hand and casually waved it in his face. A dark flame directly ignited from his head, burning his entire head in a ball of black fire. What, you guys don't want to guess? If not, I'll just do it. She stood up and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She looked at the few people who had retreated to the door, but only stood there stiffly, not knowing how to react. Lin Xiao kindly reminded them with a smile. After Xiao Guofeng's head was burned off just like that, a level 7 energy crystal core was left behind. The others did not dare to make a sound, and then slowly retreated. Even a level 7 paranormal was so easily taken care of, and they were only level 6. Rushing forward would only make them die a little faster. Could this woman be a level 8 paranormal? Lin Xiao did not care about their actions. Seeing that Xiao Guofeng's head was burned off, she bent down to pick up the crystal. Very good, the second level 7 core. Although it was a little worse than a level 7 core, it was better than nothing. Seeing her action, the people who were retreating were so scared that their bodies stiffened. They stopped moving and stared at her, not daring to move. Lin Xiao put Xiao Guofeng's energy crystal into her space, and then turned to look at them. Want to leave? It's not impossible, but I have a condition. I won't kill you, as long as you can help me with something. She said to them with a smile. Chapter 1103. What is it? The people that Lin Xiao was staring at, although they were all men, all of them looked at her very nervously. Their bodies moved as though they were ready to flee at any moment, and their foreheads were beaded with sweat. Their hearts relaxed at Lin Xiao's words, but they couldn't help but worry again. If this woman said she had conditions, it couldn't be anything good. Lin Xiao shoved her hands into her pockets as she walked towards the door. Li Jingye is dead. His experiments on adepts have been exposed. I think you'd better explain this to the survivors in the base. Li Jingye is dead anyway. There's no need for you to hide this for him. You're saying the leader is dead? That's impossible. When the men heard Lin Xiao say Li Jingye was dead, they paused. He subconsciously wanted to refute, but halfway through his words, he suddenly recalled the scene of this woman strangling Xiao Guofeng to death. His eyes darted to Xiao Guofeng's headless corpse, and he shut his mouth. When they saw Lin Xiao walk out, everyone retreated in fear. At the signal from their superiors, the soldiers on the outside retreated cautiously. You've sent people to search all day, but haven't found any clues. You don't want to accept my conditions? Or, do you want to die? As Lin Xiao spoke, he swept his gaze across their faces with a profound meaning. No one was able to refute her words. All right, got it. No matter what, they had to agree to her conditions first. Lin Xiao nodded and walked out. Wait a minute, who are you? One of the men mustered the courage to ask her. His expression conflicted. She'd killed Xiao Guofeng so easily, she had to be strong. If she was from Skyfire Base, then there was a chance they'd be able to deal with the zombies gathering outside. But if she wasn't from Skyfire Base, she'd just kill them and leave. Without a 7th level adept to stop her, the base would be in danger. I'm here to take Li Jingye's life and his men's. You should be glad you didn't participate in the attack last year. Otherwise you wouldn't have a chance to speak now. After saying that, Lin Xiao's figure flashed, and he disappeared before everyone's eyes. She's from the base? Are you here for revenge? Who is she? He actually had the same poison fire ability as Lin Xiao. Was there such a person in the Netherworld King's base in the past? Her strength isn't any weaker than the leader of the Netherworld King's base, Lin Xiao, right? Since she said that we should be thankful that we didn't participate in the operation, then she must be here for revenge. Even Xiao Guofeng died in her hands so quickly. I don't think she lied to us when she said that our leader was dead. Sigh. She didn't come earlier or later. She just had to come at this time. What about the zombie tide outside? Just relying on our army and weapons, we don't have anyone strong enough to suppress them. If a level 7 level 2 king zombie appears, who will deal with it? Just as they felt like they had just survived a disaster, and were feeling very distressed, Cui Tingguang walked over from afar. He looked at them in confusion. Why are you all standing outside the door? What's wrong? In the end, everyone looked at him gloomily, then lowered their heads and pointed into the office. Cui Tingguang turned his head to take a look. There was a person lying there. What's going on? What happened here? Cui Tingguang rushed in to take a look. The man lying on the coffee table and under the chair was wearing a familiar military uniform, but his head was missing. He looked at the headless body in bewilderment. This can't be Xiao Guofeng, right? That's right, it's him. He was killed by a terrifying woman who suddenly appeared. Cui Tingguang looked at them in shock. How are you all fine? That woman's target was only Xiao Guofeng, and none of us noticed her approach. When she appeared, she had already subdued Xiao Guofeng. Cui Tingguang silently stared at Xiao Guofeng's body for a while, then asked, what kind of woman is she? How could she kill Xiao Guofeng? Even if the opponent is a level 8 metahuman, it's impossible that nothing happened, right? She can turn invisible, and her ability is the same as the previous leader of the Netherworld King's base, Lin Xiao. Moreover, her aura is very strong. Not only were we suppressed, even Xiao Guofeng was completely suppressed, unable to move. Cui Tingguang asked in confusion, why did she want to kill Xiao Guofeng? What's her goal? She said we should be thankful we didn't participate in the attack last year. Otherwise we wouldn't even have a chance to speak. She also said the leader was killed by her. If we don't want to die, we have to agree to one of her conditions. The others answered. What condition? You said she killed the leader? Cui Tingguang asked. She said to expose everything about the research facility. Everything. After Lin Xiao left, he found a place with no one around and whistled. After a while, a few silhouettes appeared around her. She turned to the zombies she had gathered. All right, Li Jingye and Xiao Guofeng are dead. There's nothing else for us to do, so we'll leave the base and wait outside. Leave? What's next? Xiadong asked. Lin Xiao looked in the direction of Green Hill Base. Wait, are the zombies going to continue? Xiadong asked. Of course, if we don't put Skyfire Base in danger, that person won't show up. Something flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes, and her lips curved in a mysterious smile. Will he come? Xiadong knew who she was referring to, but that person was at Green Hill Base right now. Even if he knew what was going on, would he give up the chance to get the 9th level core and come back? Was the base that important to him? Lin Xiao looked at him and explained. No, it's not the base that's important to him. It's someone hiding in the base. Xiadong's face lit up with understanding. The person you went to find today? Lin Xiao nodded. She waved a hand. Let's go, he won't be back so soon. At least he'll have time to leak what's going on here. Understood. Xiadong nodded. Lin Xiao meant that if someone left in that direction they'd be safe. Then the zombies would let them go. Lin Xiao pulled everyone back into the space and headed off in a different direction. In one of the alleys over there, a zombie was hugging a tree like an octopus, refusing to let go. Behind him, a man in sunglasses was tugging at his collar in exasperation. Arg! You bastard, let go of me. If you don't leave, the leader will deal with you. But you're dragging me down with you. You can't be normal if you don't get yourself killed. Let go. Old Six was furious. Why did the leader want him to take care of this brat? No, it was a bear zombie. He was going to kick the bastard back to the leader. Chapter 1104. When Lin Xiao arrived, he saw that the two of them were fighting with a tree. One was hugging the tree, and the other was pulling the one hugging the tree. What are you two doing? Is it fun? Lin Xiao asked the two zombies. Old Six immediately let go and stood to the side, remaining silent. Ajio turned to look at Lin Xiao. It's not fun at all. He just didn't want to get close to her. The pressure of the zombie emperor was too annoying. Lin Xiao glared at him. How long are you going to hold on? You still dare to hate me? Little guy, I think you're asking for a beating, right? He wasn't afraid of her, but he hated her. Only a weird zombie like him could do that. As he spoke, he walked over and lifted his leg to kick his butt. Ow! Ajio immediately jumped to the other side. Lin Xiao's hand shook, and a cup of water appeared in her hand. When Ajio saw this cup of water, he immediately didn't care about hate. He stared at the cup in Lin Xiao's hand and slowly moved closer to her. Seeing Lin Xiao teasing Ajio like a puppy, Old Six, Lin Xiao saw that Ajio moved closer and immediately stretched out her other hand to twist his ear. She wanted to give him the water in her hand, but when he wanted to take it, she retracted it. Want? Why should I give it to you if you don't listen? She said while pulling his ear. Although it didn't hurt when his ear was twisted like a fried dough twist, Ajio, whose movement was restricted, roared at Lin Xiao. Roar. Lin Xiao put away the cup and said, I'll give it to you when you're obedient. Ajio saw that the water in front of him had disappeared, and immediately bared his teeth at Lin Xiao. Roar. Pa. Lin Xiao slapped his head and said, You still dare to be fierce to me? Did I spoil you too much? That's right. Out of the blue, Old Six suddenly replied. Lin Xiao looked at him. Old Six turned his head to look at the sky. Go in. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and threw the two of them into the space. After coming out, he stealthily moved towards the periphery of the base. After entering the space, Ajio was immediately surrounded by everyone. He looked at Old Six with sympathy and said, Nanny 6, where did this guy go? Every time we gather, he disappears. I really don't understand why the leader still brings him out. Old 6 glared at them angrily and said, "What the hell is Nanny 6? I have a name. Please call me Jiakuan." As a result, he was stunned for a moment because he had unconsciously said his own name. Suddenly, he felt a dull pain in his head, and his head started to hurt. Have you thought of your name? The others looked at each other, and when they saw Old 6's expression, they all knew what was going on. It seems like his memory is coming back. Everyone looked at him in understanding, and then looked at Audiobook beside him. No one had any intention of helping Old 6. Anyway, his headache would be over in a while. It was not a big problem. Audiobook curiously looked at Old 6 holding his head and squatting down. He didn't understand what was going on. But when he saw Old 6 in pain, he didn't know what to do. He could only stand at the side and look at him. Xiaodong stood at the side and said to Duan Wan, "So his name is Jia Kuan." Duan Wan and Xiaodong stood at the side and didn't stand with the zombies. She was the only human in the entire space, so she had to keep her distance from the zombies. Although she knew that they wouldn't have any thoughts of attacking her, she didn't want to get close to Audiobook. This guy didn't care about the leader's orders at all. Now only Little Four still hasn't remembered his name. Speaking of which, he was the first to follow the leader, so he was the one who received the most energy from the lake. "I'm so envious." Jing Yan leaned against Yen Xiao and looked at Audiobook. She said with a face full of envy. Yen Xiao took off her sunglasses and turned her head to look at her. What's there to be envious about? Apart from being a bit weaker than them, they have everything. We don't lack it either. Besides, didn't you remember everything? You're almost at the edge of level 6. The leader also promised us that she'll help everyone once we're done with this mission. I think you'll be able to enter level 6 without a hitch. Jing Yin nodded, her face expressionless. Yeah, that's true. But whether or not I'll be able to level up, that's hard to say. Yen Xiao said, "The leader hasn't failed before. If she says it'll work, then it'll definitely work." As the zombies waited for Lin Xiao's next order, a wave of zombie emperor's aura came from the building next door. All the zombies looked at the room in the building with vigilance in their eyes. They didn't ignore the aura, especially Mo, Xiatian and the others. Lin Xiao, who was passing by the walls of Skyfire Base, paused. Her eyes darkened, but she didn't stop. She continued in Lin Kuei's direction. Mo Yan's aura only lasted for a few seconds before it began to weaken. The beautiful zombie in the room happily circled around Mo Yan's room. She wanted to go in but didn't dare to do so. In the bedroom, Mo Yan opened his eyes. A purple light flashed across his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He climbed out of bed, turned his head to look outside the window, then got out of bed, put on his clothes, walked to the door and opened it. The female zombie stood by the door, looking at him with a hint of joy in her eyes. Mo Yan saw her like this, and knew she was just happy for him. His heart warmed. He smiled, raised his hand and touched the female zombie's soft hair. The female zombie was stunned by his smile, because his smile at this time was too different from usual. Usually when he smiled, only one side of his mouth was curved, and it carried a strong sense of malevolence and coldness. This time, however, it was a normal smile, a relaxed one. She didn't know why her master was smiling like this, but it was different. She didn't know what was different, but she liked it. The lines on Mo Yan's face had mostly disappeared, and the cracks on his core were all healed. But his energy reserves were still empty, and he needed to absorb energy to recover. He felt a lot of zombies around him, so it seemed like the female zombie had been doing something. He didn't know what she was doing. But now that he could absorb energy, did that mean he could get out of this place? He needed the core, and he needed energy to fill it up. He needed prey. There were a lot of level 6 zombies in this space, but he couldn't kill them. It was a pain in the ass. Mo Yan thought for a moment, then walked out to the balcony and looked up at the fog. He opened his mouth and let out a soft roar. Roar! Chapter 1105. Lin Xiao, who'd just jumped off the wall, paused and slipped back into the space. She appeared on Mo Yan's balcony and looked up at him. Yo, the zombie core's healed. Congratulations. Mo Yan jumped down from the balcony, the beautiful female zombie floating down beside him. You want to go out? Lin Xiao looked at Mo Yan standing in front of him and asked. Mo Yan turned his head to look at the zombies on the other side, scaring them into taking a step back. Two silhouettes flashed behind the wall of Lin Xiao's house. They didn't forget to stick their heads out and carefully look at Mo Yan's direction. They didn't have to be afraid with their boss around. However, the look in the other party's eyes was too frightening, as if it was looking at its prey. Lin Xiao knew what Mo Yan was getting at. She thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Since you're fine now, I can't help you recover quickly here. She also knew that he needed a large amount of energy to absorb in order to recover the energy in his corpse core. When Lin Xiao led Mo Yan and the female zombie out of the space, the zombies heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did the two behind the wall slowly move out. Once outside, Mo Yan looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. Then he let it out. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes. Zombies don't need to breathe. Why are you taking deep breaths? Mo Yan looked at her coolly. None of your business. I'm suffocated, all right? Lin Xiao shrugged and cocked her head. Fine. All right, go have fun. Mo Yan was speechless. Are you letting your dog loose? He looked around, then back at Skyfire base. Then he turned to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at the base. Oh, that's Skyfire. It's been a mess inside, and it's been a mess outside. Mo Yan turned his head to look at the horde of zombies, then looked at Lin Xiao. You're the one causing trouble outside, aren't you? Lin Xiao looked at him and said. I'm just trying to scare them. If they can't deal with these zombies, they'll have to kill them. If they can't handle the zombies, I won't let them in. Who's like you? Mo Yan's eyes darkened, and a cold light flashed across them. He looked at Lin Xiao emotionless, then back at Skyfire. In his eyes, the lives of those humans had nothing to do with him. Whether it was life or death, he wouldn't care about anything that wasn't beneficial to him. Lin Xiao looked at him and knew that he seemed to be disappointed in humans. He didn't say anything more and only said, At least for me, I still have people to protect. Not everyone is a bad person. Mo Yan was silent for a few seconds. Indeed, there was no one he wanted to protect anymore. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Lin Xiao again. Did you kill the person you wanted to kill? Lin Xiao nodded, narrowed his eyes and said, Yes, those who should die are all dead. But something unexpected happened, and there's someone I need to deal with. Mo Yan knew what she meant. He had already taken his revenge. His long and narrow eyes darkened, and a cold light flashed across them. It seemed like his revenge was not over yet. Other than Gao Haoyan, he could feel that there was another person who maintained that connection with him. Ate his flesh, drank his blood. She had received his energy before. Mo Yan looked in the direction of China without saying a word. Lin Xiao looked at him and said, With your current strength, you'd better save it. With that, she turned and left, leaving Mo Yan and the female zombie in place. Mo Yan looked in the direction she left, his face expressionless, his eyes calm. The female zombie looked at Mo Yan, then at the direction Lin Xiao had left. She lowered her head, thinking about something. After a night, because the number of zombies outside the base was increasing, and they all strangely gathered outside the base's safe zone. There were more and more zombies gathering outside the base. This made the people of Skyfire panic and confusion. Since the safety of the entire base was threatened, the chaos in the base gradually came to a halt. Although both sides were focusing on the zombie tide outside of the base, in order to resist the zombie tide, whether it was the base's army or the survivors, they all stopped temporarily and turned their attention to the outside of the base. They stopped outside of the safe zone. Why aren't they attacking? They stopped outside the safe zone. Why aren't they attacking? Are they being controlled by high-level zombies? Could it be that there's a high-level zombie controlling them? Are they being controlled by high-level zombies? Do you want them to attack us? Do you want them to attack? I'm just worried that they have something even more terrifying in mind. I'm just worried that they're planning something worse. Don't think I'll let you bastards go just because we're facing zombies. It's not our fucking experiment. It's none of our business. Go find Li Jingye if you can. He was the one who had secretly sent people to capture them, all right. We don't know. It's useless to us. Didn't he send you soldiers to kill people? If you had any humanity, would you listen to orders? Are you soldiers or mindless machines? It's because we are soldiers that we listen to orders. Besides, we're just soldiers. We don't know why they sent people to catch them. Both sides stopped fighting, but the war of words never stopped. Dongfang Yang and his men mixed in with the survivors, secretly observing the situation. Chief, why do you think those zombies are just standing outside? Shouldn't they rush to the wall? Dongfang Yang's assistant asked puzzledly. Dongfang Yang thought for a while and said, there should be a high-level zombie controlling them from outside. Otherwise they wouldn't be so obedient to stay in one place. Do you think they will attack? The assistant said anxiously. I don't know. Dongfang Yang shook his head. At this time, a short man with unshaven beard came to Dongfang Yang. He looked at the direction outside the base and asked, did you give that woman my location? Seeing him coming, Dongfang Yang's subordinates all retreated. She really went to find you. Did she do anything to you? Hearing his words, Dongfang Yang looked at him with surprise and asked. Shui Mingjun also looked at him with confusion. Didn't you tell her? Dongfang Yang shook his head and said, I didn't say anything. She asked me at that time, and I only told her that one person knew about long hair. Then she suddenly said she already knew. Then she left. Shui Mingjuan's eyes darkened under his bangs and said, it seems that she was right. She really has a special skill to hear people's thoughts. Dongfang Yang looked at him in surprise. What? Can you hear people's thoughts? Is there such a skill? Shui Mingjun said with a gloomy look, she found my basement. Then she only asked me about long hair. But I didn't say anything about it. But she suddenly said she already knew. She left the level 6 zombie nucleus and left. Chapter 1106. Dongfang Yang looked at Shui Mingjun, digesting his words and said, you mean, she got the information about long hair directly from your mind? What were you thinking about? Shui Mingjuan's eyes darkened. He covered his eyes with his eyelashes, but his voice was cold. I thought of everything about him, and what happened in the past. What she said reminded me a lot of things about that person. Dongfang Yang didn't know his relationship with that person. He said, so, whatever you think of, she knows it. That's too dangerous. No secret can be hidden from her. As he spoke, his gaze flickered and he said, then will she go find that person? What do you think of her strength? Can she deal with long hair? I don't think she's that simple. Shui Mingjun shook his head. I don't know. I can't see her level. She should be a 7th level adept. But it's not enough to deal with a double adept. But she said she'll keep him alive. Huh? Why? Dongfang Yang didn't understand. Shui Mingjun didn't answer. That woman said she'd keep him alive. As if she was about to succeed. Could she really do it? That night in the northwest, a man with shoulder-length hair received a piece of news. He turned to his subordinate with a dark look. You said Skyfire base is surrounded by zombies. What's going on? Why wasn't there any news before? Why are you reporting it now? The subordinate was a tall man, 9 meters tall. His body was sturdy, and his face was ferocious. There were even hideous scars on his face. But when he faced the long-haired man, he bowed his head and spoke carefully. This news just came. It looks like it's an emergency. Skyfire base is in a mess. I heard Xiao Guofeng is dead, and Li Jingye is missing. Now that the zombie experiments had been exposed, many of the survivors in Skyfire were hostile to the military. But because of the zombie tide, both sides have stopped fighting. The long-haired man squinted at him. So the zombie tide is real? Li Jingye is missing? Even Xiao Guofeng is dead? Are they useless? Why would they disappear at this time? What death? He had been staring at the level 9 Arcanist and was about to make a move, but Li Jingye had played such a trick on him. What if the man was forced out of Skyfire and made his way to another base? Wouldn't his cooperation with Li Jingye be in vain? The tall man was momentarily speechless. Well, although he didn't know the reason why Li Jingye disappeared, Xiao Guofeng's death was definitely not voluntary. However, he didn't dare to refute his leader's words. If he stepped on Lei, he would lose his life. In the eyes of their leader, their lives were nothing. Life and death depended on his mood, but the man he wanted to kill with his own hands was also in Skyfire. If the zombies managed to breach the base, it might force him to show himself. In that case, their leader would definitely not let go of this opportunity. The zombie tide is a good opportunity to force the Shui Ming army out, but if you don't go back, they will probably escape again. He's so good at hiding. It won't be easy to catch him next time. The tall man couldn't help but remind Yan Huiguang. The long-haired man, Yan Huiguang, thought for a moment. That's true, but then the Chinese will get there before we do. If they get their hands on the 9th level adept, we'll be in trouble. It won't be that easy, the tall man said. The 9th level adept may have expended a lot of his energy, but he still has the power of a 9th level adept. Besides, aren't the people from Qingshan base there? It's impossible for them to just watch the Huaxia people make a move and not stop them. Yan Huiguang looked at him darkly. Of course I know that. I'm worried about accidents, understand? It's better to be safe than sorry, don't you know that? What if Lan Lu didn't stop Sikong Chen's men, and Sikong Chen got him? The tall man fell silent and looked at him sheepishly. But in his heart he thought, what if you give up your hatred first? Or give up your chance to break through? Yan Huiguang frowned, his aura growing more and more ominous. After a while he snapped his head up. Return to Skyfire. Call everyone, bring all their weapons. Yes, sir. A question suddenly occurred to him. Did Skyfire base send word to Sea City in China? The tall man shook his head. I'm not sure. Probably. If they weren't stupid, they'd ask for help. Go get ready, I'll head over first. Don't fall behind for too long. With that, Yan Huiguang turned and walked out of the building, leaping up to the roof. He put 2 fingers in his mouth and blew a long, resonant whistle. As soon as the whistle stopped, several figures flashed and appeared in front of him. He couldn't see their faces in the dark, but he could feel the cold, deathly stillness emanating from them. Follow me, he said to the figures in the dark, then leaped down from the roof. An off-road vehicle with its headlights on quickly pulled up next to him and drove him toward Skyfire base. The dozens of figures on the rooftop immediately followed behind his off-road vehicle, leaping about like the shadows of beasts in the night. Yan Huiguang, however, didn't know that he had received the news. Lin Xiao hadn't allowed the news to reach Sea City or Huaxia. Even if it did, it wouldn't matter. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged on the roof of a nearby building at dawn. She asked Duan Wan, when do you think Yan Huiguang will get here? Duan Wan looked at her. You're so sure he'll come? Wasn't he eyeing the energy core of that crazy level 9 Arcanist in Qingshan base? Why would anyone give up on the level 9 and the energy core to come here and face this chaotic situation? Lin Xiao smiled. I'm not sure either. That depends on how important that bearded guy is to Yan Huiguang. In any case, he's very important to him. How important? Duan Wan asked. Lin Xiao glanced at her. Probably because he wants to take him down with him. Yan Huiguang is the only thing on Shui Mingjuan's mind. Duan Wan looked at her in silence for a few seconds. Is there such a deep grudge between the two? Lin Xiao shrugged and curled her lips. Who knows? I can feel the darkness in Shui Mingjuan's heart. There's no light, no hope, no nothing. Killing Yan Huiguang is the only thing keeping him alive until now. Duan Wan said. Then his life is a little tragic. Chapter 1107. What happened between them? Duanwan couldn't help but ask out of boredom. Not only her, but the other zombies all stretched their ears to listen to the story. After all, they had nothing to do, and were waiting for the main character to appear. One seemed to have come out. Only the other was left. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, from a one-sided point of view, that long hair used to be good friends with the bearded man. One was a doctor and the other a policeman, but the bearded man lost his only family during the apocalypse. Most of his friends and colleagues also became zombies. When he found long hair, the two of them had been in the apocalypse for 2 years. Their friends had either died, disappeared, or betrayed them. Only the two of them were still friends. Later, for some reason, he was shot in the back by long hair. Although he didn't die in the end, he was still alive. He believed that the other party wouldn't betray him. That's why he hated him so much. Duanwan said, anyone would hate to be shot in the back by a good friend. But isn't it a little too extreme to live on hatred? Lin Xiao shook her head and said, he was still rational because he was still an ordinary person before he was plotted against by long hair. The time he was shot was when he awakened his superpower. But he was almost killed by long hair at that critical moment. What would you think if you were him? Duanwan said coldly, no matter what he shot me, I wouldn't have let him go. Why did long hair betray him? Lin Xiao shrugged. You have to ask long hair. After all, even the bearded man himself wants to know the answer. Duanwan was stunned and asked in confusion. He doesn't know? Then he didn't look for Yin Huiguang? Lin Xiao glanced at the eyes around and answered. He did. But long hair didn't answer his questions. Every time, the two of them would fight to the death. But I think if long hair really wanted him dead, he would have died long ago. Everyone looked at her in confusion. Duanwan asked, what do you mean? Lin Xiao analyzed. Yin Huiguang was originally a superpower user. And he's a dual superpower user. Plus, he has medical skills. His strength and value are very high. And there must be many people following him. Although Shui Mingjun used to be a policeman, he didn't trust others. And his strength was much weaker than Yin Huiguang. If Yin Huiguang really wanted to kill him in the end, do you think he would still have the chance to live until now? Duanwan thought for a moment, then nodded and said, from what you said, it seems to make sense. Xiao Lin looked toward Skyfire's base. You can't see clearly. I don't think Shui Mingjun understands that. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding between Yin Huiguang and him. Moreover, Yin Huiguang and Li Jingye cooperated on the surface to let Li Jingye search for traces of the Shui Ming army. But in fact, his real purpose was not to kill the Shui Ming army. Duanwan thought for a moment, and suddenly looked at her strangely. Why do I feel like you're trying to get Yin Huiguang off the hook? Have you forgotten that he knows about you? You're thinking too much. I'm just analyzing this long hair's thoughts and feelings towards the Navy. In this way, we might be able to use the Navy to restrain him. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at her, then continued. But no matter how I analyze it, it's just a guess. I need to confirm it with Yin Huiguang. Besides, I'm curious as to why Yin Huiguang would stab the Shui Ming army in the back. Why? What did Yin Huiguang misunderstand? Yin Xiao suddenly chimed in. Maybe they were tricked. Jing Yin said. Maybe they were jealous of Yin Huiguang and the Shui Ming army's relationship? Duanwan guessed. Maybe someone had a crush on Yin Huiguang and thought he was interested in the Shui Ming army. So what did they tell him? To trick him into killing the Shui Ming army? Or maybe it was a hidden enemy of the Shui Ming army, who found out that the Shui Ming army was about to awaken, and lured Yin Huiguang to kill him? Yin Xiao thought for a moment. You women sure have a wild imagination. Xie Dong was speechless. What the hell do you mean Yin Huiguang is interested in the Shui Ming army? You Fujoshis are scary. Lin Xiao, Duanwan, Yin Xiao, Jing Yan, and the other female zombies all glared daggers at him. Xie Dong was speechless. Women sure are scary. Oh, Junjun is still more virtuous. Yi Qingxian walked over and patted Xiedong's shoulder. Don't talk nonsense, it'll be bad. Xiedong was speechless. Lin Xiao stared at him. So what if I'm a fujoshi? Do I eat from you or use you? Duanwan stared at him. You don't like men, but it doesn't mean others don't like you. When you really love someone, gender doesn't matter. Jingyan stared at him. Same. Yin Xiao crossed her arms in front of her chest. Women have become zombies in this apocalypse. If men don't get gay, do they want to be zombies? Pa dash. As soon as she said that, she was hit on the head by a stone. Lin Xiao looked at her quietly. You're also a zombie, why are you scolding yourself? Yin Xiao suddenly remembered that she was a zombie. Oh yeah, me too. But no man dares to mess with me. Everyone was speechless. Guliang, can you be more reserved? At this time Lin Kuei, who had been silent, suddenly looked towards the northwest and said, It seems like they're here. Everyone's expressions changed, and they retracted their auras. Lin Xiao had told them that Yin Huiguang was doing research on zombies. Perhaps he could sense them. Lin Xiao turned his head in the direction Lin Kuei was looking, and narrowed his eyes. He stood up. Let's go. In an instant, the zombies on the rooftop disappeared. Lin Xiao turned invisible, and darted in the direction of the approaching peak 7th level adept. Meanwhile in Skyfire Base, the humans had been waiting for the zombies to attack all night, but nothing had come. They were all anxious and restless. Several groups of people had been sent out, but were either beaten back or eaten by the zombies. They couldn't send anyone to report to the other bases. Both Huaxia and Haiqing should have planted spies outside our base. They should be able to report back. As the first base, and one that's allied with us, they won't sit idly by. Cui Tingguang wasn't in a hurry. There was still hope in his heart. What if the people from China are eaten by the zombies? After all, the zombies are coming from afar. Some people thought pessimistically. If that's the case, we can only rely on ourselves. Cui Tingguang looked at him in silence for 2 seconds, then said helplessly. Everyone quieted down. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.